Chatty gang.
Good morning, Chatty House.
I believe Wheezy got the belt today, and then Wheezy said went to the Livermore outlets yesterday. Dedicated. I don't need to read it because we're on the video. Everybody can see it. Bro, if you think I have not been to the K-pop store that is 30 minutes from my house, you're nuts.
Oh,
I've been there. I have in my locker right now a photo strip of me and my wife doing funny K-pop poses from their photo booth at that very store. It's in my locker.
All right.
Yeah. It's a good spot. What's up, Manny? What's up, Pete? What's up, Warren? What's up, Bryce?
Hi, friends.
Oh, what's up, Steven? Saying hi to you, too. What's up, Adam? Bro, we're going to talk about this. This is crazy. In the NFL in 2023, and the over-under is 30.
Wait, what?
Yeah, the over-under in tonight's game is 30 points.
That's filthy.
Yeah.
Why would anyone watch that?
Because they bet the under.
Fantasy football team.
I don't even, dude. I have Ezekiel Elliott, Ramondre Stevenson's out, and it's like, do I start him or
where's Faraz Siddiqui when you need him?
I'm gonna text him. I'll be like, Faraz,
bruh,
what's really good? We have 30 seconds until the legal identification.
30 seconds.
I hope everybody's going out to Sky River today. I think I'm gonna make a surprise appearance.
Are you really?
Yeah, I think so. I was gonna pop in, say what's up.
That's the opposite way of my house.
It's kind of on the way. We'll talk about it. Here we go. Yeah, you're dang right it is. That means it's Kyle Madsen. That's me. That means it's James Ham. That's him. It's a Thursday, baby.
We got past hump day. It's good.
We made it.
Yeah,
really
we made it, Kyle.
I'm really proud of us.
Really proud of us.
Yeah.
Spectacular.
Yeah, man.
Kyle, it's a good day. Yeah,
Thursday's my favorite day of the week. Because Friday is like, yeah, you have to come to work. You have to do all that. You have to do all the work things. It's not a day off.
Mm-hmm.
But the vibes at work on Friday are always really good. I never feel like I'm at work on a Friday. Like there's a lot of people who work from home, so the office isn't super packed. Everybody's feeling good. Usually there's donuts or
that
something
we bring.
like that. Right. So there'll be donuts. There's, it's payday this Friday. So just the vibes are always good. Like I always feel like, you know what? Everything's fine. So Thursday is my favorite day of the week because you get through Thursday and then you're coasting into the weekend. It's the last like real work day for me.
Okay. I get it.
I begin the Friday vibes early.
You are a big Thursday guy.
I think it's my hottest take. The Thursday is the best day of the week.
That I think it is your hottest take.
Yeah.
Yeah. So for me, I don't really know what day of the week it is at all, ever. Because when you cover an NBA team, you just kind of go by that schedule. Like I know when Sunday is. That's the only day that I know what day it is. And that's probably my favorite day of the week.
Sunday is.
Yeah, because I like to sit there and watch football from 10 o'clock in the morning all the way through. I'll even get up and watch soccer. And so by the time I'm done, first of all, I can hardly get up off the couch. But I've been sitting there from sometimes from 8 o'clock all the way until 8 o'clock.
Sure.
So
Sundays have value for sure.
It does. Yeah. It's a day that I usually lay low. It's my day to decompress and just kind of get right in the head.
I work all day on Sundays. So I'm out on Sundays.
Yeah. Yeah.
I wake up, I go get coffee, maybe sometimes get a little bagel. Then it's, watching football until Niners and actives come out, and then I write those, and I'm sitting there watching football until Niner game, and then I'm working until 10. It's like, oof.
Okay.
So Sundays are down the day of the week power rankings for me because of that. Like, I love football season, but when you got to work all day, it's like it takes some of the joy. It takes some of the joy out of the football watching experience. That's
okay.
all.
Okay, I could see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, like, I don't get all excited for every game night. Like,
yeah, of course.
Yeah, I mean, I go to every game night, but like, you're not just like over the top. Oh my gosh, it's the Kings play.
There's not that singular urgency that there is with the NFL.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, totally.
sometimes, like, some nights it's going to be the Warriors and it's going to be super amped. And other nights it's going to be the Hornets and it's going to be like,
I was thinking about this yesterday too while we were talking.
Yeah.
That an NFL loss is basically the equivalent of like a 4.5 game losing streak in the NBA.
Is that it? Isn't it like 5?
I don't think it's is it truly
17
5?
games? 17 times 5 is 85.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, 4 or 5 games.
Yeah, 4 to 5 games.
Mm-hmm.
So if you lose 3 in a row like the Niners did, it really equates to like a 14, 15 game losing streak in the NBA. And that's just, it's a weird thought. It's a weird way to think of things. But if you can correct yourself after a 3-game losing streak in the NFL,
yeah,
and if you can rally and win a bunch of games, so it goes the other way too, right? So if you're on what are the Niners on, a 4 or 5 game win streak?
4.
Okay, so the equivalent of almost a 18 to 20 game win streak by NBA standards.
Yeah, if they don't lose again, they'll finish the season on a
38 game win streak.
by NBA standards, yeah.
Yeah, that's weird. It's a weird way to think of it.
So I'm glad you brought that up because that's, I think, a big reason why I like the in-season tournament so much.
Yeah.
Because like the semifinals tonight, Pacers Bucks, and it's Pelicans Lakers, and I'm like, I'm gonna lock in. 2:00 is when the first game starts, which is weird, but okay. 2:00 is when the first game starts. I'm locking in. I'm gonna follow it. I'm gonna watch as much as I can. Whereas the non-in-season tournament games right now feel like preseason games to me. Like, they're on and I'm watching them and I understand in my brain that they affect the standings. But because of the in-season tournament and how long we talked about, okay, when is it? It's tournament night tonight. And okay, who needs to win? And what's the point differential? And this and that. And then, the Kings are, because I mean, the Kings are the team I follow for work. And so it's like, all right, the Kings are playing tonight and it's a quarterfinal. So, okay, what's it mean? And now that they're out, I just don't, I'm like, okay, let's talk in March.
Like, I feel that way about like
kind of get there.
Baseball playoffs.
Yeah.
Like, once your team is done, you're like, all right,
dude.
Like, I'm not really hanging on to go see Philly or who was it? It was Texas and who was World Series this year?
Oh, Texas and the Diamondbacks.
Oh yeah, and I'm like, there's no way I'm watching one of those games. Like, I kind of like go past it. So I get what you're saying. Even like the NCAA tournament, if you had like if you're a fan of a specific team, I don't have any allegiance. I went to Davis. I like, Davis is never in the tournament.
If they make the tournament, it's like, let's go.
Well, I think one time they did, like with Shima Moneki, I think, and it was like a big deal. And you're like, okay, once they're done, you're like, okay, I don't have a rooting interest anymore. Now the NCAA tournament, I'm all in for like the experience.
Sure.
But with this in-season tournament, it does kind of have like this weird feel where there are four teams that advanced, and then there are all these crappy games going around it where you're like, okay, everyone else should stop playing so we can only focus on what's happening.
Yeah.
So I think this is an error to their first year. Like, they need to clear the schedule a little bit, but I don't think that would be fair that those teams that play all of a sudden, they don't get a break and everyone else does.
I also feel like because of the Kings and the way this has gone down for them, with them specifically, I feel like the Kings haven't played a game in 10 days. It feels like it's been forever since Tuesday night.
It's going to be, like a really weird break in the middle. Like, we don't usually get this many days off in the middle of the season.
No. And but there's basketball happening. It's not like the All-Star break where it's like, okay, let's plan sports talk around the All-Star break. It's like, no, the Kings just haven't been playing.
Yeah.
Like the Warriors and Blazers played last night. It was just like, I just don't. Okay, I don't. And that's how I felt about all the NBA action, because my focus has so singularly been on like, okay, the in-season tournament.
Yeah.
And then
No,
we get
I'm with you.
semifinals tonight.
Yeah.
I'm excited for it, man. If you told me when the in-season tournament got announced originally that I was going to care this much, I would have been like, I don't believe you. Because when it first got announced, I was like, this is stupid. I was talking to Jack Cooley, Kings legend, and they do in-season tournaments.
Wait, where's my ding? Ding.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Hang on. I will.
Kyle was just hanging out with Jack Cooley.
Yeah. I get to do a name drop here. Hang on. I never get to do this. Okay. Here we go. So I was talking to my buddy, Jack Cooley, whose wedding I attended. So I was talking to Jack, and he's playing in Japan, and they do these in-season tournaments. And I'm like, is this going to work in the NBA? Is anyone going to care? And he was like, yeah, probably not. Like it's just a thing. And so I just went in going, okay, the players aren't going to care, so I'm not going to care. And now here I am. I'm like, dang, I can't wait for Pacers Bucks. Can't wait for Indiana Milwaukee.
That is really strange that we're excited to see India. And I think that the fact that it's one and done,
yeah,
it adds a new element to it.
Yeah,
it
even though they're not being eliminated from anything. The Bucks could lose by 50 tonight and win the championship. And at the end of the year, nobody's going to go, well, they lost the in-season tournament, so does this really matter?
No, that's very true.
But at the same time, I'm like, I can't tell you. I want the Pacers to win so bad.
To win everything?
I want them to win it all.
Oh, yeah.
Like-
see, you
like-
and I disagree on these things.
Like-
Like who you want to win, who I want to win. No, I don't want to build the narrative any more than it is. Like,
Okay, that's fair. Okay, that's fair enough.
I don't want the Lakers to win, but outside of that, and I don't know.
I'm a big Pels guy tonight. Here's what I
Okay.
want. I'm just I love when people freak out about small markets.
Okay.
Like Nick Friedel, who I adore.
I love Nick Friedel.
I would
He's one of the best dudes.
not even like, oh yeah, he's nice for a media guy. No, great person.
Yeah.
Like love him to death. When he tweeted like, oh, the NBA doesn't want to see the Pacers at 2 p.m. It's like, what? I mean, maybe like he might be right. The NBA might be like, dang, was really hoping it would be Boston, Milwaukee with the Lakers and the Warriors. That's what we were hoping for in this tournament. Maybe, but at the same time, why? Who cares?
Why,
Like,
why are they playing at 2 o'clock?
It's very strange.
What in the world?
Maybe because they didn't want to go up as much against Thursday Night Football, even though it's going to be the worst Thursday Night Football game of all time tonight.
That doesn't make. I did not know that the game starts 2 hours after we get off the air.
Yeah, we're kind of a strange vibe for sure. But I don't understand. Like this happened with the World Series. This has happened with Super Bowls. It has happened with NBA Finals. The NBA Finals last year. Oh, Denver, Miami. No one's going to watch that. Why do you care? Who cares? Are you going to watch it?
Yeah.
Like that. If you're not going to watch it because of the teams that are in it, fine. Like that's your prerogative. But what you can it doesn't affect you. It doesn't affect your pockets. It doesn't affect anything.
No, I agree. So like, I'm okay with that. I do think that like the NBA, like if it is Pacers and Pelicans, it's a little cringeworthy as far as markets. But like again,
that's why I want it.
I don't care.
That's why I want it so bad.
You want that?
I want the collective freak out of like Indiana. Who cares? So what?
And did you hear LeBron? Like,
no.
LeBron said something to the fact that he's excited about the in-season tournament because this is where he wants to have his team in Las Vegas. Like LeBron, when he retires, wants to purchase a team and have that team be in Las Vegas.
Okay.
And so he's using the in-season tournament as his platform to promote this. I think it's interesting.
Okay.
Good for LeBron.
LeBron. Good for you, bro. All right. We need to hit a break.
LeBron's got a lot of money, and he's got a lot of friends with money. He should be fine.
All right. We're going to do a ton of King stuff today because we've been talking about how do you move on from you got to move Harrison Barnes. You got to trade this guy. You got to trade that guy. Okay. For what? we're going to dive into the whole Kings trade discussion. I'm going to tell you what, if the Warriors weren't already cooked, they are now, and I'll tell you why. And then a 49ers legend retires. We'll tell you all about that next on The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube, taking you up to noon right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Yeah, the amount that people care about ratings in sports outside of like, hey, I just find this interesting.
Yeah.
Is nuts.
Yeah, because I don't really care either. I mean, so I'm so frustrated. I purchased an entire set of balls for soccer balls for
Thank you.
the Bear River soccer team.
Okay. That was very nice of you.
I get a notification that they have been delivered to my home with a picture. It's not my home. So they delivered
Oh boy.
a box with all of these soccer balls to somebody else's home.
Oh boy.
I reached out to FedEx and said, that's not my home, and you delivered to the wrong address.
Uh-huh.
So for the last 2 days, they've been conducting a search for said balls. They just sent me a notification. We couldn't find your balls.
I'm so sad you're not doing this on air, but go on. Go on.
Couldn't find your balls, and so you need to reach out to the company that sent said balls. It's just so frustrating. Like, wait, your driver took a picture and there's not a geo track on the picture that he took?
There's got to be
a geo track. They dropped him off at the wrong address. I did not have like porch pirate situation. That doesn't happen where I live, because I live in a gated community and someone would see you and you can't go anywhere. Like, we would be able to track you. I mean, I even have a ring. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway.
The worst I've gotten was just like dropped off next door from Amazon.
We went door to door looking. It's a big box.
Yeah, it's hard to miss.
It's 16
That's really hard
deflated
to miss.
balls. So yeah, see,
this is crazy. This whole thing.
Yeah. The picture metadata should include a location. Like, they should be able to find. I have gone around my neighborhood. I've looked for a house that looks like this too. Yes. That's right. That's right.
Dude,
I've destroyed the chatty house all day long.
Saying anything even remotely potentially sexual in nature is like a bat signal for the chatty house.
Oh, it is. Yeah.
It's so good. We should talk about this. This is a good thing to talk about. I'm going to start this one. Good Lord, you guys. Come on.
Hilarious. I love it.
No Chad Brown today.
Oh, great.
He has the vid.
Oh. A ball hunt. That's what we should be doing right now.
No, what we should be doing is finding the thing I want to talk about. I found it. Okay. I don't want to spend too much time on this Warriors thing.
All right.
But it's definitely just further evidence that they're cooked.
I'm down.
Got a dub last night, though. Shout out Jonathan Kuminga.
Oh, yeah. Saved the day.
He did. But it's why he had to save the day. That's the problem. All right, here we go. I'm so happy you didn't talk about your lost balls on air.
Yeah. I'm very frustrated by FedEx and their inability to find my missing soccer balls.
Thank you.
Soccer balls. I guess I could just say, yes, I've got 16 soccer balls that have been delivered to the wrong address. I took a picture.
Mm.
Of course, the picture doesn't have anything other than like
No identifying marks.
the
of
ball's
what
leaning
home.
up against
Yeah.
a taupe wall.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and you're like, what is that?
No unique color, nothing on the porch that would identify it as.
And what's worse is I have a taupe wall, but they're not leaning up against my taupe wall.
Oh boy.
So, and it's not
God.
a porch pirate thing. The guy dropped them off at the wrong place, and they can't somehow track where he dropped them off by the photo that he took.
Okay, look, here's what I want to know. And thanks everybody for joining us. Thanks for listening on ESPN 1320. YouTube.com/ESPN 1320. That's the YouTube page. Go hang out there. That's where the chats pop in. And it's always a good time. So we encourage everybody to get over there. If you're there, please subscribe to the video, hit that thumbs up, or subscribe to the page, hit that thumbs up on the video. We would greatly appreciate that. So here's my whole issue with this. This is not like something of value where somebody would be like, oh, I can make money on. They didn't drop off a PS5.
Exactly.
At the wrong house.
They didn't drop off jewelry.
Where somebody's like, score a PS5, which, you know what? That's what you can do today at Sky River Casino from noon to 4.
Yeah.
DLo and KC are going to be out there. I think
Good
I'm going to
segue.
pull up for a little bit. They're going to be giving away a PS5 along with a copy of NBA 2K24, courtesy of our friends over at Jiffy Lube. So big ups to Jiffy Lube, big ups to DLo and KC out there at Sky River Casino from noon to 4, giving away that PS5. Anyways, it's not like someone went, score, free PS5. I'm in. Score, the Hope Diamond. I'll take it. Somebody went, oh, this box, I didn't order this. What is this? Just open it. Let's see what's inside. 16 deflated soccer balls.
I see like a couple in their mid 60s, like, what are we going to do with all these soccer balls?
Right.
We can give them away to all of our grandchildren. I don't know. Like, it has my name on the box. It has the address. Somebody call me and tell me where the soccer balls are. But we got a tournament. We got a tournament that starts tomorrow. These kids have to play with I'll just stop there. They've got to go play soccer with some 1983 black and white checkered like retro balls that their coach decided to buy last year,
Sure.
which of course have all fallen apart. And now we had all this beautiful set of soccer balls coming and no luck.
That's rough. Hey, if you happen to be listening, or if you happen to have a friend or relative that went, hey, check this out. Got a delivery on my porch today. It's 16 deflated soccer balls. What do I do with them? Those are James's.
They're mine.
Please hit us up. You know what? Here's what I'm doing. I unlock the phones right now. 916-909-1320. If
That's
you
right.
have James's deflated balls, please give us a call. All right.
Kyle, we've gone sideways.
No, I'm getting us back on track. I'm not letting us again.
All right, let's go. Let's go, Kyle.
Here we go.
Jiffy Lube is what I'm calling it.
Okay. A 49ers legend retired today.
Legend. Yes.
Robbie Gould. Robbie Gould in the Players Tribune announced that he is retiring from football. And honestly, I'm going to be 100% frank here. I thought he already did that.
I'm just wondering, like, when you're a kicker and you retire, do you like go to one of those places where they bronze like your children's shoes and just have your foot dipped and just have it just bronzed?
Honestly, given how highly Robbie Gould thinks of Robbie Gould, it wouldn't shock me.
Well, he would probably go solid gold.
Yeah, I think you'd have to for sure. Really awesome career for him. 18 years in the league. He retires a day after his 41st birthday. It's an unbelievable career. I don't think he's going to wind up in Canton or anything, but he was a key part of some good Niners teams here in the Kyle Shanahan era. I'm just talking through it. And never missed a kick in the playoffs. 29 for 29 on field goal attempts, 39 to 39 on extra points for Robbie Gould in his playoff career. So shout out to him. He named his favorite kick of his career as the walk-off winner in Green Bay in January of 2022 in the divisional playoffs.
I think at the end of my career, I'm going to like name the favorite thing I ever wrote and as I walk off. No, I won't. I'm confused. Like like, I guess if you're gonna write in the Player Tribune and like put this out there, that's fine. And I'd also say, like, if he was still the Niners kicker, they would have one more win this season.
At least one.
At least, at a minimum, one.
Yeah.
Probably two.
Yeah, maybe two.
Yeah.
The one in the missed kick in Minnesota was definitely less damaging than the missed game winner. But yeah. Not super easy to replace, as the 49ers have found out. There's a reason they franchise tagged him and they paid him for 6 years. Super reliable, especially in big spots. So like I said, shout out to Robbie Gould on a terrific 18-year career. Love it for him.
That's like a standard kicker career. Isn't that wild?
I wouldn't, not necessarily stand. I feel like when you start getting north of 10, because there's a lot of guys because the 49ers have worked out a bunch of kickers and all this other, you look and you go, oh, I've heard that name for a long time. And then you look and they've actually kicked in like 17 games total.
Oh, okay.
Where they just kind of randomly pop up here and there. So yeah, when like 9 years, 10 years for me with a kicker is like, all right, that's solid. When you start getting up north of 15, 16, 17, that's pretty incredible.
Yeah, I saw Mason Crosby came back. He's now the Rams kicker. He signed yesterday.
Oh.
I think that was who signed.
Mason Crosby's been around for days, bro.
Yeah. Well, we look it up and he'll probably have played 8 years. We'll be like, it seems like it was
I think like 05 is his rookie year. 07 is his rookie year.
Oh wow, so 16 years.
Yeah, he's in year 17. This will be when he kicks for the Rams.
Yeah. So, yeah, kickers. I mean, there have been kickers who kick for like 25 years. So, like the Andersons,
Morton Anderson,
and Gary.
Oh, and Gary, yeah,
they both kicked.
Yeah,
forever. Until like their foot fell off.
Who was the guy? Is it Matt Bryant for the Cardinals? Like late in his career, he was on the team, but he would only handle like certain field goals.
What? Like,
oh no, never mind. It wasn't Matt Bryant. Never mind. He was kicking 50+ yarders. He was 44 and kicking 50+ yard field goals.
Wow.
What a gangster. No, there was I wish I could remember who it was, but there was an old kicker who by the end of his career, he was only kicking like 30 to 40 yarders, and anything else they had another guy who would do it.
That's weird. So Morton Anderson came into the league in 1982. He retired in 2007.
Oh my God.
2007. And I think he still had the lone crossbar.
Oh yeah. No, definitely. So my brother was born in 1983. I was born in 1990, and he started kicking before my brother was born, and he stopped kicking during my senior year of high school.
Oh, that's wild.
That's incredible work.
Yeah.
All right. Quick thing on the Warriors. They're cooked. No, they are. So I kind of already thought that, like, writing's kind of on the wall, right? You don't have a run that lasts this long and continue riding the same 3 best players and saying, yeah, those are going to be the guys. Those are going to be the guys too. So we've already seen right here in Sacramento, Steve Kerr at work, pulling Moses Moody out of the fourth quarter of Sacramento's in-season tournament win, where they came back from 24 points down. In that fourth quarter, Moses Moody, the only guy who could do anything, who's not named Steph Curry, gets pulled, and Golden State doesn't have anybody else who can score. Last night, they're getting handled by the Blazers. Like, not, oh, the Blazers hit a bunch of shots and took a big lead, and then the Warriors. No. The Blazers were just better for most of the game. And then Jonathan Kuminga comes in because Steve Kerr finally went, oh, fine, we'll play the former number 7 overall pick. Fine. I guess we'll put him in. And A, he hasn't gotten to develop because he hasn't gotten that chance. And B, the fact that you have to begrudgingly put in, they are lacking size, they are lacking athleticism and youth, and you finally you have a young, athletic, big dude right there, and he finally goes, okay, fine, you go play. And oh, lo and behold, game turns, Warriors win. Anyways, Steve Kerr says after the game, where'd my quote go? This quote is incredible. Steve Kerr, quote, "This game called for JK. Just with Portland's youth and athleticism, we needed to be able to match that and be able to score against our switches. So I was happy for JK that he stayed ready." You needed youth and athleticism just now? Just now?
No.
Like,
They needed it
just last night,
all the time.
literally for 2 years.
Yes.
They've needed it. And he's like, oh, this Portland team's just too much to handle. Like, oh my God.
It's Portland. Like that is wild.
It's really tough. It's really, really tough.
Yeah.
So that's the state the state of the Golden State Warriors. Anybody who
the
gives a
two
damn.
timeline thing is just difficult.
No, it's
tough.
you can, that can work if it's somebody like Moses Moody who just like, dude, that's an NBA ready player from day one. If it's somebody like Jonathan Kuminga who hadn't gotten to play a ton of basketball and who had never had to play within kind of like a team structure, he'd just always been awesome.
Yeah.
Then yeah, he's not going to get a chance to develop. And he's not super impactful last night, though. Shout out to him. I'm happy for him. I hope he winds up going to a team that will allow him to get the development that he needs. And maybe he's able to play in an NBA rotation one day.
Okay.
Anyways, got something else coming up on the Warriors because I want to talk about King's trade ideas.
Mm.
And I actually think Moses Moody would make a great King.
Oh, I don't disagree.
So I've got that. I've got some other names to throw at you. And we're just going to kind of continue our conversation that we've been having about the Kings moving on from Harrison Barnes and what does that look like and who do you go get? So we're going to do all of that, but we're going to first chat with our buddy Scott Branson from Silver and Black Today, an Odyssey original podcast, all things Raiders. The Raiders return from their bye week on Sunday. They host the Minnesota Vikings at Allegiant Stadium. We will dive into all of that with Scott Branson because if the Raiders win, they are right there in the thick of the playoff hunt. Huge game for the Raiders here in Week 14. No, I'm so happy that it's Week 14 and we get to talk about the Raiders like that. Scott Branson's next, talking some NFL right here on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. My bad. If I was producing my own show, I would hate myself.
Let's go.
Like, good Lord, just get to break, bro.
Let's just keep messing. Yeah, let's do this.
And then whack
and then I'll take
bottom.
that out.
Yeah, there you go. Love the background, Scott.
Yeah, I'm a little remote today, so I'm going to try to limit my movement because since I don't have a green screen, it'll kind of move with my head. So I'll try to not.
No, it looks great. Where are we at?
Confuse people today. Where am I at right now?
Yeah.
I'm at my co-working space, as I call it, which is the upstairs of an old Victorian mansion, which happens to be a cigar lounge.
Oh.
What?
Yeah. So when you see me remote, that's usually where I am. So I do so much video and stuff at home for Sportsnaut that, and my kids are home with my wife. So like a day or two of the week, I get out for about 6-8 hours where I just come up here and I do work and nobody bothers me.
Do you rent this space?
No, I'm a member here. So we have here, you have a lounge and it's being where I'm at too. It's a big bourbon culture too. So I have a locker here. So I have my bourbon, I have cigars and all my buddies here. So works out nice.
Dude, I'm so jealous. I want to be a bourbon guy so bad.
I was going to ask I thought you were either in a bathroom or you were in the studio where Def Leppard like recorded all of their greatest hits.
You getting some echo?
Well, no, you just have that. You're in a hollow room sound. You're all right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're fine.
Echo. Good deal.
Oh boy.
I have a bar at my house. I'm excited
Nice.
for Kyle to see the bar at my house on Friday.
I am also excited for this.
Very cool. The thing with bourbon and being where I'm at, I was just kind of a shelf bourbon drinker, and then I got into these barrel picks, and now I can't drink off the shelf stuff because you get spoiled. And I happen to have a bunch of friends who are big time collectors and all that stuff. So I end up getting these bottles, and nothing's under like 110 proof. And it's phenomenal. But then, everything is 75 to 125 a bottle. So that makes sense
a lot.
Nothing cheap. Are you a peat guy?
No, with scotch. I mean, I'll drink some scotch now and then, but not too peaty. Like I don't like it too peaty. But then I also like
strictly bourbon for you.
Yeah, no, I like Irish whiskey too, actually, surprisingly, which is cheap. That's the stuff I buy that's pretty cheap, but it's good. Like if I'm just sitting at home or whatever and it's nice outside, I'll have that as well.
Yeah.
There's a great bourbon distillery actually up in Oregon near Portland. You guys were just talking about Portland. It's called Bull Run, and they are like one of the best that I've had. And I just got a bottle one regular bottle and one collector bottle from this barrel. It's got this Michael Jordan. I'll show it to you guys sometime. But it's rye aged in tequila barrels.
Oh,
yeah. So you get a little bit of the tequila smell and taste to it.
Dang.
With the rye. Oof, it's crazy.
When I was down in Key West, I had this rum that was aged in bourbon barrels that is just
out of
control.
Yeah, there's one, if you ever find it out there, it's called Nashville bourbon, and they have one that's finished or they have a rum that's finished in bourbon barrels, but then they also have there's a one out here too called Starlight, which is bourbon finished in wine barrels, and then they have another one that's finished. I like the one I like too. Is I'm not a big sweet drinker guy, but I love they finish it in honey barrels. Oh dang! If you ever see a good honey, I recommend.
Damn!
Look at us having a weird discussion.
We're so sophisticated, bro. Look at this.
Especially your time, bourbon at 10:30 in the morning. Perfect, right?
It's like bread. All right, here we go. Come back. The Raiders are back from their bye week. Big game coming up against the Minnesota Vikings at Allegiant Stadium on Sunday. I am honestly shocked that we are sitting here in week 14 talking about the Raiders playing in a big game where, hey, you know what? They keep their playoff hopes alive. And to talk about that with us, we're going to chat with Scott Branson. Silver and Black Today is the podcast. That is an Odyssey original podcast talking all things Las Vegas Raiders. You can get that at the free Odyssey app. You can get it wherever you get your pods. Scott, how we doing, man?
It's good, man. Thursday is always my favorite part of the day. I get to spend time with you. It's kind of my Friday because my work week starts on Sunday, clearly. And so always good to be with you guys here and talk about the Raiders and what we're going to see over the last 5 weeks from this team.
I want to make sure we're getting to the Raiders, but we will chat someday about Thursday being the best day of the week. That's one of my hottest takes, one of my go-to hot takes. So we will talk about that. I'm not going to get derailed. I'm not going to do it. All right. Raiders are back from the bye. Minnesota looked like they were going to be a playoff team, and then all of a sudden Josh Dobbs came crashing back down to earth. Is this a game that you look at as like winnable for the Raiders in the sense that, you know what, they should go get this one?
Yeah, I do think that. I think that these teams, and one of the main reasons I think that, you talked about Dobbs, like the clock strike at midnight. I mean, such a great story, but it seems like he struggled. Obviously, the turnovers, they're coming off a bye week too. The loss to Chicago was awful for them. But if you look at it overall and the numbers, these teams are kind of matched up evenly. And so if I'm the Raiders, I'm looking at this as the first of a 2-game stretch at home, right? So they're playing against the Vikings, and then they got to go on a week Thursday. They got to play on a Thursday night game against the Chargers, so a division game. So I think that for them, yeah, it's a big deal coming off the bye. What were they able to do off the bye with that inconsistent offense, which just hasn't, even going back to when Josh McDaniels was there, had moments, spurts, all the talent there on offense, and they just can't get it to go consistently. I think they have an opportunity to do that. The Vikings secondary is very young, not terrible, but also it's on the bottom tier of the league. So you have an opportunity, I think, with Devontae Adams, with Jacoby Myers, and with Aiden O'Connell. If he plays turnover-free football, I think there's going to be opportunity there. Vikings are good against the run, so you have to get Josh Jacobs going. But at the same time, I think the matchups for the Raiders allow them to open up their offense. We just have to see if they plan for that during the bye, and they're going to come out and do it.
Scott, we've had a little bit of a run here with Aiden O'Connell. Just how would you grade him out at this point? He's had some ups and downs, 6 picks on the season, 4 touchdowns. He's at 1,200 yards, but realistically, his numbers aren't that different than Jimmy Garoppolo's, except for he doesn't have 9 picks. So, but like, how would you grade him out so far early in his career?
I would give him a solid B, and I say that because if you look at what he's been able to do, if you look at his decision making, for crazy people like us who cover the sport and we're watching film all week, so you watch the same game over 6-7 times, you see what he does, and clearly he's a rookie. He makes those mistakes. He misses some passes, but overall his decision making is very solid, and I think that he's got the skill set there to be an NFL quarterback. Now, the issue with Aiden O'Connell, and I've been arguing with our listeners, I say friendly discussion with our listeners online this week over the NFL and its changing landscape. And the problem with Aiden O'Connell, if you want to call it a problem, is just who he is. He is not a mobile quarterback. And I'm not talking about a running quarterback. I'm talking about being functionally mobile like you have to be in the NFL today, like a Justin Herbert in the same division. You have to be able to do that. And he's not that. Can he make up for it? He could, but you have to have a really good offensive line if you're going to have a guy back there who's kind of a statue. They don't have that right now. So when you look at his development, I think you're looking at it as a long-term, okay, could this be a guy who could come in and be a spot starter? You want to call it a relief pitcher, however you want to put it, and develop into a nice player where if you do go out, because I think the Raiders need to draft another quarterback. And I would even say they can go out and get a third quarterback and put some competition in camp next year. But Aiden O'Connell, man, it's a great story. He's got a lot of good skill sets, not the biggest arm in the world, but he can throw long. It's just the consistency you don't find with a rookie. But I give him the B because his numbers have been pretty good. His demeanor is great for the pro game. And I just don't think from a long-term perspective with the Raiders at where they're at that he is the answer as a franchise quarterback. And he's got 5 games here to prove if he can take the next step before the end of the season so the Raiders can go in the offseason and say, hey, this is a guy we like, at least as a number 2, but also as a guy who can come in and compete with whoever we may go draft or sign as a free agent.
Talking with Scott Branson of Silver and Black today, an Odyssey original podcast, talking all things Las Vegas Raiders. Scott, is Aiden O'Connell the player who needs to, and again, this is in the scope of, or through the lens of, the Raiders making a playoff run. Is Aiden O'Connell the player who needs to step up the most, or are you looking at somebody else for this team to make a run?
It's a good question. We actually talked about that on our show today, saying, what would this team have to do? Because I believe that a playoff run would be improbable, right? With what they have coming down the line, where they're at 5-7. That's what makes the game so big. If they're going to have any chance to make a run at a wild card in the AFC, which is just an incredible bloodbath, they're going to have to win Sunday. But I think he is the key. He's one of the keys because you're going to have to get elevated play. It's not all on him, though. The Raiders and their offensive coaching staff, Bo Hardigree, the interim offensive coordinator, they have to get more aggressive. At this point, Antonio Pierce, as the interim head coach, he's on a 5-game audition. He's 2-2 over his first 4 games, beat 2 bad teams, lost to 2 good teams. So we don't really know what he's capable of and whether or not he's really going to factor in when the Raiders make a decision on head coach. So I think that they have to go out there. They have to be aggressive. They've been aggressive at times, and it's worked really well, guys. But then they seem to revert back, and that's when they have trouble, and they can't convert third downs, and they can't keep the defense off the field. The Raiders' defense is improved. It's still a bottom third defense in the league. So you have to get your offense going. And so O'Connell's a big part of that because he's going to have to make the passes that he's given, and he's going to have people like Devontae Adams, who's great, really, I think, catch fire down the stretch here, along with Myers, along with Hunter Renfrow, who they've started to use more, obviously, since McDaniels is gone. And then I also think they need to get the ball more to the second-round rookie, who's Michael Mayer, the big tight end. So a lot of it is, I think, incumbent on this offense. If this offense can go from scoring 16.8 points a game to maybe scoring 22, 23, 24 a game over the last 5 games, then, all bets could be off. But it's a tough hill to climb for sure.
Scott, I want to shift gears for one sec. And you brought up, that they lost to 2 good teams. And one of those teams, of course, they lost to the Dolphins, but they also lost to Kansas City Chiefs.
Right.
Chiefs seem to be scuffling. And, they're a division rival. You got them one more time. You got a couple of division games still left. You got Chargers, you got the Chiefs, you got the Broncos. Are the Chiefs a really good team? Or because I'm looking at the final, 5 games of the Raiders schedule, and I look at it like all 5 of them are winnable games. There's not one there that stands out, especially with the way the Chiefs are, as like a game that there's no way they're gonna compete in.
Yeah. It's interesting. It's a great question. I think that the Chiefs are a good team. Are they? But we're so used to them being better, right? I mean, if you look at the numbers, they're still top 10 defense and top 10 offense. I would argue the defense, obviously, this year is better than their offense. They've struggled with that. But at the same time, it creates some matchup issues for the Raiders with the Chiefs, especially with the running game, with Pacheco doing so well and just running like a man on fire. The Raiders have not been able to contain the run really well. So that worries me for them. But I think the Chiefs, you have to always consider Patrick Mahomes. Now, Patrick Mahomes still up there. I know a lot of people, because they're not doing what they're used to doing, people think, well, the Chiefs aren't that good. I still think they're pretty good. And you can't ever underestimate, as you know, too, I don't care if you're covering baseball or basketball or football, when you get into the playoffs, the experience you have there, especially at quarterback, means a lot. And so Patrick Mahomes, I think you get into the tournament, so to speak, and he's dangerous. But yeah, you look at this stretch, the Broncos have surged. We'll see if that lasts, right? Because they play them the last game of the year. And then the Chargers are just a mystery, right? They can't, obviously the head coaching situation's not working for them. Their offense was supposed to be better, and they just haven't been able to do it. So I think the Raiders, if they could beat the Vikings and beat the Chargers at home on that Thursday night game, then you kind of start to think, well, wait a minute, if these guys can put it together, then they have an opportunity. But that division, I mean, between the Chiefs right now, and if they seem to catch fire towards the end of the year, I still think they're the team to beat there. Now, in the AFC overall, we could have a discussion because I think there are teams playing much better than the Chiefs.
The Chiefs are so fascinating to me because I keep waiting for the other shoe to drop with their offense. Like, it's Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. Like, eventually they're going to figure it out, right? And then I've said at the start of the year, I'm like, this is like week 3 or 4. I'm like, give it till week 9. They'll have it figured out. And now we're sitting here in week 14. I'm like, they're going to figure it out eventually. Like, maybe they're just not. And maybe they've found the bar for receiver play that Patrick Mahomes can lift up and make championship level.
Yeah, and we always talk about how Andy Reid is such a master, right? Especially with offense and what he's been able to do there. But I'll tell you what, it's you saw that Patriot run, right? And you saw that dynasty, if you want to call it that. I don't think that ever happens again. I think a lot of people thought the Chiefs would be that. Mm-hmm. But I think the way the NFL has changed, and the NFL has changed rapidly too. I was having a discussion with a colleague yesterday who was arguing with me that no, pocket passers, if you look at the last 9 Super Bowls, it's like 7 of them have been pocket passers. I said, yeah, but it's changed so rapidly with the offense. You look at what Miami's done with all the motion they got going down there with Tua and with Tyreek Hill. It's changed quickly, and that's what happens. And so I think if you look at the landscape and what the Chiefs are, you got an aging tight end, as great as Travis Kelce is. You have not only the receiving issues that you've had problems with, even their offensive line hasn't been as good as it's been in the past. So I think, yes, I think that the Chiefs are not going to be as good as they were. And that has to do with player personnel. That has to do with people figuring out and seeing it for so many years too. Because listen, defensive coordinators, man, they can catch up quickly. Yes. And I think for the most part they are. And so you got to adapt. And is Andy Reid at the point in his career where he's able to do that? And does he have the horses to do it? It'll be interesting to see when they get in the playoffs, because obviously they'll make the playoffs, what happens there. If they're one and done, then what does Kansas City do? Do they start to think about kind of tearing down a little bit and building back up around Patrick Mahomes? It'll be fascinating.
Scott Branson, Silver and Black today is the podcast. Scott, one last quick thing before we get you out of here. I know you're not super bullish on the Raiders potentially making a run here. What are their chances to make the playoffs if they win? And if they lose, I'm just kind of going to assume that they're out of it. But if they win, what kind of chances do you give them to make the postseason?
It's a great question. I think, listen, if I would put it this way, I'm going to couch your question a little bit. I'm going to say if they can win 2 in a row, if they beat Minnesota and then can beat the LA Chargers at home, mm-hmm. then I like their chances a little better, because then you talk about being at 7-7, and let's say you can somehow go to Kansas City and win that one. And then you got Denver at home to end the season. The Broncos haven't beat the Raiders in 4 years. So even though they're surging. So I would say, wow, if they can put 2 together, but even then, guys, will 9 games get you in the playoffs in the AFC? I'm not sure. And with the tiebreakers and all the other things we got going on there, it might not be enough, but it would certainly be great for them, the franchise, and for Antonio Pierce, who wants the job full time, clearly, to go out like that. If they could win 4 in a row after beating the Vikings, or 5 in a row, that would be huge. But man, it's tough to win 5 in a row in the NFL when you haven't done it in several years.
Yeah, and the AFC's loaded too. Scott, thank you so much for hopping on with us. We appreciate you so much. Taking time out of your day as you do every Thursday right here on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. Really appreciate you, buddy.
Appreciate you guys. Have a great week.
See you, Scott. Silver and Black Today. That's the podcast hosted by Scott Branson, Mo Moten, his co-host. They do a really great job covering all things Las Vegas Raiders. It's an Odyssey original podcast. Get that at the Odyssey app, the free Odyssey app, or wherever you get your pods. I don't think the Raiders are going to make the playoffs, but the fact that they made all the changes they made in their coaching staff, the fact that they made the change they needed to make in their front office, the fact that they are not just clinging to the Jimmy Garoppolo thing in hopes that he'll figure something out, and they're letting Aiden O'Connell rock, and they're letting Antonio Pierce have a real shot at being the head coach and changing the culture and getting that team headed the right way. I feel a lot better about the Raiders today. Win or lose on Sunday, it doesn't matter. I feel so much better about the Raiders today than I did whenever it was 6 weeks ago. We were talking about how they should probably just start losing as often as possible.
Yeah, I do too. Like, this is a team that, they're just really, they set themselves up early in the season to be in a bad position.
I totally agree.
If you would have made a change 3 weeks earlier, would have given yourself an opportunity. And now it's about, you're kind of in no man's land with the draft. It's about building a culture and all that stuff. So I get it. But there are also games that are sitting here that, maybe you can take. I don't think anyone on that schedule is playing well enough that you just instantly say, hey, that's a loss. That's a loss. The Vikings, Chargers, Chiefs, Colts, Broncos. Like, you can beat any one of those teams. You could also lose all 5.
No, right. Yeah, they all feel like,
yeah.
No, I don't want to say coin flips. I wouldn't call them coin flips. It's definitely like lean Chiefs, probably lean Chargers on a short week.
Yeah.
You're probably leaning Colts. They've been a really good team for the last few weeks. But again, if the Colts face planted over the next 3 weeks, would anybody be like floored by that?
Not at all.
I wouldn't. I'd be a little surprised.
Not at all.
I think Shane Steichen's doing a nice job, but I wouldn't be like floored. So yeah, no, I'm with you, man. I'm just glad that they've been competitive down the stretch here.
Yeah, I think they've given at least, some sort of avenue where they can improve next season.
Yeah.
And that's good. I mean, I think that's all you're looking for this late in the season.
Yeah. You know what I'm not looking for at any point of the season? This Patriots-Steelers game tonight.
Nope.
There was a time not that long ago where Pat Steelers was like, oh, heavyweight fight, AFC championship game preview. This is a showdown. It's Bill Belichick against Mike Tomlin and Tom Brady against Ben Roethlisberger. Oh man, the over/under on this game tonight, because I know you, listener, are like, Patriots Steelers. Those teams can't score any points. The Patriots have held their opponents to 10 or fewer points in 3 straight games, and they've lost all of them. The Steelers fired their offensive coordinator who was holding them back. They've scored 20 points in 2 games since doing so. So,
total?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
In the 2 games. Yeah. Tough look for our Steelers.
Yeah.
The over-under for this game tonight. Now, keep in mind, it's on a short week. 2 struggling offenses. The over-under is set at 30. To give like context, when it's pouring down rain and it's going to be windy and one team starting its backup quarterback and the other team has an awesome defense and oh my God, you'll see a low total and it'll be like 36.5, 37, 38 in these awful conditions where you're like, man, I don't know how anyone's going to score points. And the total tonight is 30.
What if I told you I would take the under?
I think that's the right move.
I think I would take the under.
Here's why I would lean the under here. If you're betting, if you're not familiar with sports wagering, the book sets an over under, which is the total points scored. So you either bet whether you think it's going to go over or under that total points. It's easy. Anyways, I would take the under here Because if you bet the over and it's 10-6, you're going to be sitting there like, you idiot. Of course it was 10-6. Whereas if I bet the under and it's 20-13, it's like, all right. Someone got in the end zone.
Win some, lose some.
Yeah, whatever. But if you take the over on this game and it goes under, you're going to feel real dumb. And that's how I go about my wagering.
Okay.
What's going to make me feel the least amount of stupid?
What I would prefer to do is just not watch and watch in-season tournament.
Yeah, no, I'll definitely have the in-season. I think this is going to be, I'm not even going to go laptop on this tonight. This is going to be a phone screen one. This is going to be one where like the phone is on the coffee table. And every once in a while I'll look down and go, what's happening here? It's like my own version of Red Zone, only I'm doing anything else. And then every once in a while check in on the game. Like, what's happening here? Oh.
Yeah, I think on
2nd and 18 at their own 20. All right, here's a punt.
Yeah.
Go do something else.
I just think it's really weird that we'll already have one basketball game in the books by the time that game starts.
Yeah.
One in-season tournament game done.
A 2:00 tip is really
for the NCAA in Las Vegas.
For the NCAA tournament, I get it. Because they got to fit 1 million games in. And that's just like the time of year. It's springtime. It's March. Everybody's got their brackets. You're sitting there at work with every TV's got games on. It's like, this is the vibe. I love this. Watching hoops at 2 p.m. on a Thursday?
Like, did they have like,
it
hey,
feels fake.
We need you guys out of here early. We've got Cirque du Soleil training scheduled at 9:00 tonight.
No, I'd be
in the building.
Yeah, no, seriously, I'd be fascinated to know what the impetus was behind this schedule.
I bet you it has something to do with the NHL ice under the floor. Like they've got to have like there's got to be a game this weekend, but they need a certain amount of time to get the ice ready. That's what my guess is going to be, that it's got to be something
that makes
related.
Sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Either way, it doesn't make any sense that you would have a game that early. That's just play it somewhere.
Yeah, because
else.
even if they're worried about like the timing, even if you go 5 and 7:30, the 7:30 game's over before 10 and you're in Vegas. Like you're good.
It's almost like there's a party they all have to go to that we're not invited to.
Right.
Kyle.
10 p.m. in Vegas might as well be 4 p.m.
Yeah.
You're good to go. So I think that's a good call. The ice deal.
Yeah. It's got to be something. I don't know.
Although no, because they've got a final. They're on Saturday.
Oh no, that's true.
I don't know, man.
I'm going to have to look up the hockey schedule now, which is something that I never thought I would do. And now there's going to be like a hockey schedule, like in my search. So now I'm going to get like weird hockey updates in all of my ads. And I'm going to be very frustrated by this whole entire thing.
Huh.
It's okay.
I'm sorry. Or you're just going to be locked in on the Las Vegas Golden Knights.
That's it. Probably not. Because I know some of their owners, so probably not.
All right, I got a couple of things to tell you about. DLo and KC coming up after us, as always. They are live today at Sky River Casino at Blue 32. Head down there, hang out. It's a live show. It is a ton of fun. They have a really good time with it. They're going to be giving away a PS5 and a copy of NBA 2K24, courtesy of our friends over at Jiffy Lube. So please go down there, not only to watch and enjoy the heck out of a really good radio program, but also try and win yourself, or maybe your child or your friend or your sibling or your parent, a PS5 with NBA 2K24, courtesy of the homies over at Jiffy Lube.
Jiffy Lube is what I'm calling it.
That's what I'm calling it.
Indeed. And we love Jiffy Lube because we're not even getting paid to do this.
There it is, Kyle.
Am I right?
There it is.
All right. ESPN 1320 and Kiki's Chicken in the greater Sacramento area are trying to make Christmas brighter for kids this holiday. It's like we're trying to do that, giving away PS5. Kiki's Chicken in the greater Sacramento area is doing the most here. And this is really, really cool. All you have to do is drop off a few new unwrapped toys at any Kiki's Chicken place in the greater Sacramento area now through December 16th. And all of those toys stay local. That's the cool thing that I like about this. It's not just going to some foundation and they go throw it in a warehouse and you never know what happens. These toys are going to stay here in Sacramento, and they're going to be distributed by Stanford Sierra Youth and Families to youth in the Sacramento area. So super cool that Kiki's Chicken Place is doing this. There's a huge need for presents, by the way, for kids 12 to 18 years old. Like so many of the gifts are often for really young kids. Got to remember the 12 to 18 year olds. So please keep that in mind if you are going to donate. We would appreciate that greatly. You can join us for the Odyssey Sacramento crew on Saturday, December 16th at Kiki's Chicken at 5120 Auburn Boulevard in Sac from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. for a special collection day. Please drop by and say hi. I have to go to Oakland and then come back to Sacramento on Saturday. I am still coming up to Sacramento Saturday morning.
Boy,
And I'm going to hang out at Kiki's Chicken
that's
for this
dedication.
special donation. Yeah, dude, it's Christmas time. It's my favorite time of year. And if I can help take part in this really cool event, then I'm definitely going to do that. So shout out to Kiki's Chicken and everybody here at Odyssey Sacramento who's going to be out there. 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., 5120 Auburn Boulevard in Sacramento. Thanks for helping Kiki's Chicken and ESPN 1320 make Christmas brighter for kids this Christmas. All right. We got to hit a break. When we come back, I want to dive into this whole Kings trade thing, and there's nobody better to talk about it with than you, James. So frankly, that's what we're going to do. I'm not texting people. I'm not on Twitter. I'm not DMing people. I'm going to ask the source. I'm asking James Ham. We're going to talk NBA Kings trades. Who needs to go? Who do they need to bring in? And do those two things line up? I think that's a big question that we'll try and answer next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center.
I just saw this strange scheduling anomaly that the Kings are about to face.
Okay.
For the second time this season, an in-division rival, the Kings will play an in-division rival, the same team, the Los Angeles Clippers, on the second night of a back-to-back. You remember we had the Golden State Warriors in-season tournament game, and then the next night they got clubbed by the Clippers.
Uh-huh.
Now we have Brooklyn Nets on Monday, followed by a flight to LA to play the Clippers on Tuesday.
Oh,
so the Clippers get the advantage of the Kings playing on the second night of a back-to-back twice.
Gross. Got to figure it out eventually.
Yeah. I just don't get why the NBA would do something like that, where that's a big game. That's a division rival. Like, that's again, people can say we don't really care about the division thing, but it's it does still matter.
How so?
Because a division winner is one of the top 3 seeds in the West. Right? The first 3 seeds go to division winners.
I see.
And then after that, it goes to, like overall record. So,
okay.
Yeah.
So, but for that to really matter, there would need to be 2 teams in the same division who are like the 1, 2, or 3 seed. Because if Sacramento goes 70-13 and the Clippers go 68-15, the Clippers are the 4 seed.
Yeah, in that situation,
right?
Yes, but
that was not the right math. 68-14.
Yeah, but there is a way for for it not to be the Pacific. So, so a different team can have a better, I don't know how to explain what I'm trying to say. So, again, as of right now, Minnesota, Oklahoma City, Denver are 1, 2, and 3 in the Northwest, right?
Mm-hmm.
All 3 of them have more wins than anyone else. Those are the 1, 2, and 3 seeds in the Western Conference right now.
I see.
But as it stands, the Lakers have a better division record than the Kings. They would be the 2 seed. The 3 seed would be the Dallas Mavericks. The 4 seed would be Oklahoma City, and the 5 seed would be Denver. And then the 6 seed would be the Kings. Yeah,
I see.
So if you win your division, you bump
guaranteed a top 3 seed. Got it. Okay.
Yeah,
I see now.
Which only really matters in the first round,
right?
So,
oops. We'll get to that. This is a great question, Alfonso. We will talk about this tomorrow.
I didn't see that.
We had George Shahori from Pro Football Focus on talking about Brock Purdy and just kind of he's in the gray area camp with Brock.
Okay.
where he thinks that Purdy, like, quote unquote ranking wise, is probably like 12 to 18, but given what he's doing for the Niners offense, he can win a Super Bowl and all that jazz. And
okay, I mean, I get it,
but I think the question is, like, at what point does this stop becoming a conversation? Like, if Brock Purdy wins 4 Super Bowls, I don't think that's obviously nuts, but if he does, like, just hypothetically,
okay,
is it still, oh yeah, but he doesn't do anything? I don't
if
know.
he
All right,
wins
hang on.
one Super Bowl,
Taking you right up to noon before handing it off to DLo and KC. They're down in Sky River Casino today out at Blue 32. Great bar, good food,
yeah,
good vibes over there. Definitely
spot.
recommend hanging out.
Yeah,
I'm gonna do my best to slide through. I'm probable to slide through. 25% chance I don't. Right?
I am doubtful.
Yeah, no, you're definitely doubtful. But see, Sky River for me is in the direction of home. It's not on the way, but it's that direction. For you, it is the wrong way.
It is the wrong way.
You're going out of your. So I get it. I don't blame you one bit. We've talked so much lately as we circle back to the Sacramento Kings here. We've talked so much, especially after their loss to the Pelicans the other night, where Harrison Barnes plays 34 minutes. He had 4 points and 4 rebounds, and I think he took 4 shots.
I don't think he took. I think he took
3 shots. Yeah, just wasn't super impactful. Really in any way. It led to the whole discussion of like, oh, Harrison Barnes, I got to move on. Okay, fine. Because I think you're right. Harrison Barnes is your 5th dude. Okay. But then you start looking at the Kings, and for me, in fact, this is kind of where I want to jump off. For me, the whole discussion does not revolve around Harrison Barnes and is he good enough to be a team's 5th best player in a vacuum. It's if he's your 5th best player, what contributions do you need to get from 1 through 4? And that's where I think the crux of the whole issue is for me. Because if Harrison Barnes is your 5th guy, I think you need more from 1 through 4 that they're not necessarily going to get. I think you need to be better at I say 1 through 4, not as like not on the floor positionally. I mean, like in pecking order in your starting order or starting lineup.
Yeah. Well, I think as of right now, part of the problem is that a couple of the guys aren't playing consistently well around him, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I would just, again, Keegan Murray's been all over the board all season long. It's been, he's shooting 38.9% from the field. He's shooting 30.8% from 3. Like, he really has been up and down. He's averaging 12.9 points per game, but it's an inefficient, and he's missed a bunch of games, and we don't even know if he's going to play tomorrow night. Right. Like, again, he had back trouble in the first half of the loss on Monday, and we don't even know if he's going to be able to go or not. And then I would also throw Kevin Huerter in the same mix. Like, Kevin Huerter has played better, but Kevin Huerter is not the 15-point-something points per game guy that he was last year either at this point. He's shooting 45% from the field. He's shooting 38% from 3, which is good. But again, he's around 12.9 points per game. The guy who's really stepped up is Malik Monk off the bench. He's at almost 15 points per game, and he's your 3rd leading scorer, which I think is interesting, that your 3rd leading scorer is your 6th man.
Mm-hmm.
So saying all this, I don't know what this. I think you're right, Kyle. Like, the players around him have to be better, but I'm not sure that they can't be better. So, like, I know who Fox and I know who Sabonis are.
Mm-hmm.
But I also think that both Keegan Murray and Kevin Huerter are 15 to 17 point per game guys.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you can't have everyone score that much, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I think at a minimum, Keegan Murray should be able to raise his game to a point where he's that guy.
Yeah.
You're just waiting for it. Like, when is it going to happen? And so far this season, He hasn't looked particularly great. He struggled. He's had injury problems. Like all these things are kind of piling up. So, yeah, if everything is about this season, then I've got to go hunt somebody right now that can make me better, right? But I don't think everything's about just this season.
100%.
Yeah.
And the good news is, especially specifically just as Harrison Barnes was the jumping off point here, he can't even get traded until December 29.
Yeah.
So they have time to figure this out. My question is just by February, when the trade deadline is, if Keegan Murray is up and down still, like let's just say his numbers are roughly what they are right now. Maybe they're a tick better, but just kind of roughly what they are right now. He's been in and out with the back. Is it still just, hey, you know what? This is all fine. We'll see how far this goes this year and then run it back again next year? Or do you make a move at this deadline for, like you said, the future? Not necessarily for this March, but maybe for next March.
Yeah.
I keep saying March. I mean April and May.
Yeah. I would keep saying that I don't think this team right now has the horses to compete for a championship.
I agree.
I think they're good enough to maybe even make the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah.
But to win a championship, they would have to get lucky. Like certain things would have to happen with other teams for them to get. And then if they got through the Western Conference somehow, you get to the finals. And again, I don't know that you could beat if everyone had all of their players and you're going head up. I don't think that the Kings would be the eventual winners. Just as they're constructed, I think they're close.
No, I do too. And that's why this whole discussion is even, if they weren't close, if this was 2018, it would be like, who cares? Like what?
Yeah.
Just Harrison Barnes is fine. But it does feel like, man, they are on the precipice. But here's and this is the whole issue I have, is you can sit there and circle Harrison Barnes and go, hey, you know what? That's the guy because Kevin Huerter, you know, he can shoot it. Keegan Murray's a core piece. So are Domas and Fox. So they're untouchable. Those are your guys. So Harrison Barnes, he's got. I just wonder what value he has and how much better you're actually going to make your team just by trading Harrison Barnes and some picks that may or may not be that valuable to other teams. Like first round picks matter, but if you think the Kings are going to be good and those are going to be late first, those are going to be less valuable than a first from Washington or Detroit.
I still think that no matter who you're trading with, everyone believes that they're Sacramento Kings first round picks, and those are usually more valuable than anyone else picks.
Okay, that's fair.
Because historically the Kings have always been. So you will get a little residual of like, hey, this is still a Sacramento Kings pick. And I also think that there are certain teams out there that believe that the Kings may plateau, that they may cap out like at a relatively moderate level, where it's not going to be a team that you're looking at like the 25th, 26th, 27th pick in the draft. But you know, like their pick this last year, 24th pick, that's not a great pick. That's not a pick that you can go, you know, be a franchise changer.
Right.
But Kyle, I'd also make the argument that like, how many times do we hear how many picks the Oklahoma City Thunder have?
Oh, dude, totally.
All the time, right? And what we don't hear is that, oh, well, that's a 27th pick, that's a 29th pick, that's a 16th pick.
Right.
People don't start labeling those picks because you can't, because you don't know where that team's going to be when it comes time.
Yeah.
Most of those picks that they have aren't great picks.
Right. They have 18 of the next 20 first round picks. Like, okay.
Well, that's okay. But what are you going to do? You can't draft all those players. They can't all fit on a 15-man roster. And that's what they've had problems with. Like they've had to dump players. So yeah, I would say that the Kings pick is still valuable. And you know, we talked a little bit about this yesterday. They have the 24 pick is if they make the playoffs, it gets relayed to the Atlanta Hawks as part of the Kevin Huerter trade. If it doesn't, then it floats out there and it could go in 25 or 26. And I think in 2027, if it hasn't been relayed, it's 2 seconds. But the way the Kings they can trade their 26 as of right now. They can trade their 28, they can trade 30, but the 26, you have to put like a little asterisk that it's if the 2024 pick is relayed. And then that would impact what you can do past that. You can't trade 2 years in a row, and you can't extend out more than 7 years. So the furthest the Kings can go is the 2030 pick.
Jeez.
Yeah.
2030, bro.
Yeah,
That's just
wild.
nuts to me.
Yeah.
As somebody who covers the NFL very closely, the idea of trading a pick in 2030 blows my mind. If you tried to call a team and say like, hey, we want to trade our 2030 first round pick, they'd be like, you can have a 7th next year, I guess.
Yeah.
It would just not even be that pick holds no value.
It's very strange. The NBA is very strange. And then you can trade a pick on draft night. You can trade the player that was picked.
Hey, why did they do that? We have to go to break, but I hate that.
That you can trade a player once he's picked.
There are so many photos of guys in their draft hats, and then guys are being drafted by teams on that night, and everybody knows that they're not going to play. I don't get it.
It's because of the Stepien rule.
I don't get why. Just if the Kings draft a guy who's going to go to the Mavericks, why doesn't that guy just put a Mavericks hat on? Everybody knows it's happening.
Yeah, I kind of wish they would do that. Well, it's always possible that the trade falls through. Somebody fails a physical or something. But yeah,
weird.
Those deals are done, though. All of them.
All right, let's talk names. Who are some players the Kings could add to get better? We're going to do that next. That's James and Kyle. We're on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports. So there.
Hello, Chatty House. How are we doing? If you guys don't mind, hit the thumbs up button for us.
Yeah, we would appreciate that. Dude, it's Double T's Thursday. Let's go. I bet they would.
What?
Somebody said the Kings should find a way to bring Kuminga to Sacramento.
No.
The problem is the Kings are in the same spot the Warriors were, where it's like you can't afford to let him play through his mistakes, and that's what he needs to do. It's very Trey Lance-ish.
Well, and they're also trying to get Keegan Murray to play through his mistakes.
Yeah. He's just been he was way better off the rip than Kuminga ever was, but
yeah. No,
Kuminga's frustrating because there's nights like last night where it's like, oh man, plays awesome defense and he's hitting shots and he's catching lots. Did you by any chance see the lob he caught at the end of the game? His chin is like above the rim.
Oh yeah, you snapped you sent out a picture of that.
Bananas. Anyways, but it's like you see plays like that and it's like super tantalizing, and then you see him fall asleep on a backdoor cut, and you see him, get beat trying for a steal, and then he takes a bad shot, and then
he dribbles air out of the ball.
He dribbles too much. He doesn't do that as much in the regular season.
Yeah.
But it's still like he spends a lot of time just, I think, standing around on the perimeter, and then there's times he attacks when he probably shouldn't, and then there's other times where he doesn't attack when he probably should. I just don't think he has a great feel for, like, I think he's skilled enough that it, I think there's teams that are like, yeah, we could do something with that.
I also think like it's a little similar to Davion Mitchell. He's just the wrong player for the system that he's in.
Yeah.
And while I think Kuminga is a more talented player than Davion, we're still talking about players that went number 7 and number 9 in the same draft. And I think both of them have really good ceilings if they were somewhere else. I don't think they've got great ceilings. And Kuminga
like
is
rotation
probably
players
higher.
for sure.
Yeah. Kuminga is clearly higher. I don't know. Like I made the point at some point that like Kuminga is closer to out of the league than in the Warriors like starting rotation. I don't disagree with that still. Like because he kind of reminds me of like a Cam Reddish, right? Where you're like,
okay. I don't know about out of the league, but just because he's not like a bad guy.
No.
Which
I don't think he's a problem guy.
I think there's a lot of teams that would just take a flyer on his upside, and feels like a Utah Jazz to me.
Okay.
Where they're just like, yeah, hey, here's a talented guy we can just throw in.
Yeah, it's almost like they're trying to tell everybody that they've got a number 7 pick, another top 10 pick on the roster. So that's instantly makes me think that he'd go to the Detroit Pistons. We have accumulated all of the first round picks.
Oh my God. I've never had a train of thought derail that fast. You said something, it super sparked something I wanted to say and I forgot it.
Uh-oh.
What did you say? Say it again.
Oh, he get traded to the Detroit Pistons.
Oh, Detroit. They've lost 18 in a row.
Oh, 18 in a row. And how many of the Spurs lost?
14, I think.
Oof.
Here we go. Check that. 15 losses in a row for the Spurs now. 15.
Ooh.
And okay, I was wondering if the Detroit Pistons were still at 17. I think they're at 18 now.
Is there another Victor Wembanyama that no one told us about? I'm just wondering, like, why these teams are. I mean, it's tough. They're just
Everybody,
not good.
everybody's tanking again. No, that's the thing. That's the thing that sucks with Detroit. And friend of the station, Trista Crick, did a whole podcast about this. Check out the Heat Check, an Odyssey original podcast. But she did a whole thing about this. How like the Pistons were trying. The Pistons aren't tanking. The Pistons genuinely built this roster and then hired Monty Williams to be like, yeah, hey, we have the talent. You mold it now, and we're gonna win a lot. That was their plan.
You know, someone in the chatty house.
They were 2-1 after 3 games. They were 2-1 on October 28th. We're on December 7th, and they haven't won.
Oof. Okay, so I'm going to pull this up right here. Secure Nabeem said Monty Williams is a fraud. No.
That's a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot. I'm going to say that Monty Williams in that situation, like you're the same as Dave Yeager was when the Kings traded for all these young players and drafted all these young players, where they had 9 first and second year players.
Yeah.
And Dave Yeager's second season with the Kings. Like, I think Monty Williams is a good coach. He's not like my favorite coach.
Yeah.
Like, and I like there's also something to this specific job. He didn't really want to take this job.
Yeah, did you see how much they paid him?
Well, he kept saying no, and they kept throwing more money in.
Yeah.
And it's like, hey, I want to buy your house. My house isn't for sale. Well, it is now.
Yeah. Here's $5 million.
Yeah, here's $5 million. Like,
well,
okay, well, I guess I have to take this. I guess I have to do this. Yeah, so I think he can coach. I just think he's in a weird situation there where you have so many young players. And the problem that he's starting to run into is I think you're starting to lose Cade Cunningham. You're going to see some of those players, like especially like Cade, like, I didn't sign up for this. Get me out of here now.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be a Piston for life. I'm not doing this. You have to find a way for me to go somewhere else, because this is not who and what I want to be as a basketball player.
Yeah, they're just not competitive. And that's got to be the hardest thing.
Yeah, and there's no way for him to be great there.
Yeah.
And like, you want him as a player, you want to find a way to be great. Well, if the other team just tries to take you away and like double team you and do things to slow you down all the time, it really does limit how good you can be. And I feel for him. You know, he's not shooting well, but again, I'm going to guarantee like most of his shots are very highly contested. And, you know, he's averaging 22 and 7.4 assists per game. And he's a good young player. He's still only 20. Well, he's 22. But this is one of those things where you can ruin a young player like this. And he needs to find somewhere else to play. Like, they've got talent. Man, I think Jalen Duren's really talented. I think Asur Thompson is really talented.
That's why I think that's where, like, I don't think Monty Williams is like a top 5 coach or anything crazy like that. I think he's an NBA coach though. But I also don't know if he's equipped for a roster like this. That, hey, this team needs this is not, the Pistons overestimated how good their team was. They thought Monty Williams was going to step in and be like, hey, here's what we can do with all this talent. And it turns out, like, I'm out on James Wiseman. I'm out on Marvin Bagley. I'm out on Jaden Ivey. Like, I don't think those are championship level pieces where you can say, hey, yeah, let's start here. This is a good foundation.
Yeah.
I think Cade Cunningham can be a foundational piece. I think Asur Thompson can be a foundational piece, in Jalen Duren. I think those are the 3 players where you're like, yeah, everything else on that roster, what's Alec Burks doing there?
Oh yeah.
What's Bojan Bogdanovic doing on that roster?
Yeah, why is Bojan there? And you had 2 first-round picks that were offered to you, and you said no.
I don't.
What?
I don't understand what they're doing, but they've now lost 18 in a row.
Somehow we got sidetracked when we're talking
How did
about the
that
Detroit
happen?
Pistons. I don't.
no
We coming out of the break, we were talking about like these 2 teams that can't win at all.
No, you're right.
Yeah. So
Okay.
what
back
else
to the
do we got to
Kings.
get to?
Back to a team that can win.
That's right.
So we're talking about trade ideas. Okay. So who? I'm going to throw names out and we're just going to talk about them. So I was listening to a podcast and somebody who covers the Raptors was on it. And they were saying that he was saying that he believes that the Raptors have an either or thing with OG and Siakam. And he's also not like they won't keep both of them. And he's also of the mind that they are inclined to pay OG Anunoby. Like they want to pay him and make him and Scotty Barnes the new thing moving forward.
Okay.
Which means Siakam is probably the one who's going to be available there.
Okay.
Is Pascal Siakam a player that you would like to see the Kings try and get?
Of course.
I am with you. The problem is, and I'm so happy you said that, because if you had said no, it really would have derailed what I had to say. The problem is I don't know that the Kings have the assets or want to part with the assets that would make that deal happen. Because I think there's going to be several teams that want Pascal Siakam.
Well, there's going to be a lot of teams that want Pascal Siakam. The problem that you have there is, number one, he's a free agent at the end of the season.
Correct.
So you'd have to put him in a situation where he can succeed and wants to go wherever he's going. Right. Now, I always say that, and then, like, I'll just say that, like, very seldom do players get traded to the Sacramento Kings and then instantly be like, yeah, I'm out of here. Like, that doesn't happen. Like, we saw it with
George Hill.
No, like he signed here and then didn't want to be here. No, like what I mean is more of the Dante DiVincenzo situation. Where you get a player who gets traded to the Kings and then that offseason leaves, right? More often than not, what happened like with Sabonis or what happened with Harrison Barnes multiple times now happens. People get to Sacramento. They're like, hey, this is much different than I thought. The vibe is cool. The building's cool. The fan base is incredible. You feel like a superstar when you're walking around. It's not like being in Toronto where you're one of a million things that are going on in the city of Toronto.
Right.
You walk around Toronto, like maybe people are like running up to get your autograph everywhere you go, but it's also possible that you're just, again, the baseball stadium's right next to it.
Yeah.
And there's another 25 players right there that are wandering around your city as well. There's other things happening, is my point. Hockey, all that stuff. The problem is that Siakam is like, he's a $38 million player. So you got to come up with a lot to get him, and not just to match salaries, but then on top of that, what is it you're giving up? So if I'm the Raptors, I'm listening. Like, you have to listen. And I'd say the key to Siakam is that he's a really good passer. He's a really good rebounder. He's a really good scorer. When Domantas Sabonis steps off the floor, you could still run your offense through Pascal Siakam. When they're on the floor together, you can space the floor with Siakam because he can't shoot the 3 ball.
Yeah.
Like, he does check a bunch of the boxes. Thing is, he's 29 years old. He'll be 30, like soon.
Yeah.
And then the other thing is you're going to have to give up something to get him. So if they're willing to listen for, it'd have to be a package of like Harrison Barnes, Davion Mitchell, Chris Duarte, that might get you there salary wise. And then 2 first-round picks. That's one thing, but that's a lot to extend if you're the Kings. If you don't have any guarantee he's going to stick.
Yeah.
He's going to stay around. And
turns 30 at the end of this season. Okay. April 2nd.
Yeah.
So you would be also then having to pay him probably a lot of money through his age, like 34 season.
Yeah, you have to give him a 5-year extension, a 5-year deal.
35 season.
Yeah, 34, 35. Yeah.
Oof.
That's a lot, but you're probably going to get plenty out of it.
I agree. So if they just Adam Silver says, I'm stepping in, I'm putting Pascal Siakam on the Kings for free. They don't have to give anything up. Like, awesome. But this is the exact type of deal. And the reason I started with Pascal was because I don't know that the Raptors are doing that for anything less than Keegan Murray.
Okay. And then the Kings probably still hang up the phone.
I would do
Yeah.
the same thing.
Yeah. So like the Kings have said no about trading Keegan Murray before. Right now you're like, why would you sell low on Keegan? Because he's not playing well. He's had a back issue. You need to see if he's going to be the guy. Still.
Yeah, I'm with, and that just sends a terrible message. Like, hey, this guy made more threes than any rookie ever, and he was awesome, and then punt.
Yeah, but they also traded Tyrese Halliburton a year and a half in.
Yeah, but that wasn't not in this
I know.
situation.
No, I know the situation's different, but that would be my rebuttal is like, well, they've shown that they would trade before, but there's a love of Keegan Murray within the walls of that organization. They've pinned a lot of their hopes to him. They need him to play up to that, and he's struggled to do that so far in year 2. But
there's proof positive that he fits, though.
Yeah.
That you can win with him.
No, I totally agree.
Yeah. So,
yep.
I have more names. We'll do that next.
Okay.
ESPN 1320.
I really like OG Anunoby. Everyone knows that who's listened to me either on the podcast or here. I would take either one of those guys. OG is younger, but Siakam is a better player. And I'd also say OG is a better defender. But he doesn't block shots. He's not a great rebounder. He is a good passer. They have devalued him on that roster so far, which I think is weird. And right now he's shooting 20% from 3. I'm Chris Juvenile asked if I'm still high on them going for Not really. I don't know. Like PJ Washington was interesting when he was young and inexpensive, and I don't think he makes like way too much money now, but I also think that there's, they're kind of a mess. Well, they are a mess. Yeah, he's basically like a lateral move for Harrison Barnes. And there's a point where, he averages a block a game. So there's that. He's down. He's shooting 31.5% from 3, but he's a career 36% shooter from 3. Still fits the age arc of the team. Bebe asks any chance that Jaren Jackson Jr. becomes available. Uh-oh. I see Damian. What? Yeah, Thomas, I think he's a little bit more than a fringe move, but he's definitely not like a groundbreaking. He's a top 7 of your rotation player. Oh, this is what. Yeah, there's no way Jaren Jackson becomes available. There's just not, because they just think that their season's been sidetracked. I'm gonna guess that like 3 years from now, if they're still in this situation, Memphis, then maybe they listen, but I don't think so. And hey, they're 6-14. You never know.
Who's this?
Memphis.
Oof.
They're not giving up Jaren Jackson anytime.
They won 6 already, though. Good for them.
Yeah. And Houston's back down to 9-9. Wow.
Shout out to everyone who's at Sky River and also in the chatty house right now.
Oh.
That's tight.
Alperen Şengün is up to 21 points per game.
Alperen Şengün is the man.
21 and 9 with 5.6 assists per game. Yeah, he's shooting only 30.6% from 3. He probably shouldn't be shooting as many as he is. Fred VanVleet does not shot the ball well.
Yeah, he's been really tough.
Yeah.
Which of the... Ooh, this is a good... I'm just going to open with this.
What? I didn't see it.
No, I'll ask you on air.
Oh, cool.
Mm-hmm. There's only 3. Oh shoot! Did we put the banner back up?
Oh, no.
Okay, here we go. Damn right, we're brought to you by Jiffy Lube.
That's right, Kyle.
Yeah, man. We appreciate them very much for the PS5s, which we'll be giving away next week. We will also be giving away a copy of NBA 2K24. If you're like, hey, I don't want to wait till next week to do that, well, I have a suggestion for you. Get down to Sky River Casino today, Blue 32. DLo and KC doing a live show out there. They're out there for 4 hours, their entire show, noon to 4. And they took with them, they stole from us.
They absconded with.
Check that. No, we gave to them.
That's right.
a PS5 and a copy of NBA 2K24. So they will be down there with that, giving that away at their live show at Sky River Casino. So
that's awesome.
Good drinks down there, good food, really good times, and a chance to win a gaming console.
You must be present to win. I think that's what
I would assume so.
Yeah.
Yeah. So get down there just in case.
Yeah, just in case it's like you and 2 people, and then all you have to do is be able to beat up the other person, and you get a PS5.
I already saw that Zabo in our YouTube chat at youtube.com/ESPN1320 is just in the building already.
He's already at Sky River?
Just at Sky River watching him set up and watching the inside.
Heck yeah.
Shout out Zabo.
I had a great time doing that, going down there that one time where that
was the origins.
That's the first time you and I ever met. In
really?
person.
Oh, I was going to say, we had done shows though.
Yeah. But in person, that's the first time that I think we'd ever I was at NBC, you were at NBC. We didn't know each other though.
I knew who you were. You did not know who I was.
Yeah,
that's fine. No, that's fine. That's fine. No, that's fine.
It's really difficult.
You didn't take time. You didn't take time to get to know the little people.
There's like a wall of people. All these snapshots.
So many people.
And there's so many people, and I was there like twice a month.
Yeah.
And they're like, "Hey, James," and I'm like, "Hey, hi, bud. How are you?
Hey, guy.
Hey, guy.
What's up? What's up, dude?
Yeah.
Oh,
That's funny.
Yeah. Just super mad that you didn't take the time to know every PA in the building.
Every person.
As I ran the ticker. People took the ticker seriously. You think that little thing that comes up on the bottom of the screen, I'm sure it's all automated now, but when I started at NBC, you had to like manually put in this headline or this thing. The scores were all automated, but if there was like a game replay, you had to make sure that the ticker was scheduled to not have the score in the game replay. It was a whole thing.
That's awesome.
It was a lot. And I had no idea that much work. I had full shifts just dedicated to doing the ticker.
Oh, that's wild.
Insanity.
I would have had like no idea that someone does that there. Like,
that's because, do you know what? Because they put you in the corner and they're like, this is your workstation. Please.
Nobody puts Kyle in the corner.
Oh no, they did daily.
Wow.
It's fine. It was okay. Whatever.
All right. Whatever. Throw me more names.
I got more names.
Let's do this.
Kings trades. That's what we're doing right now. Kings trade ideas, ways to make the Kings better, because they're not so far away that it's like massive overhaul, got to redo everything, but it's definitely like, hey, and it's not a tiny roster tweak. Like, hey, if they get their 7th or 8th guy, they need a significant enough addition that it like impacts their starting lineup. But at the same time, you've got to make that addition without getting rid of Keegan Murray. So I'm just going to throw some names out. We've talked about this guy before, Alex Caruso.
Yeah, I would take Alex Caruso on this roster anytime.
So fast.
He can play multiple positions. A 1, 2, 3. He's a good defender.
I think he'd be the player they thought they were getting with Chris Duarte.
Okay. That makes sense.
Like just the same kind of role.
Yeah, and I think that's the problem, that, you haven't been able to give Duarte enough of a leash. And then there's been games where he's been really good, but then other games where you're like, okay, like he's not even in the rotation sort of. And that's a problem. And
that's the whole thing is, we talk about this team and you talk about building, is not This is not a conversation for, hey, how do they win a playoff series? This is a conversation for, hey, how do they go to the conference finals? How do they get into that contending tier?
Yeah.
And if you have a bench full of guys where it's like, yeah, sometimes, but you don't want to go into a playoff series with, if you're Mike Brown going, okay, I know I've got Malik Monk and De'Aaron Fox. I know I said Malik first, but Malik Monk, De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis, Keegan Murray, and then Kevin Huerter. And then what's the depth look like? We'll figure it out on the fly. You don't want to do that. In the regular season, you can all mix and match and play matchups and, oh, hey, Sasha's going to get 20 minutes. You can't do that in a playoff series. At least not 4 and go win a title. So I think Caruso would help the depth immensely.
Yeah.
And I think he'd be available for a reasonable ask.
I also think he'd be like, people fight me on this. Like, oh no, he's going to cost way more than that. Oh, there's going to be so many teams that want him. Like, calm down.
I think there are going to be a lot of teams that want him to a point. Like, I think there will be a lot of teams that call and go like, hey, you take a couple of seconds for Caruso.
Well, that's what it is. There's going to be a bunch of teams that want him, and the asking price that they're going to offer is is 1 or 2 second-round picks and an expiring contract.
Yeah.
Can you come up with that?
Mm-hmm.
And the fact is, yes, the Kings, or even not an expiring contract. Can you come up with a lower budget contract that maybe is 2 years that you got something you can work with?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what it would take, but that's someone that I definitely, like, you're talking about like 7, 8, 9 man on your rotation, but like maybe the equivalent of what you have in Trey Lyles, but in guard form.
Yeah, he's played in big games. You know what you're going to get out of him. I'm all in on that idea. What about Kelly Olynyk?
Okay, so I really dig Olynyk, and I think he's a really good player. I think he does a lot of what Sabonis does, just at like, he's sort of a little bit budget. Definitely physical. I would at least listen. The problem that I have with Olynyk is that, is he too similar? Can he block shots? Can he play defense at a higher clip or give you something different on the defensive end? Again, he's physical. He's a good rebounder. He's a very good passer. I think you could run the offense through him. I guess if I'm going to say, I'll say this. If I've always said yes to Mason Plumlee, then I would have to say yes to Kelly Olynyk, because I actually think Olynyk and his ability to shoot the 3 gives you an opportunity that at some point you could actually pair those two together for a short stint. He's 32 years old. I don't know what he makes, but I could have that up in like 2 seconds.
We have the technology.
Final year of a 12. He makes 12.1 million this year, 12.2. So that would cost you a little bit.
He's hurt right now.
Okay.
By January, maybe he's good to go. But
yeah,
I think that helps in terms of, it's not like, oh, hey, all of a sudden you have an elite big man or anything like that. And honestly, he's not even starting. But I'd feel way better about 18 minutes of Kelly Olynyk than I would 12 minutes of JaVale McGee.
Yeah, I think so too. Especially his ability to shoot the 3, his ability to pass the ball. Those are things that stand, and his ability to get physical and pop somebody.
Yes.
Yeah. Like an enforcer. I'm down with that.
Yeah.
Like I would take Kelly Olynyk, but again, it's with the understanding that he's number 8, number 9, number 10 in my rotation.
Oh, for sure. For sure. But again, if Kelly Olynyk is like your 9th guy, all right.
Okay. So let's just, before we move on, like, can we establish that you're in some order, you have 7 players that you're super comfortable with the Kings? That's Fox, Huerter, Barnes, Keegan, Domas, and then your next 2 guys off the bench are Malik Monk and Trey Lyles. Right? So you have 7. You could find somebody who pushes one of those guys down a little bit further on as far as the rank of what we're saying. But then it's that next step, the 8, 9, 10, where you don't know what you have. Right.
Yeah. And honestly, like, but that's the thing is, and I guess maybe this is the bigger piece of this conversation is, you name those 7 guys and you say, hey, okay, you're talking about your 8th or 9th guy. I don't know that this top 7 is enough to go win a title.
Okay.
That's the big question I have. which is why I look at Harrison Barnes and I look at Kevin Huerter. And if Trey Lyles is now 8, okay, that's now you're talking.
Yes.
But if Trey Lyles is like a guy that you're leaning on heavily, I'm not totally there.
Well, if your goal is to win a championship.
Yes. And that's kind of, like I said, that's the lens I'm trying to view this through.
Even, if there's a way that you could make a trade to bring in a really, really, really excellent player that moves into your starting 5 and it doesn't require you to lose a Harrison Barnes, man, now you're really like Harrison Barnes as one of your 3 guys coming off the bench. Now you're talking about something.
Yeah.
Right? I'm a lot more comfortable in that situation. But again, whoever it would be, it's going to be a 5th starter or a 4th option. They're going to be fighting for a 3rd, 4th, 5th option.
Mm-hmm.
And so maybe you can get somebody to fit into that. I don't know.
I would call the Warriors about Moses Moody.
Yeah, I would.
He doesn't play consistently enough.
Yep.
Every time he plays, he's good. He's played big playoff minutes for them. They still won't put him consistently in the rotation. I know they have this 2 timelines and
2 timelines is over.
I know, but it's over. It's been. And so if I'm the Kings, I'd call and see, hey, what's the asking price on Moody here?
Yeah.
Because that's a wing player who hustles on defense. I wouldn't call him like a great defender, but he's a fine, okay defender, good rebounder, knocks down threes. And that's where this is in the scope of like this year. A, I think he can get better. And if he plays more specifically, but B, now if he's like your 8th guy consistently night in and night out.
Well, he's that long athletic wing defender that you don't have. And he's not like some of the wing defenders that are going to go do the highlight reel dunk here and there.
Mm-hmm.
He's more of a 3-and-D guy
mm-hmm.
that needs to tighten up the defense a little bit, but he's long and athletic. Basically like a more offensive version. Well, he's like the offensive version of like a Matisse Thybulle.
Mm-hmm.
So you're not getting the elite defender, but you are getting that type of energy player. I just don't think like he's not Herb Jones where he's going to go get like 5 layups in a game. And you're like, how did that just happen? I think he does have skill though. And I do like Moses Moody. I liked him in the draft. And he's a player that I thought that the Kings should have considered just because of his like attributes as a player, like his length, athleticism, speed, ability to shoot the 3, all those things. Yeah, I would still be in. He's 21.
I don't, and because of that, I don't think Golden State would be super interested in dealing him. I don't. But again, they also don't seem super interested in playing him regularly. So I have no idea what their plan is. So I just threw him in there.
No, that's fine. Yeah.
Would you call the Wizards? Hear me out.
Yep.
Would you call the Wizards and say, "What's up with Tyus Jones"?
Yes,
I would too.
I would say, "What's up with Tyus Jones? What's up with Denny Avdija?" I don't love.
Denny's an interesting one.
Yeah, I mean, like I don't think Denny is a earth-shattering, changing thing. And the problem that I have, Tyus Jones just got there, right?
Mm-hmm.
But Denny Avdija has been there long enough to really, really feel losing.
Yeah.
And I don't know that you want to go get a player who just has done nothing but been part of losing. And I don't blame him at all. It's more of a like a situational thing.
Mm.
Like I think Denny Avdija is a good player. I think he plays a little bit of defense. He can pass the ball. He can shoot the ball. Like I think if you're looking for a long-term potential starter at the 3, maybe Denny Avdija is one of those guys. But he's also, I'd say, like there's a possibility he is who he is, and he's not going to be much better. And then you're in the situation that he's again another player that might not be good enough to put you over the top.
I did not realize that his per 36 this year, because he only plays 27 minutes a night. His per 36 this year is 16, 7, and 5.
Yeah. Well, he only plays 27 minutes because they've been blown out of every game, and they can go to the other guys. And what is he? Is he 23, 24?
Denny Avdija is 22, almost 23. Turns 23 in January.
He's young.
Yeah, still a baby.
I would take a risk there. I don't hate that either. But again, That's not who we're talking about. Like, you're looking at that right there might be a succession plan, right?
Yeah,
That might be like the next thing you're going to do after Harrison Barnes.
Here's where these type of Tyus Jones, Denny Avdija, if we're sitting here in the middle of January and Keegan Murray is suddenly shooting 42% from three, and Kevin Huerter has found his shot consistently, and he's scoring 15 a night, and you have Keegan Murray up in the 15 to 17 range, and everything kind of starts to fall into place, and the Kings look like the Kings from last year. Now all of a sudden, and De'Aaron Fox is continuing his superstar ascension. He's in the MVP conversation, all that jazz. Right? Now all of a sudden, the bar for the player they need to go get for this year comes down significantly for me.
Yeah, but the problem is the player still has to be good enough to eat minutes in a system,
be in the rotation,
in a system that has Keegan Murray, Harrison Barnes, Sasha Vezenkov. Like, it can't be a fringe player. It has to be a guy who's going to play 20 minutes a night or something, and is good enough to beat out those players for some minutes. And, again, if it's fine if you have 3-and-D players that have long wingspans and everything else, like a Kessler Edwards. The fact is, Kessler Edwards can't get off the bench. He can't find consistent minutes in this rotation.
Yeah.
He has to be much better than that, where he walks in with the cachet that he's going to play substantial time for your team.
That's why I like Tyus Jones. Tyus Jones doesn't need anything. Plug him in. He's good to go.
I'm good with Tyus Jones. Yeah, Tyus Jones is
Tyus
one of my
Jones,
guys. Like, I've
gangster.
well, he just doesn't turn the ball over. He doesn't make mistakes.
No.
He plays defense. He
Knocks
shoots
down threes.
Yeah, like I would definitely look at him.
He's the reason Memphis was good when Ja was out.
Oh yeah, totally.
Just having an awesome backup point guard.
Yeah, and I feel for him because now he's in a bad situation where you're just sitting there. So I would look at Tyus Jones a lot of the way that maybe people looked at Darren Collison years ago. Like, if Darren Collison is your starter, you're not very good.
Sure.
But if Darren Collison is in your top 7 of your rotation, you're probably really good.
Yeah. Do you think that would have an impact on Malik Monk, though? Because it feels like Monk is really, I don't want to say taken off, but he's really taken to that kind of backup point guard role.
Well, I mean, I think that's one of the problems that you have. And that's why, like, a Chris Duarte makes a ton of sense. When you go get Chris Duarte, if he pans out and it becomes a player that you hope that he would be, like a defender that can shoot the three and they can give you some physicality, all those things. And I'm not saying give up on Chris Duarte at this point. But what I'm saying is that, like, if he can play off the ball and Malik can be the lead guard as your backup, I think you're pretty good.
I do too.
Yeah.
Does Malik? I have 2 directions to go here.
Okay.
What if the Clippers wind up stinking? Would you call and see what's up with Paul George?
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think Paul George, again, puts you in the championship contender.
But Paul George this year, yes.
Yeah.
He's the player that when you go look kind of throughout the league, and again, this is on the pretense that the Clippers all of a sudden lose 10 in a row and there's infighting and everything just looks like it's going to kind of blow up in their face.
Yeah.
So there's a massive, massive caveat here. I think the Clippers are probably going to be a playoff team, so they're probably going to be fine. But if that doesn't happen, I think I'm 100% calling and then trying to compete for a title this year, because that's the kind of move that would be.
Yeah, and I think the problem, of course, he's got an injury history. He also has a gigantic salary. Is at $45 million,
and I think
45.6.
I think his player option next year is 48.
It's almost 49. So that's nearly impossible.
Oof.
Because in order to pull that off, it's like Barnes, it's Huerter, and then it's probably Duarte. I'm just not saying like as a trade. I'm saying just to match salaries.
Yeah, and that is where you get for me to, okay, where's the like risk reward of this? At what point are you giving up so much that the addition is no longer making you better?
Well, and that's where it's, if the addition is 25 years old,
sure,
that's one thing.
But that player is probably not available.
Well, they're probably not available, but then you're taking a momentary step back to take a gigantic leap forward. So let's just say that like Mikal Bridges becomes available.
Mhm.
It's not going to happen, but
Right.
let's say he does.
Sure.
Like you're giving up 3 first-round picks and you're giving up plus,
Mhm.
you know, whatever
my God,
whatever
yeah.
you can give up to make that move.
Mhm.
And it's going to take something to match salaries, but on top of that, you're going to have to give up a bunch to match just the quality of player.
Mhm.
But then he instantly becomes your third best player. And that's a different trade. Siakam, he instantly becomes your third best player. And it pushes everybody down a notch.
Mhm.
And that's okay. Like those are players that you're willing to take that type of gamble on, especially if they check all of the boxes, right? So Bridges is someone who checks like way, way too many boxes. And I think like if I compare him and OG Anunoby, like I would take Mikal Bridges over OG Anunoby every single time. But
I think I would too.
yeah, it's, you know, he's 27 years old. He fits your age arc. He's long, athletic. He's one of the best defenders you're going to find. I mean, right now he's averaging 24 points, 4 assists and 6 rebounds a game. He's a steal machine. Like this is a guy that you're like, okay, I can see him being like the equivalent of a big 3. Plus, he's under contract for 21.7 this year, 23 next year, and 24.9 the year after that. Like he had signed a ridiculous extension that was very affordable. He's something that you go all in. Like, what do I have to do to go all in to get you?
But those players don't just come available.
No.
Yeah.
No, and you not only have to have first round picks, you might have to go get an additional first round pick from someone else.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be I don't think they're in the earth shattering move phase just yet, especially with Keegan Murray being up and down and in and out of the lineup, Kevin Huerter being up and down. I think the Kings would be fine going into this postseason, saying like, yeah, be competitive in the first round, maybe win a playoff series, and then look to continue building next year after reassessing in the offseason.
Yeah.
I think they'd be totally fine with that.
Yeah, and I would say, like I said it the other day, that like you need another Sabonis trade. That's what Mikal Bridges would be. It would be I'm getting a franchise cornerstone to go with 2 others.
Yes. Yeah. And
How
that's
do you do that?
That's gonna take some doing.
I don't know how you do that, but
yeah.
Yeah.
Not without unloading a significant asset.
Yes.
Asset in the process. All right, we're gonna get out of here because we have to give way to. I say we have to. We have to freaking let DLo and KC take over. DLo and KC, they're hanging out down at Sky River Casino right now at Blue 32. Head in there. When you walk in the door, it's just to the right. Head in there. Have a great time. Good food, good drinks. They're giving away a PS5 courtesy of our friends over at Jiffy Lube. And and NBA 2K24 is coming with it.
That's right.
So head down there, win a PS5, have a great time, have some good food, have some good drinks down at Sky River. Appreciate everybody for hanging out today. We'll be back tomorrow. We will talk about the Kings and Suns. We will also have a Week 14 NFL look ahead for you. All of that coming up on the Insiders tomorrow. DLo and KC are next right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento's sports leader.
Jiffy Lube is what I'm calling it.
Damn right.
For next year?
They did do 60.
Yeah, there's just
Stay off the West Coast. They came out here and didn't even give us Jade, man. I was done with them after that. Yeah.
what's up, crew? What's up, Hammer? I see you, Hammer.
What up,
though?
though? What up,
What's up,
man?
Chatty House?
We in here. The shadows and everything is done whatever for me.
Yeah.
But it's whatever. You know I'm here. I'm doing what I do.
Oh, yeah. Do doom do doom do doom.
What's good, Chatty House? Thanks y'all for tapping in. We're gonna have some fun. We're calling it in the ring today, like a couple old school vets. Eating nachos, drinking brown alcohol.
Brown liquor, huh? That's not usually my thing, man. I don't usually do no dark liquor.
Oh, KC scared. He wants his
Not
little
really my thing.
his little McQueen.
Yeah, you know, I like my.
You don't want to
vodkas.
mess with the bamboo.
I like my tequilas.
Shout out
The
Black
bamboo
Bottles.
was good.
Shout out Black Label 916. It's his birthday today.
Oh man, shout out to my guy, man. Happy birthday. If we had an air horn. I'm trying to think of what dark liquors I like. I liked all the bamboo, but I liked all their stuff. Well, I don't really like the Black Bottle too much.
Check one, check two. Shout out Kyle Matson. I think we got like 2 minutes to showtime.
Check one, check two. 1, 2. What is this? Matter of fact, okay, I was going to talk about PBC signing with Amazon Prime. I mean, I'll talk all day. PBC, Amazon Prime, big time move. Al Heyman. I'd like to thank Al Heyman.
A minute, okay.
Janet in the background.
Yeah, they went from Michael to Janet. Goodness gracious. I'm going to need y'all to change the channel. That's distracting.
I could change it to what's over there.
Why don't you calm down? Nobody.
Right
I don't even know why we
there.
watching that tired ass Ohio State Michigan game again.
Or they out there snowboarding, just throwing it on FS2.
Jim Harbaugh out there like Ben Johnson in the '88 Olympics.
I don't know if I ever realized they got screens up there. That's crazy.
10? Okay. Okay. Young Zell there on the intro, and we are live once again at 32 Broome Street inside Sky River Casino. Jam-packed to the rafters. Sold out venue.
What you think got more is more sold out? This show or T-Pain and Flow Rider?
Ty, same.
Right,
T-Pain, Flow Rider, DLo and KC, same.
I agree.
No doubt. We appreciate the crew that is out here early, man. We got a great show planned for you, whether you're at 32 Broome Street at Sky River Casino, or if you're in the Chatty House, if you're on the radio, if you're on the Odyssey app, if you're on the TuneIn app, wherever you are. I'm Damian Barling. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes,
Y'all know what
sir.
it is. DLo and KC. Thrilled that you're with us wherever you are. We calling it in the ring today, man. We're going to have fun. Will Z, he's coming through to hang out with us.
Shout out, Will
Jay
Z.
Gaden coming through to hang out with us. Matt George coming through to hang out with us. And our man Young Zell, who you just heard there a minute ago on the intro, man, he's coming through to hang out with us. So if you have the opportunity, come by, hang out. Make sure you head over to the ESPN 1320 table, get the keyword and the number you need to text to win that PS5. PS5 is here. Someone's walking out the door with it. It's not, hey, we'll get back to you in 6 to 8 weeks. Yeah. It's not, hey, we got to wait for this to happen, wait for that to. It's right there on the table.
Yeah.
Somebody's walking away with it tonight. We're going to be giving that away at 3:45. You must be in the building to win. So come through, make your stops over at the ESPN 1320 table. Get that keyword, text it, come through, sit down, order some food, order a drink, and have a good time here with DLo and KC.
At PS5 sitting over there like the NBA Cup. Sitting there, you see that
Man,
video?
I did.
James saw it.
I did.
How you feeling right now? Because I'm telling you, I'm feeling some type of way.
I'm salty.
Yeah, I'm definitely feeling some type of way, man.
I wanted it.
Damn.
Like when they announced the in-season tournament, like I wanted it. I wanted the Kings to win.
Yeah.
I thought that the Kings could win, like especially the way that they were playing on tournament days, the way that they were acknowledging, they were a little amped up for the different court, the different jersey. Like they knew it was special. They knew it was something different. Yeah, like, I'm salty.
Do you think?
And the Pacers are playing, and the Lakers are playing. I'm hella salty.
Yeah, that's for sure. Do you think it'll be the same next year?
Yeah, I do.
Only reason I ask that is because I think there's some cachet, some something to wanting to be the first.
Oh,
and being
no,
part of
for
the
sure.
first. You know what I mean? So we're all on 10. James talked about it yesterday. Like they were kind of upset in the locker room that it was over. I wonder if it'll feel that way next year.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're in a position now where like it's the Pelicans, it's the Pacers, it's the Lakers, it's the Bucks. So like there's a couple of teams, regardless of what we've seen from the Lakers so far this year, it's still LeBron James, it's still the Lakers, right? But they were a title favorite entering the season. Like they were a team. I was like, hey, man, this team might be good, like really, really good. The Bucks, they're being hyper analyzed on the defensive end, the acquisition of Dame Lillard, but they're kind of an old hat team where you expect them to be in the title conversation. And then you have the unique component of, the Pelicans are tough. I don't know if they're a title favorite, but they're tough. They're death for Sacramento, but they're tough for the league. Then you got the Pacers. They're this high-scoring team. They're really interesting to watch. You're not quite sure what you're seeing with them. I think there's this interesting dichotomy of title favorites, young upstarts. That's, in my opinion, that's perfect for the in-season tournament. If I'm Adam Silver, you're not rooting for anything. That's exactly what you want to me. You want the Pacers in this. I wasn't rooting for anybody. I think he would have loved the Kings to be in this, right? Whether you think the Kings are a title favorite or not, the Kings are an exciting basketball team. The Pacers are an exciting basketball team. That adds like a little cachet to this. And the Bucks winning, that's not a down. The Lakers winning, there's no downside to that. But I think it's cool if the Pacers win, if the Pelicans win, and those guys have, good finishes to the season, wind up being playoff teams. I think that adds to what this team could be moving forward, what this tournament could be moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, me personally, I love it. It's even better than I originally thought. But I know a lot of people were probably caught up on trying to be the first, right? Trying to get that first win. And now that that's gone for Sacramento, are they going to look at it as we talked about it before, want that in-season or NBA Cup on my basketball reference, on my on my resume? Is it going to be that still, or is it going to be a little different because it's not the first? That's just what I wonder. I don't know.
There absolutely is a cachet to being the first. It's what we were talking about when the Kings got eliminated. It's like we want them to go to Vegas. We want them.
The final quattro.
Yeah, thank you. We won't get sued for that. This final group here, these quattro teams, they're going to get highlight runs for the rest of the year. They're going to get highlight runs through next year. They're probably going to get highlight runs forever because it's the first. And if this thing sticks, it winds up getting a big sponsor in the coming years, to have exclusive broadcasting rights somewhere. They're going to point back to this. So there absolutely is a cachet to being the first, but I don't think the tournament dies the second time around.
No, I don't think so either.
The tournament dies when a team that's won 4 out of 19 games wins. That's where it's like they won 4 games. They just happen to be on Tuesdays and Fridays. Like if the Pistons were the in-season tournament champions, I think a lot of people would be like, oh.
I don't know if the Pistons are ever going to win another game.
The Pistons might not win 4 games the rest of the season.
Oh. Woo.
I mean, the Pistons have lost, was it 18 in a row?
Yeah.
And that's masking the fact the Spurs, I think, have lost 15 in a row.
That's awful. That's awful. And remember, so they started off the Pistons. They started off 2-1.
Yeah, it's not good.
They started off 2-1. They didn't lost 18 straight.
Yeah, it was it. They lost 18
2-19. Come on, man.
Yeah, they were 2-1.
Come on,
things
man.
were looking up for Monty and the crew down there. Marvin Bagley, most improved player. It all came crashing down.
San Antonio's lost 15 in a row.
See, now that's so I don't blame anyone. The Spurs aren't good, but I do blame the NBA for putting the Spurs on television nonstop. Now I get it. The strategy should have been the beginning of the year. Hey, here's Victor Wembanyama, ESPN.
Opening week.
Hey, here's Victor Wembanyama, TNT. Second week, here's a little more Victor. Here's Victor against the Kings or the Warriors or whoever. All right, a little more Victor Wembanyama. When you start to settle into the season, take the Spurs off of television.
Please.
There's no one should have believed that the Spurs were going to be a good basketball team. They're not. And it's the NBA. The Spurs, now I get it. Maybe they didn't know exactly what the lineup would look like. The Spurs and Timberwolves being on TV last night.
That was wild.
For what? The Spurs don't need to be on TV anymore.
You know, the cool part about that is that they had control over that. That wasn't even, they set it, you know, the national TV schedule before. They had to make that game. Yeah. Because that's the losers tournament.
Yeah.
And they decided to do that. Didn't nobody want to see that? Nobody want to see the Spurs. I was looking right here. They're on TNT next week.
They're burning Victor Wembanyama out like a good song. That's what they're doing. It's like Victor Wembanyama is now in that power recurrent low. He's in that first person shooter rotation right now. Yeah, that Doja Cat spot where he's every hour and 15 minutes. We don't need that.
Right.
We need it in small. Oh, yeah, okay, I'll watch Vic now. Okay, I'll watch Vic against, so-and-so. We don't need Victor Wembanyama on national television every week, especially when his team is getting it handed to him.
Right. I mean, they got to do a better job. They need to put me in control of this stuff.
Well, that's fine. I mean, I think your solution is always to put you in control.
Well, I got good ideas.
You wanted to be in charge of the college football playoff. You wanted to be in charge of the TV schedule.
Yeah.
You want to be the general manager for the San Francisco Giants.
Look, I was in control of this, all the TVs in here. I put Michigan, Ohio State in, and you see it's a sold-out crowd.
Nobody's watching in Michigan. In fact, I demand that be taken off the screen.
They can take these bloopers off and put it right there in front of our face.
Nah, the bloopers is funny. These dudes falling down on skis is funny.
Nah,
I know what we will be doing though.
I'm nervous, bro. I don't know what's gonna happen, man. Broken leg, all that.
I will say this though. With all of these screens, we're talking about the in-season tournament. We got in-season tournament basketball action coming up in like an hour and 50 minutes.
We do.
I don't know why. I didn't hear Adam Silver's explanation for this. I don't know why there's a 2:00 game in Las Vegas.
I think, if I had to guess, and the NBA needs to just be like AEW. They worried about the NFL. Just don't worry about that. Do your product. Do your product. If
I hear
it's at
you.
4:00 and 7 on a Thursday, fine. Because it don't matter what you're gonna do. You're not gonna get 10 million because you put it at 2:00.
Earmuffs. The NBA needs to stop being a little bitch. Like, what are we doing?
But look, they didn't already
it's the Patriots and Steelers. It's the worst offense I think we've ever seen in the history of professional football.
Awful.
On national television tonight. And the NBA is worried about that?
Well,
that's the sucker move, man. They scared. They soft.
But you know what it is.
They soft.
You know what it is. You know I hate it. We ain't gonna watch a second of it or whatever. But they gonna do 12 million.
That's crazy. They're gonna do 12 million for a 3-0 game.
I know. They're gonna do 12 million.
That's on it's Thursday. That's Amazon. 12 million people gonna go to there.
What they do on they did 15, right? For Cowboys.
The Cowboys did.
So they'll do
Cowboys
they'll
Seahawks.
Do $6 million. While the NBA, and the reality of it is, if the NBA put that on at the regular time, they would do like $1 million.
If the NBA put it on, they're probably going to do the same number that they were going to do no matter what.
They're probably going
to do
less.
if you think if that game was on at a regular time slot tonight, they do less, or you think the 2 o'clock slot?
2 o'clock.
Yeah, that's I agree.
Yeah, so just put it on at the regular time. You're not going to compete with the NFL, but just do you. Just do you. Run your league.
Adam need to stop being so soft.
Already took the TNT games off.
Yeah, Adam need to stop being so soft, man. Be the big dog. Puff your chest out a little bit. We live here at Sky River Casino. We live here inside 32 Broad Street. Come through. Hang out. We'll try to make room for you if you want to come through. By the way, did you see our name was in the streets this morning?
Our names was in the streets.
Hey, I extended an invitation. We're talking about crossover broadcast. I extended an invitation to some of our friends.
Hey, they're done right now.
They off the air. They said, I wonder what it would be like to do a crossover broadcast with DLo and KC.
We here, Sky River Casino.
Hey, if y'all listening, we out here. It's not like we're not gonna let you on stage.
I'm about to say, if either one or both pull up, they coming on stage, right?
Hey, they can sit right here next to us. They can sit right here next to us. Anybody want to come up here and sit next to DLo and KC and find out what a crossover broadcast is like?
We could talk.
Yo, we got you. Come through. Come through. Just Sky River Casino. I know both of y'all don't live far.
Hey, man.
Come hang out.
Now.
I know where y'all live. Y'all don't live far. It's DLo and KC live from Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Y'all can stop faking it. We're off the air now.
Oh.
Hey, Carrie. Can y'all make some noise for Carrie? She's the one who makes all this. Like, make real noise.
Carrie,
yeah. What's up, girl? Nah, we good. Oh, no, it's all right. It wasn't bothering us. We good. I need that humidor to finish. That's what I need.
Oh.
I need the humidor to finish. I'm ready. Okay. No. It's fine. It's fine. Thank you.
I didn't even hear him. I don't know if maybe.
Oh, I heard him coming in. I was like, oh, we'll make it work. We're good.
How are you doing?
Yeah. Good to
Always
see you
good to
too.
see you.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. We'll have to turn that down though, right? Because is that on delay? Oh, okay. Got you. Okay.
I got a tweet. I was like, yo, who is this?
Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Jonathan.
So I got a tweet. I was like, who's Jason Woods? I don't know this guy. Read the bio, aka Shy the Man. Oh, Shy the Man. Look at me looking smooth. Looking like new money out here.
That's great. Look at that boy.
Shot a man out here looking like
Shot
new
a
money.
man.
And I feel like money.
Shot him. Y'all see Shot it. Y'all gotta go see. Go to Twitter and look up at JWoods RE_sports. I was gonna say this dude looked like a realtor, and then there he is. He's a California realtor.
And I feel like money.
Shot him, man. He looked like Ish.
To me.
Don't he look like Ish? On the Joe Budden podcast.
Hey, it's just hilarious. It's be cracking me up. And I got him on buzzing.
Shout out to the homie Leezy. Leezy always working. What's up, Chatty House? We see y'all.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, you got to bring that up here. Hey.
Oh, he wearing a hoodie. He wearing a hoodie. He wearing a hoodie. Yo, man, yo. Yo, he gotta come up here. Man, he gotta come up here, man. Man, he gotta come up here. I don't know. Oh, come on, man. Well, all right, man. I don't know.
Man,
I don't know if it needs to be on merch.
So
I don't know if it needs to be on merch.
I love y'all. Man, where you didn't come in with no cereal? Did security stop you with the cereal this time? Okay.
It's just soda. It's just soda.
Oh no, you can leave that up. Oh, that's fine. It's fine. We good. We live. See, now I'm gonna ask you. We're live here at Sky River Casino. For those that just walked in, make sure you head over to the 1320 table over there. Get the code word to text and win that PS5. Now, how do you feel about yourself?
I mean, look,
no, let me set the scene.
I'm just.
Manny walks in.
Yeah.
With a Smash Them Boys hoodie on.
I mean,
now,
okay,
see,
don't be yelling that out.
Now, he gets a pop when he walks in the door. And now, how do you feel?
Well,
words have consequences.
Yeah, but when I say it, I always reference the team that my guys are playing. I don't just walk around saying, "Let's smash them, boys."
Well, it's got the Republic look on it. Look, you caused this. You and Connor Sutton, you all caused this. This is your fault.
Look, it's a nice hoodie. You know, it looks like it's nice material.
Yep.
I just don't know if that needs to be merged.
It's great material. It's a DLo and KC hoodie. It's fantastic.
Yeah, I don't know if that needs to be merged. I mean, shout out to Manny. He got it.
No, shout out to Dave Garcia for putting it together.
Dave Garcia, big ups to him.
Just your words have consequences. That's all I'm saying.
Well, look, if Manny want to wear that, he can wear that. I'm not here to judge.
Manny is walking around with a hoodie that says "Smash Them Boys." Don't go pick up L. Don't stay away from schools today. No alcohol. Just some nice nachos and some water. We'll get you a Pepsi or something, and you'll be good.
Defend yourself, man. That's it.
Shout out to everybody ordering merch over at DLoandKC.com. We see a lot of it out here. Man, Jay's got the new DLo and KC 2 Stations hoodie on. It's the first time I've seen that in person, man. Yeah. He looks fantastic. Warren got the new Insiders hoodie. He got the Kings Beat Insiders hoodie on. That James doesn't even have one of those yet. That looks fire.
What's the other one called? That's the one I want, the psycho letter or the serial killer letter?
Well, wow. It's wow.
What's it called?
The ransom note.
The ransom note.
The ransom note.
That's the one I like.
Yeah. The serial killer one, though. Yeah, we got some orders to make over at DLoandKC.com, but big ups to everybody. I know Delivery Joe. I was hoping hoodies, the new round of merch would get delivered in time for the live show. As you can see that it has. I know Delivery Joe's out there making his deliveries in his Smash Them Boys hoodie. So be proud of yourself.
Well, I mean, look, like I said, the Republic, those are my boys. You know, when we play the OC Thunder or whatever their name is, I don't know. Yeah, we're going to smash them boys. But I can't walk around with the hoodie.
I got word Kyle Matson's coming through.
Hey,
let's go. Hey, and like I said, man, we're like a couple of ring veterans. We're like Shawn Michaels. We're calling this thing in the ring because we know Jake's showing up. Matt George is on his way here.
What's the best match? The biggest match, not the best match Shawn ever called in the ring? How did they do the Iron Man match?
Nah, they laid the Iron Man match out.
Damn.
They laid it out.
That's kind of.
I know it's not.
That's kind of insane and boring.
I think that match was if that match was boring. You know what would have made that match dope to me? If they didn't make it an Iron Man match and it still went an hour. Like if they just went for an hour, but you didn't know
it was still
when a pinfall was going to happen,
or they could have said there's a time limit.
No, you don't even do any of that. The main event is Shawn Michaels versus Bret Hart, and it just goes an hour, or it goes 63 minutes, or whatever it wound up going. But like, there was a certain point where it's like, what do I need to get excited for? Like, it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter until we get to 60 minutes. Then they started doing the thing where it was like 5-4, which was almost worse than 1-0, because it was like there was 9 pinfalls in 60 minutes. I think they had the it was Kurt and Brock on SmackDown. They did a 60-minute Iron Man match, and like Kurt was up like 3-0, or Brock was up 3-0, or something like that. It's like, what the hell is this? This is silly.
Yeah, I mean, if they want to make it special and say there's a time limit, they should have just said it's an Iron Man match, 60 minutes, and then nobody knowing what to do. You get to 60 minutes, no pinfall. What are we doing? Oh, we OT.
That's what they did.
I know, but we all knew if somebody got a pinfall within the 60 minutes, there still was time.
Yeah. Oh, you saying a time limit? I got you. Yeah, a time limit rather than I got you. I don't think we'll ever see an Iron Man match again.
I hope
not in the WWE. We might see it in front of the 8 people at AEW events, but I don't think. Oh, all right, my bad. I'm sorry.
Hey,
I want AEW to succeed. They need to succeed.
I do too. They gotta change some stuff up.
Yeah, they gotta.
They getting NXT better than them right now.
I mean, NXT is WWE. Like, it's the same production, it's the same everything. You have the same monster behind it. They can frame it whatever they want to. It's still WWE.
You do, but you still have unknown talent that becomes known.
Yeah, I guess so.
So
wasn't Becky Lynch just the NXT women's champion like the day before last?
For a little bit?
Yeah.
What's his name is there because the girl body slammed him the other day. Who's the guy that used to like Mandy Rose?
Otis. Is it Otis?
Otis was there, and
Otis.
The sister,
Otis is worse than LA Knight.
I don't understand.
I didn't get either one of them gimmicks.
I forgot that.
Oh no, we got an LA Knight shirt in the crowd.
Oh
wow. See, I blame you, Zabo. I blame you.
Yeah.
I blame you. We're live here at Sky River Casino, man. We are here. I say we're here till 4 o'clock. We're here well past 4 o'clock. Doing the show live from here. Mingling. Shout out to our man Leezy, who always pulls up, grabs some content for us. Director Scorsese. Oh, I see Katrina. I see Katrina back there. I know what that means.
Right there too.
Ramsey in the cut with him.
Always in the cut, bro. I gotta watch this dude.
Ramsey in the cut.
Staying in the cut right now.
Ramsey in the cut with his mask on, acting like he busy.
No, hey, we gonna get Ramsey on stage. Ramsey talking today, man.
Dude, Ramsey's
talking today.
Ramsey is how much hate do you think Ramsey would spew if we brought him up here for just 2 minutes? 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Ramsey coming up here and talking today, man.
All right. If we can wrestle the mask off of him. I see Katrina rocking the Jordan 11s.
I know those is fire.
Big day. What, Saturday?
Saturday. Well,
I ain't doing it.
Well,
I ain't doing it. You already did it, didn't you? Look at this guy. Wow. He got him before they even went on sale. That's the type of man I sit next to.
I mean, they did have a shock drop.
Sure. Yeah. Did anybody else get the shock drop? Nope.
Yeah,
Just you. It was just you. And didn't Reese get it too?
Just in case.
So two in the same household got it.
Just in case.
Sure.
No.
This thing is on the up and up. Didn't you used to work for Mike?
Yeah, we did some business.
No, you don't have to explain. You did or you didn't work for Michael Jordan? I'm sorry. I'm going to try this again because this isn't working. Yes or no, you worked for Michael Jordan?
Yeah, we used to work. We used to work.
You used to work for Mike.
Shout out Jordan Brand. You know what it is. Those are my people over there.
Yeah, no. You used to work for the Warriors too, right?
I did. Well, I did, man. Yeah.
You got a ring.
That was a good organization.
You got a ring from the Warriors?
I do.
That your son wears? That your son walks around?
My mom was walking around with it.
Well, that happens too.
Damn. Speaking of, did you watch the game last night?
Yeah.
The Warriors game?
Mm-hmm.
Good game, man.
Yeah, I watched
thought-
hey, your boy Kuminga was
That dunk at the end, oh my gosh.
Kuminga and
That alley-oop was crazy.
and
That was a great play by Draymond. And the alley-oop and how high he got up, that was crazy.
the Clay was terrible.
Wow.
Like stunningly bad
Well,
last night.
I
He was
mean,
not
so-
good. But
So that's why I came. And I don't want to talk about because I'm not trying to be no hater. But what I came away from that game looking is the Warriors are awful.
well, so the flip side to that isn't that when you originally put this whole thing together and everybody acknowledged it's not going to work, the two timelines thing is not going to work, but isn't this what you hoped for? Like you got a boost from Kuminga and Moody last night when guys like Clay weren't playing well. Of course, Steph was Steph last night, but isn't this what you originally hoped for?
Yes and no. I think they wanted a whole
Obviously,
lot
you
more.
wanted this like 2 years ago.
But you wanted a whole lot more. And then Wiseman was supposed to be,
Yeah.
now
Wiseman's on a team that can't win.
Good, but he was supposed to be your Embiid or something like that would carry the franchise over. Right now, Kuminga and Moody are just pieces. One of those was supposed to be franchise. Probably two of the three between Wiseman, Moody, and Kuminga. Two of them were supposed to be franchise. And then you found Jordan Poole. That was another guy that was supposed to be franchise.
Yeah.
And you got none of that. So awful's a little strong. I don't think they're awful, but they're not.
Are they a 500 team?
With Steph, maybe.
Because they're like a game. I think they're a game below 500. I think I think last night's game put them to 10 and 11.
Yeah,
it might have been 9 and 11, but I think it's 10 and 11.
With Steph, they're probably around 500. I think they're a playing team. Just don't let Steph go down for any amount of time. I mean, and then you might wear him out. I mean, this guy's having to, muster up this incredible energy to beat Anthony Simons and the Blazers in December.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a good look. It's not a good look. I thought about it last night. I felt bad for the Blazers because I thought they played well enough to win. They deserved to win that game.
I think they've had a lot of games like that this year,
Well,
though.
the thing that made me think about that was they probably should have beat the Kings. They played really good that night.
Oh, yeah.
But
yeah.
whatever happened at the end of the game,
Yeah.
they weren't able to make it happen. So I got a couple.
They're
guys
not terribly far off, in my opinion, from being back
Yeah.
playing, potential
see-
upset playoff type stuff. Like, I don't think that team is. They're not Detroit. Like, they're not
No,
San
hell
Antonio.
no.
That's not what Portland is.
We got to see what happens with Scoot though.
Yeah, for
Scoot's
sure.
a young boy. He got to work on that game, and I know he will. I believe in Scoot. But he's got to get that jump shot right. And there's just things that they're throwing at him that he doesn't seem prepared for right now. He's a good ball player, though. I believe in Scoot.
Yeah, that team's going to develop quick.
Our boy Shaden.
Woo. Yeah, Shaden's bad. You know who I was wrong about, and since I have a tendency on this show to take L's, I'll take another one. Well, it's not necessarily an L. I needed them to show me something, and that was Minnesota. And so far, I mean, we're 20 plus for most teams, 20 plus games into this. Minnesota's good.
They're even better than I thought. And I thought a little higher from than you did. I was like, they're cool. They're a playoff team. But I mean, they're the number one seed.
But to
I
me,
sure as hell didn't see that.
To me, it was never like, are they good? It was like, something seems to be stopping them from realizing their potential. Like, the team is good, right? But like, there seems to keep being a hang up. Right now, there doesn't seem to be a hang up with them at all.
No, I thought it was.
And now that they're past that, I don't think they're going back to what they were before.
I thought it was Rudy Gobert. I thought that was what was holding them up.
And I don't think that's true now.
It's not. They found a way to have Rudy and Cat out there at the same time. Obviously, you got Ant-Man. Cat is playing phenomenal. You got Nas Reed doing his thing. They're playing great. And that Minnesota crowd playing at the Target Center, that's a real home court advantage.
Yeah.
They're turned up there at the Target Center. So I didn't see this at all. I thought they'd be around in the play-in or something like that. Number one seed. They lost 4 times this year.
Yeah.
They're the only team really in the West that hasn't had to like I talked about yesterday, like all these guys are trying to figure it out. Kings are just like everybody else trying to figure it out. Minnesota's the only team that hasn't had to figure anything out. They've been cooking from the start.
Yeah, I looked. We haven't played Phoenix yet, right? Because I got my jersey in the car. Kings haven't played Phoenix yet, right?
No.
I went through. I was like, they really haven't played them? Nah, they haven't. This from our good friend Sean Cunningham, and I don't say this enough. I know Sean's working right now. I really appreciate Sean, man. He is on top of everything when it comes to the Sacramento Kings.
Great dude, too.
Tweeted, yes, absolutely. Tweeted just a couple of minutes ago, Keegan Murray was a full participant at Kings practice today. Keegan Murray was a full participant at Kings practice today. His status for Friday in Phoenix will be determined later. Now, I point that out. Let's bring complete context to this. It's not the first time, or it wouldn't be the first time Keegan Murray was a full participant at practice and didn't play the next day.
Right.
It's news, passing it along, because Keegan didn't play yesterday. But let's also point out that doesn't mean he's going to play tomorrow.
Right.
We've already seen that with Keegan during this stretch. But he didn't practice yesterday. He practiced today. That is at least good news moving forward for the Sacramento Kings. Of course, you want him to feel good right now. You want him to feel good tonight. You want him to feel good tomorrow.
Yeah.
But Keegan Murray, a full participant in practice today.
Yeah, when we're going to see him in the game, I don't know. Could be Friday, could be next week sometime. But the fact that he's able to get out there and play, like you said, is a good sign. And hopefully, it's probably one of those things where they're trying to see how his back responds, body responds. Hopefully everything's good. And even if they're not comfortable with him playing on Friday, you want, him to go through a practice and be able to be like, yeah, I feel good today. I'm good.
Yeah.
We'll still sit you out, but I feel good. So
I think his absence is far bigger on the defensive end than we realize. And if he's not ready to go tomorrow, I think we'll see it, because he's been guarding LeBron like he's been guarding the other team's best player regularly. And this is a team, the Phoenix Suns, with a couple of best players. By the way, I saw Leezy sent this to me. Did you see that post about Kelly Oubre?
No.
Oh, it was terrible. Said Kelly Oubre got hit by a car and he's still playing before Bradley Beal. That's terrible. That's terrible.
Come on, man.
It's not wrong, but it's terrible.
Say
yeah,
it.
it's terrible. I laughed, but it's still terrible. But this is a Phoenix Suns team with a couple of good players, with a couple of best players in Kevin Durant and Devin Booker. So you need all of your top-notch defenders available for that duo.
So at some point, I'm gonna ask you a question. And at some point, your people got to play defense, right? So there is a limit to this. But you know how I talk about with Fox, like they always ask him to guard the other team's best point guard or whatever and score 30. And I'm like, they don't need to do that. You think they need to do that with Keegan? Because like we're talking about, yeah, we need Keegan, he's a perimeter defender or whatever. We're also asking Keegan to score 17 a night. And I hate to go here again. I hate to go here again. That's where you would hope. I'm not even saying.
Go ahead, say it. No, say it.
I'm not even saying. I'm not even saying he's not doing it. I'm just telling you.
No, trash Harrison Barnes in front of everybody. Go ahead.
I'm just saying this is where you would hope you'd have another forward that sometimes Keegan wouldn't. Every single moment he's in there, he ain't got to guard Brandon Ingram.
You hear Senator Caraway over here? Another forward.
Forward.
But on the so when you were asking that of De'Aaron, right? You didn't have, and there isn't someone who could pick up his scoring load. With Keegan, if he's playing at a high level on the defensive end, I feel like you can make up the offensive production on the other side if he's playing at that high level on the defensive end. If he's struggling on the defensive end, and this isn't fair to Keegan at all, but he's the primary defender on Kevin Durant, and Kevin Durant's going for 32, and Keegan has 8, that's probably a problem. But if Keegan has 6, 7, 8 points, and KD has 18, I might take that. Or you could replace KD with
Keegan
Booker.
has 18.
If Kevin Durant.
Oh, KD has 18.
And Keegan has 6, 7, 8, whatever. I might take that. But if he has 32 or 34, again, this is totally unfair to Keegan. And Keegan has 8. That's a little bit more of a problem.
And that's what happened. Well, that's not what happened on Monday because Keegan had 14. But I mean, that's what was going on. Brandon Ingram couldn't be stopped. Keegan got in foul trouble, got hurt a little bit.
Yeah.
And it was just a lot. Like it's just a lot. And we need you to score 14 to 17. It's a lot.
But I think he can do that because with Fox, you're asking Fox. You're basically asking Fox to score 30 plus, at minimum 25 plus, while guarding Steph or the other team's best player or whoever. Right? You're not doing that with Keegan. You're not asking for 25 plus. I don't think easy for me to say 14 is unreasonable.
So I'll ask you this. Who else is doing that? Who else is being that type of defender, getting those type of assignments and scoring 15? Honest question. I'm drawing a blank right now.
Now? I mean, Paul George used to do that.
Right.
I don't know that he guards like in a regular season game. I don't know that Paul George guards the team's best player anymore. Kawhi, one of those guys is taking a big defensive assignment in most games.
Right.
The point is there's not a lot of them.
Right.
Like I get it.
And the people we name are like the best players in the league.
Yeah, those are superstars. Yep.
You know what I mean? So
but those guys also probably aren't scoring 14 either. They're probably scoring 25.
Right.
So like I don't know because I don't know. I can't think of a player in the league that you're asking to do
and
that.
that's why I say I hate to keep pushing the butt and kicking the can down the road or whatever, but I'm not saying he should never guard Brandon Ingram, but he shouldn't have to guard him all game if we need him to score 17 points. There should be a time, and this is in specifically New Orleans, they're just kind of a matchup problem, but like the other forward or Kevin Huerter or somebody like that should be able to give time on that guy as well.
Yeah.
Like Phoenix, France. We got Phoenix tomorrow. Once again, we got Phoenix tomorrow.
Huerter will try. He's trying.
Not to go on book for a little bit. Keegan will be on KD the whole time, but it feels like that's where you might be able to steal some minutes with Harrison guarding.
Well, I was going to say, did Harrison guard Zion or Ingram?
He was guarding Zion. So that's where New Orleans is. For this argument's sake, they're a little different because it wouldn't be like, all right, Keegan, you're not guarding Ingram. Who you guarding? Oh, Zion. Like that's difficult. But just looking at Phoenix, like Keegan should be able to steal some minutes on what's the dude they had? Little. And Harrison should be able to go guard KD.
Well, you don't think he can? Well, don't answer that. Don't answer that. Don't do that. No, don't do that. This Harrison Barnes stuff we got to.
I'm not here to say if he can or not. I'm saying that's how you would set it up.
Okay, so can he? Look at befuddled. He's just stuck. Just stuck. We've been on Harrison hard pause. We've been doing a lot with Harrison the last couple of days.
Harrison is so the thing with Harrison though is not can he or not. It's not can he or can he. It's what's going to happen that night. Some nights he's good. Some nights he's non-existent, and I think that's where the uncertainty comes from.
So what's the?
It's just uncertainty. It's not to me. It's not whether or not he can because I think he's capable. I just don't know what you're getting that night.
Well, KD's out tomorrow.
Well,
no. Tapia Wojnarowski, I missed that. We're a little more detached from our computers up here as we're just we just talking. But yeah, KD out tomorrow.
Well,
I hate that. Y'all clapping. I hate that.
Why?
Because
I mean,
I
know. I get you. I know. This is a different Kings team.
Yeah, that's 100% true.
Different Kings team. So we might not have Keegan tomorrow though either.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so we'll monitor. We won't. I don't think we'll have anything on Keegan Murray until game time tomorrow, which is
6.
I think it's a 6 o'clock start.
It's a 6 o'clock start.
Yeah.
At first I thought it was 7, but
Nah, it's a 6 o'clock start tomorrow.
So tomorrow
and we got a
5.
2 o'clock start live from Las Vegas. We're going to be watching the in-season tournament here inside 32 Brew Street. And we're going to be giving away a PS5 if you're out there on the road, if you're listening on 1320 AM, the Odyssey app, the TuneIn app. If you're watching, if you're in the chatty house and you want to come through, you got till about 3:30-ish to come through. Get the code word over at the 1320 table. They'll give you the number that you need to text it to. That puts your name in the drawing. You have the opportunity to walk away with a PS5 today. Will Z is here. He's got his Jordan 1s on. He's going to hit the stage. He's going to talk with us. Matt George is on his way. Kyle Madsen, Jake Gayden. We got a day planned for you. We're so happy that you are here with us live from Sky River Casino here with DLo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Did you already throw Ramsey out? Yeah, okay. Yeah, come on, Will. Yeah. What's Ramsey out there? Oh, here he comes. Here's Ramsey. All right, Captain Hater. Look it. Don't acknowledge me. Come on, Ramsey. Why are you a curmudgeon? Why are you a curmudgeon? Why are you like this? Stop it. Will you stop? What's up, man? Hey, I need everybody to know Will got his ankles out. Y'all see that? Will got a little bit of Achilles out. Y'all see that? Look at that boy. Woo! Will got his ankles. I learned that from you. Love it. Which way do you want to go? Okay. Yes, indeed. Look at that boy, Will Z. Ankles out and everything, man. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. Chatty House, we see y'all, man. We appreciate you. Thanks for being with us. Hit the thumbs up, subscribe, shout out Twitch. Shout out everybody who in here with us. Shout out Jonathan. None of this works without Jonathan. We're talking into, what is it, Bolivian? We're talking into Bolivian if it wasn't for Jonathan.
Fade right into Bolivian.
I think it was Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson, right?
Mike said, I don't know what I'm gonna do, man. I don't know. I probably just fade into Bolivian. That's all I do. I don't know, man. What?
Yeah, Aldrin J. Fade Ramsey. Oh no, Russell says Ramsey is a legend. Oh.
I love that you're just pulling up YouTube to check.
Yeah, I gotta check in on the chatty house, man. Gotta check in on our Drew down. Where you at, Drew? I thought you and the missus was coming through.
No, you're good.
In fact, where are all the 209ers? Whoops. Oh, we miss you too, Cuttin' Pete. We miss you, Cuttin' Pete. Michigan, what's happening, baby? Our man Chester in here, yes, sir. Brian says, Ramsey's like, I don't even know you and I hate you. Wonder what kind of shirt we can make for Ramsey.
So
49er football team? Or no, what is it? San Francisco football team. There it is. 49ers representing. I like it. I like it.
What up, baby? Niner gang. You know what it is, man.
Yeah, Lester, I hear you. I know. Shout out to the crew that came through, man. We know it's tough. People got jobs and schedules. We appreciate y'all. Taz hoping to be around 2:30. That's a good look.
Nice.
Yeah, yep. KC went to elementary school with another prominent radio personality in the city.
Shout out Our Savior Lutheran School. Big ups, you know what I'm saying, over there off of Franklin. I was on people over there. Mr. Camberg. Shout out, Mr. Camberg.
How crazy is it that they could mention this on the radio, but they got in trouble for tweeting us? That's crazy. Yeah.
Real
Hey,
story.
man, stop tweeting DLo.
Come on, man.
That's a shoe. Y'all didn't notice? Y'all
Come
didn't
on,
notice the
man.
Ricky Stark stuff kind of went silent for a while?
That's crazy, man.
That's why, but now they want a crossover. Hey, they were invited. Hey, we invited them. Oh, we're back? Like on the air? Oh, hey! Hey! It's a live broadcast, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Shout out to the Tapia family.
Yeah,
Yes,
Tapia
indeed.
family.
Y'all look.
Hey, shout out to my man AD. It's his birthday tomorrow. Shout out. Big ups, big ups, big ups.
Hey, y'all see, man, my man Will Z got his ankles out, man. I've never been so proud of my brother Will Z in my life. He got his ankles out.
I'm always trying to learn.
His Jordan 1s on, man. He is tri-blend. Like, he is a vibe today. Will, we're happy to have you up here. So let's start. Let's talk Kings basketball. Obviously, we got the in-season tournament game coming on. Believe it or not, in about an hour, and we'll be watching it here.
Congratulations.
We'll be watching it here inside 32 Brew Street, Sky River Casino. Let's start with the obvious. Harrison has taken a beating these last couple of days because of that 4-point performance against the Pelicans. Now you don't have your 50-inch, number sheet in front of us, but is there something glaring about Harrison Barnes so far this season when you look at the numbers?
I think the thing for me is if Mike Brown is saying that he wants him to kind of do those other things like rebounding, he's not a great rebounder this year. And in his career, he's just not someone who goes and grabs a bunch of boards. But that's kind of what stood out to me. And I think just the lack of play calling for him. I think he can be a player who still thrives in that type of like play calling setting, especially like when Zion was guarding him. I thought, yeah, get some plays called for HB, make Zion run. I think it's just kind of the lack of kind of that other stuff that he's not fully doing that I think that role kind of dictates.
Mm-hmm.
But again, it's hard to see without the numbers right in front of me, but it's like you look at Trey Lyles' rebounds compared to Harrison Barnes, and it's just Lyles is a little bit better than that. Yeah, exactly.
Kevin Huerter has decided I'm going to go rebound.
But that's the thing. I think over like the last 4 or 5 games, he's averaging like 15 and 4, 15 and 5. Mm-hmm. It's just the in-season tournament at home, only home team to lose. And you're looking, Fox had 30, Domas had a triple-double, Malik had 21. What went wrong? Oh, there it is. And that's where the finger gets pointed at.
Yeah, and those games, they stick out like a sore thumb when they happen. I'm with you. I thought he's played fine as of late. Not spectacular or anything, but he hasn't been an issue.
He doesn't lose you games. Like he doesn't. You never like look at Harrison Barnes and say like, oh, they lost because of what he did. I think Kings fans are saying maybe they lost because of what he didn't do.
Yeah.
But it's not like he's going out and shooting 2 of 15.
No. The only issue I had on Monday with what Mike Brown was saying was, people talk about they don't run any plays for them. I just don't want to hear that.
Yeah.
I saw Trey Murphy. I saw Herb Jones. I saw Alvarado. I'm sure none of them had plays ran for them, and they were unbelievably effective in that Pelicans game. So, I wasn't trying to hear that. Like, there's other ways that you can go out there and be effective outside of scoring or doing something like that, and it just hadn't been good enough in that night. It just wasn't good enough.
Yeah, and I'd want to look at would need the computer and the monitor and everything, but to look at kind of, and maybe I'll do this when I get home, Harrison's numbers in games that Keegan isn't playing in, because it seems like when Keegan's out, he's obviously doing a little bit more because there's some kind of shoes to fill in.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll look into that later and see kind of that comparison side by side of what's Harrison doing with Keegan on and off the floor in terms of games with his injury. But
But even with all that said, I mean, unless it's OG or Pascal or something that you can't, somebody is clearly better. I'm not in a huge rush to get rid of Harrison Barnes. I don't think it's gotten to that. And a lot of people feel that way. I don't feel that way. I thought one of the things that they've done a couple of times in the last few weeks is what I asked for. Put Harrison out there, see what Harrison you're getting that day.
Mm-hmm.
If you're getting good, active Harrison, he continues to play. If not, you're not going to play that much. We've seen that in the second half of that Warriors game where they came back. Like, he didn't play a whole lot in that game in the second half, and I think that's the way to go about it.
And part of me wonders, too, if this feels like a cliche and kind of a – do you think that he would be better off the bench in terms of – because Barnes, he can go get his own shot. Like we've seen in the past years when the Kings are struggling, they give the ball to Barnes. He goes, drives to the hoop, gets fouled, goes to the line. Monk has been really good off the bench, but it feels like the Kings are kind of lacking that scoring punch off the bench. So
in favor of who, though? Trey?
Who fits that kind of rebound, defense, hit the open shots that get out of the spray.
It feels like he fits that on the bench, though. Do you think he fits that with obviously it fits within the offense, but does he excel at that same level with De'Aaron and Domas out there to start the game?
I think so. I don't know. I'd need to see it, but it feels like he could fit that role.
Will's not alone in this thinking. I don't think there's any need for any lineup or rotation changes.
Yeah.
None. But I also think, and maybe I'm alone on that, I think the Kings are fine.
Yeah.
I think they're fine. I think they need to get in a run or so where all their guys are there and they get to play, with each other. A 10-game run where they got everybody there, and things will happen the way we saw it happen last year. But I think they're fine offensively. Defensively, they're always striving to get better. But I think they're fine. It goes back to what I always talk about and what I'm always looking at. Are they continuing to generate good looks? They seem to be. They're not hitting them at the clip they did last year. I think that'll change. I just need to know that you can still generate those looks, and the shots will fall eventually. I think they're fine all the way around.
DLo and KC, live from Sky River Casino, KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Shout out to the Chatty House. Shout out to everybody listening. Shout out to everybody in attendance here at 32 Brew Street. For those just walking in, make sure you check in at the 1320 table. Get that code word. Get that number to text it to. Enter to win one of those PS5s, courtesy of our friends over at Jiffy Lube. Someone in this building is walking out with that PS5 here today.
That's crazy. Also, everybody that's in here, man, shout out to you guys, man. The merch in here is crazy, man.
Yeah.
People got merch all over the place, man, and
Everywhere.
Thank you, man. We appreciate
shout out to everybody who's sick and didn't go to work today, because that's always the tough thing. Bryce, I see you in here. I know. That's why Ramsey's got his mask on, because everybody called in sick. So we appreciate you guys so much for being here.
And then also, I do want to reiterate, thank you again for getting the merch, and that includes Manny. Thank you. Thank you, Manny, for.
What's Manny's shirt say?
I don't know. What does it say? Well, I don't know, man.
Smash them boys.
Well,
See? Yep.
All right, man.
There you go.
Well,
there you go.
We got signs that say "Smash them, boy." I even think that's a little better than the merch. But I mean, shout out David Jackson too.
Shout out Zabo for going Attitude Era with the signs here for all of the live shows.
Nobody goes Attitude Era like Zabo.
No one. Hey, that's facts.
Jesse the real MVP.
Jesse the real MVP. Show that to the Tapia family back there. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. We appreciate you guys so much for being here. We appreciate Will Z. Our man Jake Gaden is here.
Jake in the house.
Our man Jake, the ultimate heartthrob, a walking HR violation. We're going to have some fun with our man Jake today as well. You put out, Will, a pretty in detail graphic here about some of what we've seen so far this season from the Kings. What stands out the most to you? Because I don't know if I was the voice of the panic or if I started it, but I said I I'm a little concerned. There's some things I don't love. I didn't mean I don't love this team or where they're going. There's just some things that I'm a little uncomfortable with, especially against physical teams like New Orleans. We've established for the last couple of days, Kenny and I watched the same exact game that was played the same exact two teams, and we did not see it the same way at all. What do these numbers that you put together, what do they say about the Kings season, and what stands out to you the most about them?
Yeah, you asked me the other day kind of if things felt normal with the team and felt like they did last year, and had some kind of thoughts off the head. But I went and looked at the numbers because I really wanted to dive into it. So the graphic is NBA.com has 11 play types that they have for every team. So I wanted to see what the Kings were doing well last year and this year. So put it side by side. And the play types are isolation, transition, pick and roll ball handler, pick and roll roll man, post up, spot up, handoff, cut, off screen, putbacks, miscellaneous. So last year, the Kings were top 10 in 7 of the 11 categories. They were top 16 in 10 of the 11. This year, they're top 16 in 4 of them. So it's just, last year they were doing everything well. Like they were 3rd in isolation, 4th in pick and roll ball handling, 5th in spot up, 2nd in handoff. This year, they're really good at certain things, which is isolation and pick and rolls, but they're not good at those other things this year. And I think part of that is they're not hitting their shots. Like their spot up, for the spot up play type, they're shooting 36.8%. They're 28th in the league in that play type. It's not good. Compared to last year, they were 5th in the league. So it's just their offensive diversity that made them the most historic offense in NBA history just isn't there this year. And I know James has been saying they're trying new things, and maybe that's kind of what it is they're trying to get better at the pick and roll and that isolation and those aspects that they didn't excel in last year. But it feels different, it looks different, and the numbers are different. So it's all kind of coming together in that fashion. So
this is my first thought when I hear that, when I see those numbers, when I see where they're excelling. It's just how my mind is working. They're turning, not that it wasn't already, but they're turning the offense over to De'Aaron Fox. Because you look at the season he's having and the production that he's having. I don't know if he has that same production in the offense they had last year. This year, he's got the ball a little bit more. He's shooting the ball more. He's in isolation more. He's in pick and rolls more. And as a result, I think those other things are going down a little bit, but he's ascending. And another thing that comes to that is it feels like Mike Brown and those guys are looking at that stuff that we do, and this is where the disconnect might come from. This is where trying to get them to a different space comes from. All that is all good. When you get to the playoffs, you need your guys to create unscripted plays. And that's De'Aaron, that's Malik. And I think that's what I read out of that. All those numbers, where they're good at, where they're not as good as they were last year. They're moving this offense more to a De'Aaron Fox and when need be, Malik Monk type of offense, as opposed to running everything through Sabonis and having cutters and all this other stuff like it was last year. That's what I hear.
Yeah, and it's great because then if that is the case, and I agree, I think that Fox just ascending is a huge part of it. You always have that other offensive style to fall back on. And that's where I think what James is saying comes into a big part of it too, is it's not like they're just going to forget all the things they used to do. So if a team is shutting down Fox, then maybe that's when you go to Sabonis. So it might be just some growing pains. 19 games is a pretty big sample size, but it's still early. It'll be interesting I'll check in on these numbers again 60 games into the season. We'll get close to playoffs and kind of see where we're at. But I agree. I think the Fox aspect is huge for it.
19 games, and they played 10 of those games without Fox or Murray.
Yeah.
So It's
the Hollinger special. This is what Hollinger was begging for.
Yep.
And see, so that's where I'm probably looking at it like I think the Kings are fine because everything people said was going to be a downfall for them has kind of happened. Fox has been hurt. Murray's been hurt. We've had 2 starters down. Trey Lyles was hurt to start the season. And they're still above 500 in the mix of everything.
Yep.
These guys are going to continue to play more games together, and I think they're going to turn up. That's where maybe I'm looking at it saying they're just fine.
I get that. Damien, you don't feel the same way?
Be careful, because last time you said something, the whole city lost their mind.
No, I do. I don't think I instigated that, by the way. I think a lot of people.
What you said was perfectly fine, and it went crazy.
Yeah, I think I just voiced the concern a lot of other people had. I didn't say trade Keegan Murray. I didn't even say trade Harrison Barnes. I wasn't talking about trading anybody.
They said, but Damien, you're right. It's time to move on from Keegan.
Whoa. Hey, no, that is not at all what I said. But I went back, and when you look at, there's that 7-game win streak, right? And it's like, oh, that's when the Kings got their flow. Well, it really wasn't. The Kings got their flow in the middle of January. And it was that, knocking on the door of 5 games above 500, and then it, dropping one and it being 3. Back to 4, 3 back to 4. They finally get to 5 in the midst of a 6-game win streak. And Casey was the first one to say it. I bet they ain't going to look back.
Yep.
They ain't going to look back. And they never did. They were never below 5 games above 500 again. And that was the middle of January. So even when last year we felt like things were great, they're a damn near identical spot. We felt like everything was great. They didn't hit that stride to where this is a playoff. The drought's over. There's no doubt the drought's over. They didn't hit that till the middle of January. So this goes back to what we talked about at the end of last year. Expectations are different.
Yeah.
So feelings are different.
Right.
Our nerves to these games are different. And then the component of the first ever in-season tournament, the first ever trip to Vegas, knowing that the Pacers went, now you see all other home teams won, the opportunity to play the Lakers in what we would have considered a meaningful game, all of those different things at play, it all sits into that feeling. We go back to the way the show started. How do you feel today with these games going on in Las Vegas? Salty as hell, because I wanted the Kings to be there. I wanted the promo shots with De'Aaron and Domas in the NBA Cup. I wanted that, but we're not going to get it.
And I don't think it helps that we have to wait like a week between.
Yeah,
games
right. That's the other thing.
Sit and ruminate.
It's marinating.
Yeah, and it just builds and builds, especially with social media now.
It's almost like the playoffs.
Yeah,
like you lose in the playoffs. It took a week or half of that second round to be like get back into the playoffs for me. Because I'll be bitter.
I got back into the playoffs when the Warriors got eliminated.
Well, see, that's when I was
a Ramsey level hater after that series. I was mad at everything.
Like this, and when it looked like the Warriors were going to get eliminated, I was like,
yeah.
Let me watch this. Let me watch this. I'm hating.
Yeah, I hating, and I actually like watching the Warriors play. I just didn't want to watch them play last year.
Oh, too soon.
So what you're saying, though, Casey, you was rooting for the Lakers.
I wanted the Lakers to win. I ain't gonna lie.
No, I was just saying.
No.
Between those two teams after what happened, that's fine.
Yeah, I wanted the Lakers to win. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
No. Me too. Okay, Lake Show. I wanted the Warriors to be eliminated.
No doubt about it.
Captain Hater.
Sorry, Drew Down, if you're in the chat. It just is what it is.
Do you know how many OK Lake Show shirts got sold?
Man,
less than Smash Them Boys.
That's what I want to know is which one's going to have more in the
end.
It
was like 3 or 4 t-shirts. I'm pretty sure I think Delivery Joe has bought everything we've ever released.
Shout out Delivery Joe.
It was like
Smash Them Boys right now.
2 or 3, huh?
He's wearing the Smash Them Boys hoodie right now.
Yeah, that's your fault though. So what was funny?
All I'm talking about is when they play the Oakland Roots, we gonna smash them boys. That's all I'm talking about.
You keep saying it like you keep saying it. We sold, like, Manny bought one, Delivery Joe bought one. I think one other one was sold. Like, we hit like 3. We did that stupid 42% off sale after the 49ers beat the Eagles.
Beat that ass.
It's 42% off, right? And I think like 4 people still bought it. It's like I'm sending one to Kyle's wife just because I think it's funny. I'm gonna send I'm gonna send one to Katrina. I'm gonna send it to all of the women that I know. I'm gonna send one to Jill. I'm gonna send one to all of the women that I know are listening. They can have Smash Them Boys hoodies.
It's more for them.
I won't give one to Stacy Kaufman though. That's the one DLo and KC. I'm not gonna give it to our boss.
I think Stacey will wear it. I think she will.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do that. Okay. If you want to give it to her, you're welcome to. I'm just gonna avoid. I'm gonna avoid that uncomfortable conversation with our HR representative.
You're just gonna call out sick that day.
We'll give one to Carrie.
Okay, I mean, you can present that to those women. You're welcome to. I'm just gonna send it to Kyle's wife anonymously, and she can walk around with a Smash Them Boys hoodie on. That's what we're doing.
Hey, Will, any football numbers? Any numbers for the Niners beating the Eagles' ass? What do we? I mean, we still talk. We can still talk about it. I didn't move on to Seattle.
You said we moved on yesterday.
Yeah,
KC never moves on from the
He
Niners.
doesn't, dude. He really doesn't.
Want to be in my mentions talking crazy. I mean, it's whatever.
Who was in your business?
I was crazy.
There's Dolphins fans here.
Yep.
They was getting yo. I had to
trophies again.
Check the well, check my timeline. I said, whoa,
let me unblock Kenny and go see what
out of
happened
this conversation. The Eagle fans was wild, boy. They took it a little too far.
But yeah, I don't do much for football numbers. That's a whole different beast. But I mean, the 49ers, they look so good. I don't know how you're supposed to stop them on offense. Sometimes I wish that I looked into football numbers, but I don't know enough about the game.
Everybody's there. Yo, you see?
Oh my God. David Carr said what? I'm looking at the David Carr video.
Oh, you didn't see that yesterday?
David Carr said Marcus Mariota would be better and more productive right now for the Eagles than Jalen Hurts. Sir, that's why you didn't make it. Oh my God.
Now,
hey, that reminds me. She's a very, very good analyst. Mina Kimes this morning was the latest to jump on the Brock Purdy is a product of the Kyle Shanahan offense thing. So I'm just gonna say pick a side here real quick. And she was quick to say, I don't mean that as any disrespect. He's a good quarterback. He's just a product of the offense and what Kyle Shanahan is doing. That's fine. That's perfectly fine. You're wrong, but it's fine. If that's the case, though, it's very, very clear Kyle Shanahan's coach of the year, right?
Facts.
This isn't a discussion because if the 49ers are this good and Brock Purdy is just a product of the system, then Kyle Shanahan is coach of the year until further notice. 100%. There's no Brian Dabolls. There's no DeMeco Ryans. There's no there's no overachieving. There's none of that. It's Kyle Shanahan until further notice.
Yeah, that's how it's got to be. If that's the way they
y'all got to pick a side with this.
That's how it's got to be.
Y'all got to pick a side with this.
Yeah. Is it Uchi Wally Wally? Is it one mic?
I'm proud of you, Will. I love you, man.
Thank
I
you.
love
I
all
love
of the
you
amazing
too.
work that you do. You make the coverage of the Sacramento Kings so much better. One of my favorite things every game is to watch you following along and posting stats relevant to what's going on, referencing different media people who have asked questions, who have brought things up. Man, you do such a great job, and I'm really, really proud of you, man.
Thank you so much.
Killing it, bro.
And I appreciate you guys always giving me the platform. I wouldn't be here without either of you.
No, that's not true. That's not true. Hey, I love what we're about to do. Jake Gayden is here.
Ooh.
Matt George is here. Y'all wanted crossovers? Y'all talking crossover broadcast? We got crossover broadcast.
Hey, and speaking of, we got that going on. I've already talked to him. Ramsey said he's coming up.
Okay. Oh, Ramsey's coming up. I think I got an idea. By the way, has anybody seen the guys who challenged us to who asked about a broadcast? Has anybody seen them? Are they here? I'm just saying, hey, Jay Ross, ESPN 1320's Jason Ross.
Hey,
if y'all listen, the door is
Shout
open.
out Chris, pull up.
I've toured security to let you guys in. We got a chair and a microphone for you if
Well,
y'all
love,
want to
man, what's
find out
up,
what a
man? We'll have a
crossover
good
broadcast
show.
is like. We got you, Chris. Chris has been. I don't want to get Chris in trouble.
Yeah.
I'll just say Chris doesn't live too far away. Y'all welcome to pull up. Y'all know what to do. We'll put you up here right away. We're going to come back. We'll talk to Matt. We'll talk to Jake. We appreciate our man, Will Z. Much more ahead. Live here from Sky River Casino, 32 Brew Street. DLo and KC on ESPN 1320.
You know what's funny?
Young Zell, what
Young
up,
Zell in the
boy?
house. You know what's funny? I'll say it now because I ain't trying to get nobody in trouble. I wonder how that went over in the offices. Because
I was surprised. You got to ask permission. You can't just pull up. You got to ask permission.
you think so?
Can they just pull up?
No, I mean the actual clip,
Oh,
the
yeah.
conversation.
I don't know how that went.
Because what they said was
I don't know how that went.
What they said was 100% fair, and it was fine.
It was
It
perfectly
made
fine.
perfect sense. But I wonder if they was thinking a certain way.
Thank you as always. Appreciate you. I don't think I'll be able to hang up all
No problem. No problem. Yeah. Appreciate you, man. You look fantastic.
Thank you.
That's what I said, all right? First thing I said to him, all right?
Appreciate it.
Thanks for coming, man. I really appreciate it.
Always, buddy.
Oh, look at that.
Same old shit. Love, bro.
I think you are, to be honest.
You look phenomenal. Wish you were in Vegas. Am I standing? I'll stand.
No. You're not showing it. It's fine. It's fine.
What do you want us? Just in the middle?
Yep.
Oh, we're in the middle?
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
So the mics are super directional. If you want to help people take them off the rope.
Woo, look at that watch. Wow. Maddie, I like it.
That might be icy.
Yeah, that's fire. That's fire. I'm jealous. Let's see. Everybody in view. Oh, yeah, we good. We good. I have to be.
One, two. I gave you a chair.
I didn't know. The chair came out of nowhere. That works. I wasn't expecting that. Little snug. We'll get to know each other today.
Love that. I'm used to talking to a webcam. I don't like this. I'm used to talking to a webcam. I don't like this.
Nah, it's just fun.
Actual people.
You got the off day today?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Last 2 days. Fantastic. What's up, bud?
Hey, Jake, could you scoot over just a little bit?
Get away from me.
I want to be closer to Matt.
Is that
though.
good?
Get away from me.
Man, we appreciate y'all for being here. Shout out to this crew in the front row. Appreciate y'all coming through. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. KC, can you? I think we're good. You want to look at it? I think it looks good. Okay, yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yo.
Good.
Hey.
Take the screenshot.
Nice little King's round table right here. Hey.
Yo.
I've been drinking enough of that.
Crazy.
Matt's gonna need another drink if we're gonna.
That's
Another
crazy.
couple.
That is
Goodness
wild.
gracious almighty. 10 seconds. Can the chatty house see Kenny over there? I'm just curious.
Am I here?
We need some.
Well,
no,
I
that's
mean,
not what I meant.
That's a whole nother.
That's not what I meant.
That's a whole nother situation.
Oh no, we coming back. Hang on. All right, we back here live at Sky River Casino, baby. 32 Brew Street.
Yeah.
Getting ready to watch.
He got a sign out there.
Yeah, Matty McQueen. And of course, Matty's the only one up here with a drink in his hand.
Come on now.
He got a drink in his hand and some ice on his wrist. Boy, you see, boy, I don't even recognize you anymore.
Look at the ugly sweater.
Wow,
Though.
look.
It's lit up like a tree.
Man.
I just asked KC's security to lend me a piece, so.
Lots
As
of
you guys
talk.
can see, I have no security here today. This is reality.
They
I don't know
stopped
what
me
these
at the
people are
door.
talking about.
Well, great security guards are unseen.
Not Big Dom.
Well, no, not Big Dom. Big Dom inserts himself into everything. Pause. You talk about. Hey, okay, calm down.
Yeah.
You talk about a crossover broadcast.
Yeah, no,
Thank you. We got pause signs out there.
On the way.
Well, oh, hey.
That's right. That's right.
All right.
You're on your own, bro.
Bring him back.
All right. Back to that was a 5-yard penalty at most.
No, 10.
All right. Matt George, ABC 10 with us. Jake Gayden, CBS 13 with us. I didn't ask. No one's going to get in trouble for this, right?
I don't care.
Okay,
So-
I don't think anyone would get in trouble for this. It just dawned on me like, wait, I probably should have asked. All right, but look, we're close enough with the folks at CBS 13. This shouldn't be an issue.
And one of the reasons why all this came about today is because ESPN and TNT are teaming up.
Right.
Today. So
Yeah.
Stephen A and them are going to be on Inside. I think it's Stephen A and Will Bond. They're going to be on Inside the NBA. And that's where all this came from. And I think that's fine. Like, this is fine. I think all this is fine. Like, it's good.
Well, we think it's fine. I just want to make sure that everyone else thinks it's fine too.
We want to see winners for all of us here. All right, I want to see you win, you win, you win.
Hey,
all
what
right?
if they
Success
started
breeds
fighting?
success.
No, that would be hilarious. If they started
Nah.
fighting on stuff. That would be dope.
Turn into Anchorman, and it's just.
I have the shank in the car. If
See,
that's what you're
that's
asking for. Okay.
That's what it
This
is.
is the whitest this show has ever been, though.
Wow.
Can we actually, now that Matt and I are actually here, can we just make sure this is clear for the record?
Yeah.
Who is your more whiter friend, myself or Matt?
You.
Well,
By
no,
far,
no.
it's you.
I don't know. I'm gonna push back on that.
What do you mean you
I'm gonna
push back on that?
only because multiple times, I've been in Tiger with this man.
And we've had some fun.
Well,
I'm married with a child.
I'm married
All right.
with a child.
Well,
Here's
so
sitting there working.
So is Jake like Dirk, where if we asked him his crushes, he's gonna be like Lil' Kim? But like, who were your crushes growing up, Jake?
You really want to know?
Yes, I want to know.
All right, well, we'll start with Vanessa Ann Hutchins, okay? That girl is incredible.
Oh, no, hold on. You gotta. What show? Who is that?
Oh, Vanessa Ann Hutchins from High School Musical?
Oh.
Come on now.
Did she do anything else?
She is married now to a professional baseball player. I'm blanking who it is, though.
Let me see. Maybe if I see her, I'll know who she is.
You know who Vanessa
Who were your crushes growing up?
I'm trying to think of one. No, not Celine Dion.
That's funny. That's funny.
I like
yeah. I know this
Jessica
one.
Alba,
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Jennifer
well,
Lawrence.
okay. Maybe it's a tie. I don't know. This could be a tie.
What's wrong with that?
Well, there's nothing wrong with it. It's a tie. I always thought it was Jake. You've never been on a yacht with like your Harvard friends. That's what Jake does.
I've never
Arizona
been near
State
Harvard.
friends. Let's get that right, okay?
Uh,
There's a different type of party going
yeah,
on.
no
over there.
doubt. No, well, Connecticut's a different.
Yeah, well,
That's a different.
You're
That's
telling
a
us
different
these-
place.
Did you go to Salt Lake City?
I did not. I've been to Salt Lake City, but I did not go with you.
Okay.
Did they try to keep you
I was gonna
like they
say.
did Matt?
No, because unfortunately they see the Jewish star and they say, no, we're not gonna.
No.
Can't
Hey, why are
convert.
we-
Can't happen.
Why are we having a white off on stage?
Jake was like, well, wait a minute, is it me or is it Matt? Like Jake actually called the show and asked in the middle of a golf game, hey, am I whiter than Matt? Like you're on the seventh green and that's what you're thinking about?
Yeah.
That's fine. That's fine.
These are two of the best to do it in the city, though.
Yes,
man. That's for
indeed.
sure.
Yes,
Straight up.
indeed, man.
I
And
know that for a
we're
fact.
we're lucky to have you both. And let's talk Kings basketball. Matt, let's start with you and work our way down.
All right.
They lose the in-season tournament. I know you've been talking about it on the Locked On Kings podcast. Felt like maybe panic, frustration, uneasiness kind of multiplied after that game against the Pelicans. Where are you at with the Kings right now? Are you okay? Nothing's wrong, or I got a few concerns?
No, I think I'm overreacting to that loss and I think I'm overreacting because I don't know how to react because I'm still in my first year of, the Kings are good. Like after the playoff drought is broken, right? So it's now like, welcome to what every normal fan feels, right? Which is, oh, wait, we're trying to get better in the playoffs, not just make the playoffs. So I read a little too far into, I think, the in-season tournament loss, not just because they didn't advance to Vegas, which I really wanted them to do so. And I realized how I felt after that game. That's how much the in-season tournament actually means, because I didn't realize it until they lost. I was like, damn, I really wanted the Kings to win that game. Yeah. Damn, I really wanted the Kings to win this whole tournament. But for me, it became here's a Game 7 type atmosphere on your home floor again that you fell short on. Mm-hmm. So I don't know if I'm reading too far into this because it's just December. We're less than 20 games into the season. But here's a high-stakes game on your home floor. You lost again. And this is where I'm trying to see tangible improvement from this Kings team. They had that opportunity, and they fell short. Granted, it's a bad matchup, but we'll get into the reasons why it's a bad matchup. But still no excuses. Like, if the Kings want to be where they're trying to get to, I think they got to win that game at home.
See, Matt, that's not fair. That's not fair because the energy for the game a week before that was just as high. And they won.
Which one?
The Warriors game.
And
they won.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they to me, they just lost the game. It's not an indictment on them having another big game at home and not being able to come through. They just lost the game. Because they just did, like, if on Sunday we would have said, well, no, look, this is how we do in sports, not just as we do in sports. On Sunday, we probably would have been like, well, they got over that hurdle after winning that game against the Warriors at home. They showed that they can win a big game at home, and then they lose on Monday, and it's like, well, they got to get over that hurdle. They can't win a big game at home. Well, no, we just saw it.
No, I see what you're saying about maybe like goalpost moving. To me, it was the difference between the Warrior game and the Pelicans game is the Kings went into the Warrior game knowing that they could lose by a certain amount of points, and they're still advancing. They walk into that game as the top of the group. That's like a regular season game. That's like game 81 or game 82 with the second seed or fourth seed if you win or lose that game, essentially. That's how I looked at it versus against the Pelicans, it's win and you move on, lose and you're out. True. And for the most part, like, there's still 60 games of a regular season left, and the playoffs is what's more important than an in-season tournament. So ultimately, like, once the Kings play Phoenix on tomorrow, I'll probably be over it. I'll move on and whatever. But because this is the closest thing in December that we're going to get to playoff basketball, it was an opportunity for Sacramento in their own building. They built a 15-point lead early on, and that was down to 1 or 2 by the end of the quarter. They were down by 13 midway through the second. So It wasn't just that they lost a big game. They blew a big lead, and it fell apart in rapid succession. And then certain guys, which we're vibing on the same thing with Harrison Barnes right now, you're just seeing patterns that are concerning when this is all we have to look at and all we have to react to before the playoffs, hopefully in April and May.
Right.
I think with the Warriors, though, that was more of a thing where they needed to get over that hurdle, right? It felt like that was a hurdle in itself. Nothing to do with the in-season tournament, just the team in itself of being able to say, hey, we can beat this team again. I don't remember the stat, guys, but remember how many losses did they have in a row to the Warriors before on their home floor? I think it was like 4 or 5 in a row.
All of them. It felt like all of them.
It felt like all of them. So specifically to win against the Warriors on the road, I think that was the hurdle that I was looking at. And then when you move to the in-season tournament game, that is a big game 7. That's a winner go home type of moment. That's why I don't think it's moving the goalposts. I think it's 2 different entities, right? One's being a playoff-like atmosphere. One is actually trying to beat a team that has your number.
Gotcha.
What's off? Is there something off? Is it just an overreaction, or is something off with the Kings?
I think you look at this. I covered the Denver Nuggets for a number of years before moving to Sacramento, and I got to see that team evolve. I remember when they drafted MPJ and they had Jamal and Jokic already there, and I compare that to what Keegan is doing a little bit right now of being the new guy. They added that Aaron Gordon piece, and that was the major piece that kind of pushed him over the edge of making him a champion or a championship contender. I think that's what you're looking at the Kings right now. I want to have them bringing in another player that can be that fourth star, because I currently don't think they have that on the roster. Matt and I were talking about it after the game on Monday. Harrison Barnes' numbers are all over the place, and I think Will Z just came up here and talked about it as well. Not like Harrison is not a good player, but I'm not sure what his point is on the floor right now. And Mike couldn't even answer afterwards when Matt asked him, hey, what is the defining role for Harrison? Well, we don't have those roles defined yet. Well, then what is Harrison doing out there? Is he there for a defensive side of things, the offensive side of things? You got to have the idea of what he's doing on the floor, because right now he looks very lost.
I mean, you bring up Aaron Gordon, and I feel like Harrison Barnes could do what Aaron Gordon does. I feel like he could. You know, I don't necessarily know what's stopping him from being a top flight defender or, you know, a good rebounder or taking that role that Aaron Gordon took on. But I feel like Harrison could be that guy.
I think to answer DLo's question, like what's off, to me, there's a clear type that Sacramento struggles against, and everybody's taking notice of it. Length, athleticism, and physicality at the wing, Sacramento just has a really, really, really difficult time dealing with. From the Houstons to the Pelicans to the Warriors to some extent. I'm happy that the Kings were able to be victorious against the Minnesota Timberwolves, because I thought that would be another team that would give them issues. But we're seeing a clear type of team that the Kings just have no answer for. And naturally, if athletic wings are giving you an issue, you look at your own wings and try and figure out what they're doing wrong or why they're different. And I mean, I think Keegan, to some extent, I think what we're realizing slowly here is that, oh yeah, Keegan's a second-year player. Like, I have high expectations for Keegan. I believe he can be every bit of the all-star that Monty McNair thinks that he can be, and the Kings front office thinks that he can be. But to put that expectations on a second-year player to be not only the top wing on the team, a third scoring option, but to also be essentially the best defender on the team, or to guard the opposing team's best wing, which is pretty much the top players in the league are typically at that wing position. I think you're asking a lot of Keegan there. And then you pivot to Harrison Barnes, where like I've been really consistent with my defense of Harrison. I was happy the Sacramento Kings re-signed him, especially for the money they brought him back on. I thought, you know, the Kings don't have to upgrade that position. The upgrades come internally from other guys, and Harrison can just be a steady presence. But now, again, consistently, you're seeing big games, Game 7 type atmospheres. HB continues to disappear. And if that's what it's going to be for this season, okay, that's what it's going to be for this season. The Kings are going to go as far as they're going to go. But if the Kings are going to get to where Mike Brown wants them to go, which is from good to great, which is a contender, you need more from HB than we don't run plays for him, and every once in a while he'll grab rebounds for us.
So you talked about the matchup potentially being an issue when you're talking about the Pelicans. Is that, from a Kings perspective, is that a playing style problem or a personnel problem?
I think it's a personnel problem. I don't think the Kings have the player yet to match a Brandon Ingram, a player yet to match a Dylan Brooks. I guess that's a hot or a popular take here. I just don't think
it feels like Harrison Barnes hate. I'm not gonna lie, that's what that felt like.
And that's where I'm starting to shake up a little bit too, is because HB, like, he's been so consistent. And the best thing about Harrison Barnes is the fact that he's always available. He's always there. It was like the same compliment we gave Buddy Hield, but Harrison Barnes is 10 times better than Buddy Hield, I think, for the team and more impactful with what the Sacramento Kings are trying to do. That being said, like, I think like Kevin Huerter almost hurts Harrison to some extent. Keegan Murray almost hurts Harrison to some extent, because Keegan is stepping up as a defender. When I see Keegan guard Brandon Ingram and I see Harrison guard Brandon Ingram, Keegan to me is significantly different. When I see Kevin Huerter make an improvement as a rebounder, an improvement as a defender, and I don't see that from Harrison, who's been in the league longer, who's a veteran, who's been on a championship team, to me, that speaks volumes. So you have other guys in the starting lineup. You have 4 guys in the starting lineup that I think are carrying their weight. Keegan is struggling with his outside shot, but is improving as a defender and has been dealing with injuries. Kevin Huerter, I think at this point, Kevin Huerter is doing everything for me to say, like, he's the ideal starting shooting guard for this Kings team. You look at that starting 3 spot, you look at Harrison Barnes, and you go, what am I getting consistently that's good enough to get from good to great? And I just don't see that right now.
Jake, you were nodding your head a lot to a lot of that.
I echo. Like, I wish we could say that on air on TV sometime. All right. Beside the point, though, like, I don't disagree. I just don't. There's a matchup issue right there. I think, and they got to make a decision as in a front office. Okay, do we get a more athletic, better defensive wing, or do you possibly go after a center and just stay bigger and move Domas to the power forward, move Keegan to the 3, and go from there? I think that's the two options you got to look at right now. But I was looking at the trade market, guys. It's not great.
It runs through Toronto.
That's
pretty much like that's what we're talking about, right? The trade market runs through Toronto.
And are you okay with giving up 2 first-rounders, Davion and HP, for Pascal Siakam? Because I heard OJ Anunoby has no interest in coming to Sac, and none whatsoever. So, what do you? Is that okay? Are you okay with giving that away? Siakam's a great defensive player. I just think that the ask is too high on that. I'm intrigued to see if there is a team that falls apart by the trade deadline, that maybe you just explode a roster a little bit. I was hoping, praying, maybe the Clippers, that would happen with them, and James Harden would just bring them. But they've won 7 out of 10 out of
7 out of 9, I think.
Something like that. You look at the Nets on the eastern side of the board. Like, they got some good forwards and wings out there, but they're clearly in the playoff race over in the Eastern Conference. There's not a good trade that you can make as a Kings fan that says that improves us.
This is where I think just riding it out might be the play again.
Yeah.
If it's not right, Monty's already proven Monty's not going to make a deal or make a move for the sake of making a move. Like, he might just ride it out. The Kings might go into the playoffs and be a first-round exit again, and that might be what it is this year. And then you get year 3 of Keegan. Hopefully you get De'Aaron Fox is established as a superstar. I think we all agree with that. We would love to see Domantas Sabonis have a better playoff series than what he had against Golden State. And maybe that's just what you ride with. Then you get year 2 of Sasha Vezenkov, and you go into this offseason and see who becomes available. Because the reality is, like, Davion Mitchell, he's negative value right now. As much as I like the guy, he's negative value. Harrison Barnes is not giving – you're not trading Harrison Barnes and getting an upgrade. That just doesn't make sense, right? What team would give you a better player at the same position for a worse player unless there's draft compensation on top of that, which the Kings draft picks are tied up a little bit still because of the Kevin Huerter trade. So at this point in time, and I think we have to remember too, if I'm not mistaken, when the Kings first started their glory era in the late 90s, early 2000s, they were first-round eliminations 2 years in a row to the Utah Jazz, and then they took off. So as much as I want this team to improve, and as much as I'm going to overreact if the Kings are a first-round exit again, maybe that's what it's got to be. Get there again, try again. If you move to the second round, excellent, you've improved. If you haven't, okay, now we know we've got a better idea after 2 years of this what we need to upgrade, and trust Monty to make that happen.
Now, do you bring back Harrison Barnes' minutes, though?
Bring him back where?
Harrison Barnes' minutes. Do you deviate those minutes to Trey Lyles and Sasha over the next couple of weeks?
I don't think you have someone to give it to.
This is what I've said they should do from the start. You got Harrison out there. Give him out. You really give him the first half to see what it's looking like. If you got good Harrison that day, he continues to play. If you got non-existent Harrison, you tell him coming out of the locker room, you got about 3 minutes to show me something. Else you might really be done for tonight. Like, we're not going to do this for the rest of the second half. Show me that you're engaged in this game. Show me that you're willing to make a difference in a number of different ways. And if not, then I'll go to Sasha for the rest of the night. I'll go to Trey Lyles for the rest of the night. But I think that's the way that you go about it with Harrison Barnes. We've seen them go about it that way with Harrison Barnes this year. That Warriors game that I talked about, Harrison didn't play much at all in that second half. You know, they went with Sasha. They were going with the hot hand in that respect. So I think that's kind of the way you go about it. And I'm with you, Matt. I don't think you might just write this thing out. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world to just still have Harrison on the team, go about it that way, and just figure out, when you get good Harrison and bad Harrison. You talk about the early 2000s. It was the third year when Jeff Petrie said, okay, first 2 years were fun. We might have to trade Jason Williams. You know what I mean? And that's when this offseason that's when something like that may happen to a beloved King or something like that. But right now, I also think and you guys tell me what you think. I also think the Kings are relatively fine.
Yeah.
I think they're just fine. They're a playoff team. They're trying to deal with, some injuries and rotation issues they didn't deal with last year. Still keeping their head above water. And as of right now, I think they're okay.
Yeah, to me, riding it out is not punting. Like there's a big difference there. Like if you ride it out, you took the Warriors to 7. If you ride it out in the first round, and in theory, Fox is a superstar like he's playing like right now. Domantas Sabonis is better than what he was, and Kevin Huerter's playing the way that he's playing. Kings are winning a playoff series, even with Harrison Barnes being inconsistent. But HB is more than capable at times of stepping up. Like if I get a 14-6 or 14-5 game from Harrison Barnes, I'm celebrating, because that's all you need out of that spot. And I think what's also important out of that starting 3 position, being the 5th go-to scorer on that starting 5, is you have to be willing to accept the fact that you're not going to be featured. And I think that's a trait of Harrison Barnes you're not going to find in an OG. If you go out and find an improvement, they're coming in here and saying, I'm getting the ball before Keegan, or I should be getting the ball before Kevin Huerter. Like Harrison is
But
willing.
if it's Siakam, that's probably the way you want to do it, right? Maybe not OG, but if it's Pascal Siakam, that's probably the proper order of operations, isn't it?
I would say so. But again, why are the Raptors giving you Pascal Siakam for Harrison Barnes?
Because he's not
Mitchell?
re-signing.
Right.
Like, and that's the uncomfortable part with Jake's trade idea is you asked Harrison, Davion, and picks. With Siakam's contract status, I don't know that I'm good with that.
Right.
I don't know what the KC Shohei Ohtani thing. Just get him in the building. I don't know that I'm just good with getting him in the building. Because as you said, Harrison plays 82 games. Davion's tough right now, but Harrison still plays 82 games a year, for better or for worse. To trade him and just lose Siakam when this is all over, I don't know that I love that idea.
Agreed.
You feel different?
I would definitely think about it.
Oh, no, I think about it too. I just don't know that I would do it.
I'd probably do it.
But my thing is,
I'd
what is your timeline? I think that's what Monty has to figure out too. And I actually talked about this on the podcast today, is like, what pressure are you feeling? The Kings are not on the same timeline as the Suns, the Warriors, the Clippers. Like, these are teams that are stacked right now with talent that is only getting older. Like, they got to win right now. Sacramento, like, what I like that we're seeing in the NBA right now, the 2 top teams in the Western Conference right now are the T-Wolves and the Oklahoma City Thunder, 2 young up-and-coming teams. The New Orleans Pelicans, if they can stay healthy, a young up-and-coming team that can make some noise. Of course, Sacramento's in that group. So is Sacramento racing them, or is Sacramento racing the juggernauts, the older teams that literally have to win right now? That's where I'm interested to see, because of course Mike wants to say we're trying to compete for a championship this year. If you're going into a season not trying to compete for a championship, what the hell are you playing for? But if Sacramento doesn't make it this year, and the Suns and the Bucks do, and the Bucks win or the Suns win, okay, those are older teams, like their window is right now. But if the Sacramento Kings don't make it this year and the T-Wolves do, are you Monty McNair going, damn, that's a team that just passed us up, right, and they're on the same timeline?
But did they? Weren't the T-Wolves a little
before?
Yeah, they're just now starting to get it right, though. Like, that's the difference. I feel like they got a head start. It was a rocky start.
Sure.
But they're like, I didn't expect them to be where they are, because I was more I believe the talent is there, but it was more of they got to show me they can get out of their own head.
Sure.
And through 20 some odd games they have, and they're a very good basketball team.
And they also have a bona fide superstar in Ant, who's younger than Fox, who I think is going to be.
Yeah.
I was dead wrong about Ant. I think Ant is going to be a superstar for the next 10 years.
Yeah.
15.
Yeah, he's that dude.
I'm still thinking about what you're talking about with Siakam and just that scenario. And the reason why I'd probably do it is because usually in the situations like that, you're trading away your future for a risk at somebody that might leave. Harrison, Davion, and picks, I don't think that's your future. You're just trading what you got right now. And worst case scenario, you can go get a Harrison-esque player if Siakam left you. Like, it's different than, and I know you wouldn't do this, I wouldn't do this. It's different than trading Keegan for Siakam, because now it's like, damn,
which is what every team's going to ask
set
for.
us back. And yeah,
You're not getting Keegan's not leaving Sacramento.
No.
They got that big 3, and that's it. It's how you add that 4th person is going to be interesting. And If we do write it out, okay, then you look at the free agent pool next year and say, okay, who do we pick from here? Do we trade away some of these contracts to be able to bring someone in next year?
See, this is the thing that's honestly what worries me the most about the Kings right now. And it's a good worry, but it's still a legitimate concern, more than the Harrison Barnes thing, more than a trade deadline move. Like, I think Malik Monk is playing at a point where the Sacramento Kings literally cannot afford to lose him. He's so unique. He's so he's chaotic, but he's chaotic in a good way. Like, we love when Malik decides, hey, I'm just going to be myself. Malik has this chaos element to him to where I don't know if there are bigger stars in the league than Malik Monk. I don't think there's anybody who is going to do what Malik Monk does for the Sacramento Kings. So if you're going into this offseason and you're worried about improving and worried about the free agency market for replacing Harrison, first and foremost, you got to worry about the free agency market of bringing Malik back, then replacing Harrison. At that point, what does your money look like?
I think that's about as close to a slam dunk as there is. I don't think he's going anywhere.
Yeah.
They have enough money. They don't have the most money, but they got enough to play him comfortably, and he'll be back.
I'm giving Malik anything he wants right now.
Hey, Jake, Matt's hanging out. Jake, before you go, do you want to say anything about your sorry-ass Patriots?
Oh, no.
I guess that's a no.
Hey, Jake,
I guess that's a no.
Jake, I'm gonna give you. I'm gonna give you a little. I'm gonna stall you out a little bit. You can talk about UConn's big one the other day.
Ooh, thank you. Appreciate that. Now, Patriots are going to be on tonight on the worst Thursday night football game of the season. Okay?
Ever. Awful.
First team to ever get flexed out on Monday.
I don't think it was awful. I think it was. It's as bad as it's going to get this season. Okay. We're going to have Bailey Zappi out there. We're going to have Mac Jones out there. Bill Belichick might even take snaps under center tonight. Who knows?
He might be better than the other guy.
Hey, I'll say I got 2 decades of wins for Patriots. With
There
Tom
you
Brady.
go. There you go. That's
UConn
the
is a
attitude
national
to have.
champion. We'll be good.
Jake Gayden, CBS 13, Matt George, ABC 10. Much more ahead to DLo and KC live from Sky River Casino. Come through. We're giving away a PS5 check-in at the 1320 table. Get the code word, get the number. We're getting a winner at 3:45. Someone is walking out of this building with a new PS5. We're back with more live from Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
They didn't let me sign up.
Well, you can't win, bro.
Why?
You can't win.
I wanted the PS5.
Am I
No,
part
you
of
can't. Neither
1320?
of you can't.
Why?
No. You have a gaming machine.
Yeah.
Hey, shout out to Black Labels 916.
Hey,
It's his birthday. Happy birthday, bro. Thanks for coming through.
Get some birthday Drake bars from Kenny.
Ooh.
Off the dome.
Is Kyle here?
There's nothing to be happy.
Hey, come on, man.
Into playing, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, you can leave that over here.
They about
Sorry.
to play the other
Sorry.
I genuinely, just so you know, I genuinely thought
stay with us, so we might be for the rest of the week.
I genuinely thought Drake bars. I thought Drake bars was off the top of the head for the longest time. I had no idea that you pre-wrote
it's
them.
Written. It's written. I'm not a freestyle artist.
I thought I was freestyle though.
No, sir. Not me. What?
I do have a way for us.
What are y'all drinking? Huh?
I do have a way. Oh, talk to me.
What are y'all drinking? Yes, sir. We got to get Zell up here too.
Rum and Coke. Bacardi.
Is that Jack Daniels? We got Jack Daniels and Coke in here? Yes. There we go. There we go.
I'm a rum guy. I like rum. I like sweet drinks.
Check. Oh, yeah.
What's wrong with sweet drinks?
Mention one.
See, pina colada. Yeah. I didn't see a blender back
just
there.
did.
No.
Okay, Charlie, I got you. Is that Zebra PT over there? Hey, what's up, buddy? How are you? Love you too. Thank you for being here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Look how old news we are. Not a single person from the staff showed up.
It's work from home day too.
Yeah, we get close to Christmas season. All of a sudden, nobody wants to show up. All right, I'll see you hoes tomorrow. I got words for y'all. Yeah. Oh, I know what it is. The boss ain't here. Stacy's out of town, so they're like, oh, we don't need to show up to that. We don't need to show up for them, dude. That's all right. I see y'all.
Jesse, I feel like I need to switch seats with you at some point so you can get up here. I can hold it down. We got to get Jesse up here.
Jesse.
We got to get Jesse up here.
Shout out, Jesse.
Jesse can have my seat. I'm gonna go get a drink.
No, y'all don't understand. You don't
It's
understand
facts.
how difficult Jesse's job is, and Kyle and I can attest to
Facts.
it. Jesse does so much. Like, he's unbelievable. Jesse is
Facts.
a million times better than I was when he was doing, like, when I first started. Like, Jesse's incredible. So, and he's got good takes too. I didn't have either of those. I wasn't good or had good takes.
You know why Jesse's so great? Because he doesn't fight me when I ask him to do something.
Yes.
Oh, we're back?
We're back.
Oh, okay.
Whoops.
I'm sorry. Did you say we're back or not? Oh, we're coming back. Oh, okay.
There goes Tyrese warming up. Congratulations.
All right, we're back. We're back. It's cool looking up at the TV and seeing the
Congratulations.
seeing the TNT ESPN broadcast, man. That's pretty dope up there.
Oh my God.
Y'all right over there, bro?
Kenny's having a moment.
No, it's fine. No, I think you know what the worst moment is going to be when the Pacers win this and Tyrese is the MVP. That's the part that's going to hurt. That's going to be like, oh.
That 27, 14, and 12 is going to sting.
Yeah, it's going to suck.
I want to root for him so bad, though.
You can root. So that's the thing. Y'all can root for Tyrese. Y'all can root for the Pacers, man. Dude. What if it's Lakers, Pacers?
Good question, Kenny.
Root for the Pacers, of course.
Absolutely.
Yeah, guy, look. Y'all can root for there's nothing wrong with rooting for the Pacers. There's nothing wrong with rooting for Tyrese Halliburton. Like KC says this all the time. Don't let Twitter keep you from enjoying basketball. Like, Tyrese is the truth. But you know what? De'Aaron Fox is the truth.
Yeah.
Domantas Sabonis is the truth. Like, yo, we good, they good. I want to watch good basketball. Tyrese is good basketball.
All Tyrese's assists to Buddy Hield don't count.
No,
That's just
man.
what I think. All of them don't count.
I will say this though, I'm definitely going for the Bucks.
Well, here's the thing.
Definitely going for the Bucks.
Here's the thing. I don't want to root for Shivano. That's the thing. I don't want Buddy to experience this.
Have you ever
I'm a
met
hater.
Have you ever met Buddy?
Have I ever met Buddy? Nah, I don't think so.
I think you'd like Buddy if you
I
met him.
probably would. He just
Buddy-
yelled something terrible in a video
Well,
that
that's
didn't
true.
have nothing to do with nothing.
It's uncalled for. Buddy really nice though.
Nah, but I
met
think
him twice. He really
yeah,
nice
I know Jason Jones loves Buddy. Everyone who encounters Buddy seems to love him. We just got to get our jokes off. That's all it is. We just got to get our jokes
I'm
off.
not sold that Tyrese was happy that Buddy went with him, though. I'm not sold on that.
Oh yeah, I got
Like,
a facial expression from a game that shows me Tyrese Halliburton might not have been
act like
happy.
they're best bros, and rightfully so, because they came from Sacktown together. But everybody forgets Buddy Hield locked Tyrese in a bathroom of a bus while they were together here in Sacramento. So
Well, hey,
I got a controversial take.
can we do something real
Yeah,
quick? 2
absolutely.
seconds. Welcome Kyle Madsen to the Insiders.
Well, I mean that works perfectly because I think I mentioned this.
It's lying.
I might have mentioned it like during a broadcast, not on the radio, but the stream. Maybe it was during broadcast. I don't know. But I'll say it to his face now. Universal Studios is better than Disneyland.
whoa,
That's outrageous.
What? Get off. Wait, it's your own show. Yeah, actually, you know
Well,
what?
all right. Oh, wow. Well, all right. We went from
Body's leaving.
two guests to see. Have I taught you nothing? Sell the bit. He literally walked off. Bro, all of these years you haven't learned. Sell the bit. Wow.
It required standing up.
Well, that's true, and you already had a pretty stiff drink, so you're having.
What is what
Can we
it
get
is,
Matt
Kyle?
another rum and coke
we
up
just
here,
saying
please?
dumb stuff on this
Disney-
show now?
Disney World is Disneyland cool, but I like-
Universal Studios
I like
better,
Universal Studios.
man.
Universal
That's you.
Studios
You been to
sucks.
Disney World?
Yes, multiple
I've
times.
never been to Disney World.
Well, you need to go to Epcot.
I got this.
You need to go to Epcot and drink around the world. That's what you need to do.
Facts.
The whole point of going to Epcot is all the different countries in the back, and you get a drink from every country. By the time you get to Japan, you're toast.
I'm not saying it's on the same level. I'm not going to disrespect
Haunted
Walt
Mansion,
Disneyland like that.
Pirates of the Caribbean,
Ding,
Space Mountain, and you're over here talking
Ding.
about Backdraft.
ding.
Nah, you know what's fire? They did their thing with Super Mario World.
No,
They-
who
No,
cares?
it's dope. No, it's really cool.
No,
No,
it's
it's really
not.
cool.
It's not.
It's cool.
No,
No,
it's
it's
not.
cool. It's
No,
not
it is
Disneyland.
not.
It's
No.
not Disneyland. This is
Although
nuts.
the
No,
final
this is
ride
nuts.
is
overrated
a
video game.
This is nuts.
settle down. The final ride is a little. I waited an hour and 10 minutes for that. That was a little disappointing. But the setup, they did it thing
Nah.
with Super Mario World. I enjoyed it.
Ain't better than anything on Disney.
Walt Disney World, I couldn't wait to leave. Although the parade was that was fun.
This is nuts.
Space
I stopped listening
What do you
20
think?
minutes ago.
Space Mountain.
What do you think?
Teacups. I don't need no teacups.
If
I
you-
don't like either one of them.
If you got free tickets to Disneyland, to go
Okay,
with,
that's different.
To go with
That's
me,
different.
with me though,
No, you would not.
No,
I'm
I'd go to
answering for-
Disneyland with you.
park hopper.
I'd go park hopping with you.
We're going opening to close.
Okay, now you're doing a lot.
6 a.m.
Because
to
I'm not
11
Hold
p.m.
on,
I'm
hold
not
on,
doing that with anybody.
We're ending with World
Hold
of
on,
Color.
no, don't add.
I'm sorry, was
Downtown
that what
Disney to this.
we're ending with?
That's
What?
not-
World
part
of Color, the greatest show on the planet.
That feels racist. I don't know why, but I don't like the way
It
that
might
that.
be.
I
It
don't
might
like the
be.
way that
Racist
that
in Disney? No. That's crazy.
Matt tried to add downtown Disney into this. You can't do that. We talking about the theme park itself.
So okay, Bryce, you're a big Disneyland guy,
Let's
right?
go, Bryce.
Bryce
so
gets it.
KC just went to Universal Studios like the weekend before last, and this was the take he came back with, was that Universal Studios is better than Disneyland.
I went to Universal Studios when Reese was 2, so that was about 9 years ago. No, it was 3, so it was about 8 years ago. Now, granted, my wife, we're getting there at 10:30, and we paid $150 for these tickets. If they let us sleep here, that's what we're gonna do.
I like
if
your
we
wife.
have to leave at 1 a.m.,
Queen Bee
that's
knows.
what we're gonna do.
She knows.
So that led into it. Like by 5 p.m., I was like, I need to get the hell out of here. I don't want to be here no more. I was done, right? So that goes into it a little bit. But I enjoy Universal more than Disneyland.
But by 5 p.m., you said I need to get the hell out of here.
No, I didn't do that at Universal.
See, because by 5 p.m. of Disneyland, you're like, let's go. Let's keep going. Round 2.
No, it was, I need to leave. I need to go
you had
home.
said Universal just now.
Huh?
You just said you were talking about Universal.
I mean, I was talking about
it's
Disneyland.
subconscious. Like, I get it.
Disneyland, I was miserable.
You liked Harry Potter Land, didn't you?
Harry Potter Land is cool. I don't know anything about it, but the way they set it up is really dope. That's where I had the beer. What is it, sweet beer?
Butterbeer. Come on, man.
Butterbeer? Yeah. It's cool.
This guy.
This is great.
I was thoroughly impressed.
You're such a bad nerd.
I was thoroughly
You're
impressed
such a
with Super
bad
Mario's
nerd.
World. They did a great job. with
Jake
Super
left and
Mario.
the show got whiter.
I'm just
Hey, Topanga, by the way. Topanga is
well.
the
I
answer.
think I think Topanga
had
crosses.
crossover appeal.
Yeah, Topanga crosses. She has crossover appeal.
Although, yeah, we can't rock with Topanga no more.
What's wrong with Topanga? Oh, she
They
get
didn't
caught
heard
up in.
some- They didn't heard some. I didn't heard some stories.
Oh.
Topanga wasn't cool.
Oh no,
Yeah, man.
it's
gotta
a big
ruin a
Boy
good
Meets
thing.
World guy over here. By
I
the
love
way,
Boy Meets World, but I just learned this like a month ago. Remember Sean's girlfriend?
No.
okay,
You don't remember
Who's
Sean's
Sean?
girlfriend? Sean was dating the little black girl.
okay.
And the black girl said she did not have a good time on that set.
Oh, there's a lot of Boy Meets World experts in the crowd. Okay, okay. Kyle is amongst his people now. All we need is that guy from 1140 here, and we can set this whole thing up. Didn't you guys do a?
Oh, yeah, no.
And
it
it-
exists.
So
it still exists.
there's a podcast with Kyle Matson and Chris Verlade somewhere that never posted that breaks down Boy Meets World episode by episode.
I took notes. Just watching episodes.
I love
taking
that show.
notes.
I love that show.
Might be the
good
best
show.
content they've turned.
It's a good show.
That was a great show. That was Ben Savage, right? Fred was one of yours.
Correct.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do, so I'll just make that clear. I don't know what's happening right now, but y'all seem to be enjoying it. So I'll tell everyone that we're giving away a PS5 today. How about that?
That's cool.
I've
Courtesy
already
of
entered twice.
our friends over at Jiffy Lube. You can head over to the
Shout out
1320
Jiffy Lube.
table. Get the code word from our crew over there. They'll give you the number to text it to, and we will pick a winner for that PS5 and the game, by the way, at 3:45. Someone's walking out of Sky River Casino with that PS5. This isn't a we'll call you in 6 to 8 weeks, nothing like that. It's right there. It's on the table, and someone's
There's
leaving
a
with
game
it.
there too.
Big shout out Matt Graham and our folks over at Jiffy Lube.
Shout out Jiffy
Of
Lube.
course, the proud sponsors of the Insiders with Kyle Madsen and James Ham.
You need to give video games another chance.
Nah, man, I'm not doing the video games thing.
You gotta get back on.
Nah, not as long as I have my dog. I'm not getting a video game because I'm not taking time. No, just no. I got that.
You guys will both be chilling, and you'll be on the sticks.
That's a good point.
No,
Be right there.
I'm
laying
not.
next to you.
I'm trying to
I had
learn.
a game of Madden last night.
Nah,
that
see, I'm trying to
frustrated the
do
hell out of
better.
me.
Like I downloaded an app called Babbel, and I'm trying to teach myself French
Who cares?
Why French?
because
You want to be able
Y'all-
to pronounce some of the alcohol in your
Nah.
bar?
French is a sexy ass language. Yeah, that's why. I feel like it's on brand.
Sure.
Like
Okay.
that's why.
I'm
Okay.
on
All right.
Spanish with Babbel right now. I'm on Spanish.
You're on Babbel? Okay.
You guys should be friends on Babbel. Is that a
I
thing
want.
you
I
can do?
want to.
My streak
You like
is-
each other?
I'm gonna
Babbels?
have to do Spanish
is it
next,
Babbel
just so
or
I
is
know
it-
what Bad Bunny is
I
saying
take
when
that
we're
back.
on
I'm
102.5.
on Duolingo, not Babbel. That's right.
Oh, okay.
Oh, dang. So you guys got like beef.
We got competing apps.
Duolingo
Oh,
makes you
dang.
feel guilty. If you miss a day
I
on
do,
Duolingo,
yeah.
it harasses
I love
you.
her
do.
song Levitate by Duolingo.
Okay.
I like
All
that.
right.
That was a good one.
Hey, here's a question for you before
Tough
we
room.
really get in. Is the Grant game on TV? Someone asked that earlier.
Yes, I have no idea where it's on, but it is on a TV somewhere.
Okay, that's what I thought so. Like,
Yeah.
because I feel like last year's state championship was on television. I feel like this state year's.
I don't think it was.
No, I think it was.
ABC
What
10's
was the
Kevin
year
So you don't
Jones.
have to say what. Someone asked that, and I thought
What
it
was
was.
the year Folsom? Was it Folsom played some team in red and they just ran the ball all the. I can't remember, but that
Yeah.
game.
It was a
might have been
couple
on
years
TV.
ago. Yeah.
ABC 10's Kevin John is down in Southern California for all your state championship football
There we go.
needs.
Yeah. There we go.
I don't know.
Okay.
if it- I gotta
Hey.
figure that out.
Where are you? Where's Kyle Madsen and the Insiders at with the Sacramento Kings right now?
They're fine for probably where they're fine. I think they're too lateral from last year though. And I don't think that the current group of players is going to win a title. Like
So you think they're what? Is last year?
they've moved. I just think they've moved laterally for the most part.
So is that okay? Go
Like
ahead. I'm sorry.
De'Aaron's MVP candidate. He's a little better, but Keegan Murray's taken a step back, and he's been hurt and stuff. He's been in and out of the lineup, whatever. Kevin Huerter is not shooting it like he did last year. Malik Monk's a little better. Okay, that's great. But I don't see anything that makes me think that this particular group, as they're currently constructed, is going to be the one that brings a title to Sac.
Is it a little unfair to say Keegan's taking a step back?
I mean, so far, I'm not saying he stinks.
I don't
But
think
he's
he's
not-
taking a step back. He's probably taking a step forward. He's a much better defender this year.
That's
true.
That's
That's
kind of
true.
what I feel. He's
That's
he's
true.
a significant.
I feel like he's struggling a little bit offensively.
Well,
but
his 3-point percentage has plummeted, but we're 19 games in and he's played like 16
Yeah.
of them or 15 of them.
yeah, I'm not worried about Keegan specifically. But in the scope of this year, so far, yeah.
not worried about Keegan.
No.
Not worried about the Kings.
What do you mean worried? I have two separate things here.
Well, what were your expectations? That's, by the way, Drew Down got a pop coming into the bill. That's what it is. Drew Down.
Oh my
Drew
God.
Down and his wife got a pop as they enter the building.
love
Shout
that for
out
both
Drew
of them.
Down and
that a
his
Warriors
beautiful
hat?
wife for putting up with this.
Of course, he's got a brand to hold up.
What were your expectations? Let's start there because that might set the bar a little better for us.
I thought based on what they did this offseason, they were probably about where they were last year. Maybe they win a first round series this time.
Okay, so based on what you just said, you're perfectly fine with where they're
Yeah, they're
at.
fine.
Okay.
They're fine. Yeah, that's what I said. Like this year, they're fine. But I think we're just kind of learning, like, as you see Minnesota, as you see OKC, and again, this could all change by February. Like it's December 7th. So, but I think when you look at Minnesota and you look at OKC and you look at Denver, it's like I see it. Whereas with the Kings, I don't as much.
You're not wrong. And people talk about the New Orleans matchup. And I just like to give the other side because we mentioned those three teams. What's the Kings' record against those three teams this year?
I think they're, what are they? What teams did I say? They beat
OKC,
Denver once, OKC
Minnesota.
once. And they win Minnesota?
Yeah, they only team to go into Minnesota and get a win.
Oh, yeah, that's right. At the end of the road trip. Yeah, for sure.
I think they're fine. I think there's improvements that needs to be made on both sides of the ball for sure. But I think they're fine. I think their roster is fine. Do I think it's a championship roster? I don't know. Everything would have to go perfect. But I think they're fine.
I think there's going to be like Keegan Murray for me, and I think for probably a lot of people, is the inflection point of what this looks like down the line. If Keegan Murray turns into a perennial all-star, go-to scorer, he's your number 2 on offense, and he's just that dude, now all of a sudden you're filling out the fringes of your roster. If it turns out that Keegan Murray is like good, he's a starter, but he's not really an all-star level player, then I think you need to make like a major change. That's where it lands for me.
Okay.
But again, it's December 7th of his second year, so I'm not making declarations.
Is there anyone outside of Keegan, Matt, that you think could take a step forward over the course of the next few weeks, few games to help maybe kind of steady this? You know, it's a bit of a stretch to say up and down, but, you know, a little bit. They're 3 games above 500. Is there anyone outside of Keegan and Harrison that could maybe etch their role a little bit more in stone?
I mean, I think it's a combination of the bench as a whole. Like, to me, Trey Lyles is more important to the general success of Sacramento than I think we all realize. Like, I think Trey Lyles, we knew, is a perfect fit for the Sacramento Kings in a lot of ways. But those minutes when Fox is out and Malik Monk is on the floor without De'Aaron, like, we know Malik is capable of being that scorer, but Malik is also so elite as a distributor that somebody's got to be knocking down the shots that he's distributing too. So I think it's almost a combination of Trey Lyles and Sasha Vezenkov, to where if these guys are coming in off the bench, if they're playing 12 to 15 minutes a night, but are knocking down a pair of threes and are giving you 8 points a night, like that's what makes Sacramento's offense. That's what gets them to that 120 points per game. Like, we know De'Aaron's scoring 30 a night. And to me, the biggest takeaway from the early part of this season is that De'Aaron Fox is an absolute superstar. Like, that's the biggest takeaway from the start of the season, is De'Aaron has proven he can hang with anybody, do anything the Sacramento Kings need of him. Like Mike Brown said, Webster's dictionary, he is the definition of a two-way player. So that's the biggest takeaway from all of the start of this season. But the next step to me is, do you get that bench to provide you with enough of a consistent offensive output that if Keegan's having a bad night, if Harrison's having a bad night, okay, there's Sasha with 8 and Trey with 10. There's 18 points that are made up right there. The Kings are back to 118 points a night. Like, they're hard to beat, even if their defense is not as good as we want it to. They're scoring that much. Kenny, you had a number going last year of what was like 115 points per game, and they win almost every time. Like, if they get to a threshold offensively and the bench gets them there, even with the defensive struggles, I still think Sacramento is a 48-plus win team.
Wasn't Monday their first loss?
With Malik at 20?
115?
Yes. Yeah. So, I think 5-0 up until that game, I think, was the number.
So they still on the same pace to do the same things they did last year. You know, one of the things that I continue to look at, 2 of the things, 34 quarters and their wide open looks. And I'm just a believer with this team, as long as they're continuing to generate those open looks, they'll hit them at a higher clip. The concern for me will come from if they get to a position where they're not generating those same looks. Right now, they're still generating them. They're not shooting the ball. We talked about Keegan Murray. He's not shooting the ball the way he did last year. I think that'll even out. Herder started off dreadful and then got hot to get back to about average. Yep. And, you know, I think they'll be around where they were last year, probably 53 wins, something like that. Couple more wins.
53. Okay.
5 more wins.
Dang.
That's a lot.
Feels like a lot. 53 is a lot.
53 is a lot.
53 is a really good number.
5 more wins.
Well, I also think if you, yes, it's 5 more wins. I also look at the way that they approached the end of the season last year, where everything was kind of just solidified and they really just kind of chilled for 4 or 5 games. If you just split that in half, you're probably a 50-win team. And really you're talking, yes, it's 5 wins, but really if you play through the finish line, 52, 53 doesn't sound outrageous to me. It's just right now, the thing about the Pelicans game, and we were talking about this, Matt, a second ago with the matchup against the Pelicans, and this was my concern coming out of the game that you, Kenny, and I, that we did not see eye to eye on this, was I feel like the length and the physicality bothers them, that they can get bullied. The good thing about that is there aren't 28, 29 other rosters, whatever, in the league built like that. Mm-hmm. So that there might be if we could just bully Sacramento, we could, okay, cool, bro. You don't have the roster to do that.
Yeah.
The roster that might be able to do that is Minnesota's, but they couldn't do it. So there's kind of all right, we reacted pretty tough to this. There's a variety, there's a number of different reasons I think we reacted and Kings fans reacted to that Pelicans game the way that they did. But I really think outside in-season tournament, home court, all of that stuff, I really think it's the fact that the Pelicans got them 3 times. And you looked at you go back to the Warriors game that you keep pointing out that Warriors had gotten them twice and they responded and they got the 3rd one. All right, I think a lot of us, including me, thought, and you, that ain't gonna get them a 3rd time. And then they did, so it was oh, damn, they really do got our number. Now you got James Ham talking about a playoff series. No, the Pelicans will beat them. James is always on edge with this team. And so it was all right, I get why people reacted the way that they did, but settle down, regroup. And the unique thing about this game Friday, it's the first matchup against Phoenix. They haven't played the Phoenix Suns yet.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well said.
You know what I'm not here for? I saw this in the paper of record here in Sacramento.
Yeah.
The complaints about how the in-season tournament creates schedule inequities and how Minnesota got to play the Spurs and the Grizzlies, whereas the Kings now have to play the Pelicans and the Suns. That's nuts, bro.
Who cares?
That's insane. If you want to be a legitimate contender, you beat who's in front of you.
Agreed.
You don't sit there and
no, I'm not gonna go ahead and put Minnesota, put Memphis in front of me though.
I'll push back a little bit on that though, because NBA, you want us to take this serious. If I'm the Kings, you want us to take this seriously and go all out and do everything we can to win, and we do that, and then we got to face the Suns when Minnesota could have said, not saying they did this, but not really tripping off this. We're preserving ourselves for the regular season. Denver might have done that. And they get the Spurs, especially when you have control over that schedule. You can look at the standing, you can look at what's going on and say, all right, Minnesota's good. San Antonio then lost 15 in a row. Let's not put them together. You can do that.
See, I feel like that's something.
I'm just not going to cry about having to play the Suns.
I do. I think that's something that, sorry, Kyle. I think that's something that a Laker fan or a Warrior fan cries about.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think it's nothing to cry about, but they can do it better. Like that, there was no need to have Minnesota take on.
It felt like there were a lot of plus 500 teams playing under 500 teams.
Yeah, like for what?
Well, that's. I don't
for what? Like why?
Maybe this is the NBA kind of working through what all this looks like.
Sure.
Right, because this is their first year. They never answered our question. The Kings and Suns, I guess, are just playing 5 times this year. We've played the Warriors 27 times already. This is our first time playing Phoenix. We got now. If I got this right, we got 4 more games with them. Yeah. Right, not 3. We got 4 more with them.
We got 2 more games with New Orleans too.
So we haven't even hit. So there's the right. So we haven't even hit the regular season portion of the Phoenix Suns schedule.
Right.
And we got, hey, Drew Down. Oh my God, bro. Bruh. Your voice carries, dog. There's actually 5 of us on stage right now with Drew Down. Jesse's like, what's that noise? Drew Down in the building. We got you, baby.
Drew Down,
cheers,
man.
baby. Cheers to our man, Drew Down.
Shout out
Yes,
to the Brody.
indeed. Making that drive out here.
My man. Gotta get rid of the hat though.
No, he's repping for his squad, man. We stole Drew Down. We stole Drew Down from 95.7.
That's facts.
Yeah, we stole him. We got him. We adopted him during the playoff series last year, and we never gave him back.
Yeah. So it's not the biggest thing in the world, but it is like I want to know why they do that. Like why it's avoid. You're making the schedule. You made the schedule last Tuesday. Like why did you do that?
I would assume it's like the best like geographic proximity, right?
Maybe so.
Like I think that's just.
It was also getting Victor Wembanyama on television again. Let's showcase him again and watch his team lose for the, I think, 15th straight time.
That's ESPN's fault. You didn't have to put that on ESPN.
No, they sure didn't, but they did.
They could have went. I mean, it's borderline referee incompetence. Like you look at that situation, you had the Thunder and the Rockets in that, and you decided to go to Minnesota.
So
to see the Minnesota and the Spurs for what?
That's interesting. We haven't talked about the Thunder, and I think that we should as it pertains to all this. Big thanks to our man Kyle Matson for running through Sky River Casino here. Kyle works long days at the Odyssey offices, man. So
I took a nap in the parking lot.
Well,
I'm not a joke.
I
fell asleep in my car.
I appreciate you pulling up, man. That's our man Kyle Matson of the Insiders. We'll come back. We'll let you know how you still have plenty of time to get your hands on that PS5 right out there at the 1320 table. It's DLo and KC live at Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Yeah.
All good. That's what you say when we're clear. I did that when you were out and I filled in. I did that every time and they never said anything. When we were clear, I'd say what Jesse says and you guys never said.
Well, I think the only thing that got my attention is when you got in my ear and you said 2 minutes or 30 seconds. It was like, don't do that.
You're like 100% stop talking to me.
Don't do that again. Jesse doesn't talk to me. You don't talk to me either.
All right. Goodbye, everybody.
Kyle Matson, ladies and gentlemen. Whoa. Yeah. 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 Appreciate you.
I'm here till like 4:15.
Oh, okay, perfect.
I don't need to be on the entire time. Seriously,
Perfect. No, you good. No, hang here. Hang here. Yes, but you could leave it. We'll just have Zell grab that because he's just going to be up here for part of the segment. All right. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. Shout out to our man, Jonathan. Jonathan, could you come back? Jonathan, if you could hear me, can you please come back? Sorry.
We got basketball on.
Oh, what is that? The NBA in-season court?
That's the NBA in-season court.
That's a lot.
If you have enough colors to look at, here's yellow.
Yeah,
and
that's
green
a lot.
And white.
Yeah, that is a lot.
So did you hear why they had the stripe down the middle?
No.
So the NBA, the reason why every single court had the different colored stripe down the middle is the NBA made that mandatory because they called it the runway to Vegas. That's what they called it.
Huh.
That was a legit thing.
That's dumb.
Some rich executive in the NBA said that's a great idea, and all of the yes men agreed.
A runway to
critical
Vegas.
tournament. There's nothing wrong with that. That's harmless.
What?
That's harmless.
A runway to Vegas.
No, it's kind of
They
dumb.
tried to be creative.
There's
That's
nothing
all right.
wrong with I never heard it referred to that, though.
They tried to be creative. They're trying to create something. It's harmless. It's harmless. Check. Check.
Do they have Buddy Garden Dame? Here he goes.
Hey.
Kid is good.
Oh, man.
Still don't know why this. Well, I do know why. It's on at 2:00. It's ridiculous.
Hi, Mrs. Drew Down. Thanks for
Mrs.
coming.
Drew Down in the house.
Oh, she said that as if like I had a choice. That's okay. That's all right. I'm sorry, ma'am. Who's Andrew? Oh, okay. Thank you. You got to refer to him as his working name. That's what. It's kayfabe here. We keep kayfabe here. Yo, shout out to Dan the Record Man.
Hey, yo.
Wow. Hold
What
up.
we got there?
We got Diana Ross. Hang on. Oh. And we back in here live at Sky River Casino.
Yeah, it's live at Sky
Yes,
River Casino.
indeed.
Shout out
Hey.
to everybody that pulled up, man. We joked about it a little bit earlier, but yeah, it's a nice little crowd here, man. People
Yeah.
pulled up on a Thursday afternoon, man. So we appreciate y'all.
No doubt. Yeah, we appreciate everybody who called in sick to work, used a personal day, used a holiday. Hey, companies are required to give y'all mental health days.
Hey,
Y'all use mental health days to come hang out with DLo and
they
KC.
use PTO like they were Kyrie Irving.
Hey, that's what it is. And everyone here, make sure you stop. And even if you're not here, just don't be here yet. You can come through later. You got about another hour, a little bit over an hour to come through. Head over to the 1320 table. Get the code word that you need to text to win that PS5. There's a PS5 and a game on that table back there, courtesy of our friends over at Jiffy Lube.
Yeah.
And we're going to be giving that away to somebody today.
You keep saying and a game. What is the game?
It's wrapped. I don't know. I thought because there was a PS5 unwrapped and a game unwrapped, I just assumed that's what we were bringing.
See, that's the difference
We
maker,
didn't.
though. What the game is the difference.
No, the PS5 is the difference maker. You can get any games that you want to.
Yeah, but
Hey, shout out to the dopest record dealer in all of the area, man. My man Dan the Record Man just brought me a handful of records. He knows I got my collection going. A little Diana Ross, Donna Summer, Club Nouveau. Come on, baby. What y'all know about Club Nouveau? Yeah, we in here, man.
I could introduce you to Jay King, Matt.
who?
Club Nouveau, Jay King.
I gotta learn.
Can you name a Club Nouveau song?
Is Club Nouveau a place I can go?
No, you
Then
can't.
no.
No, man. What y'all know about Timex Social Club, though? See, Timex Social Club, Club Nouveau, same thing right there. Sort of the same thing.
I
Hey,
had something I wanted to talk about, but I got to make sure certain people aren't listening. So
You got to make sure what?
certain people aren't listening to the show.
Oh,
Well, now I'm more curious.
Jazzy 510.
No, hold on. Okay.
He's texting, hey, honey, what you doing right now?
No.
Oh, I'm busy with the baby. Okay, I can talk about it.
No, it's not it. So no. All my parents out there, we had an elf on the shelf incident.
Got you. Oh.
Last year, could not find Elfie. Could not find him. Restarted asking, hey, when is Elfie coming back? Couldn't find him. Scoured the whole house, went in any closet, all this other stuff. Couldn't find him. So, well, look, man, I don't know where he was at. So, went out last minute, bought a new Elfie. Everything was good. Saved Christmas. Everything was good, right? Bought the new Elfie. Everything is perfect. He's there the whole Christmas season. Everything's good. Yesterday, Reese is going through my closet where all the shoes are. And he goes, Elfie is in the living room, right? He's in the living room. That's where he was this year. We brought the new Elfie out. He's in the living room. Goes to my shoe closet. He goes, hey, what's that in the back of the closet? Is that another Elfie? I said, oh, snap. You ain't supposed to have two Elfies. It's supposed to be one Elfie. I said, oh, snap. I guess a new Elfie came for Ryan. So now, not only do we have to break our neck every morning to try and move this damn elf.
That's your fault.
We got to move two of them now.
That's your fault.
They got to be in different spots.
That's your fault. Absolutely not. I ain't doing Elf on the Shelf. Absolutely not.
How old is Lil Artie now?
He's 2. The furthest I'm going is I'm doing the flower footsteps from the.
No, you got to do Elf on the Shelf.
So so he's going to see Elf on the Shelf somewhere. You're just gonna be like, no, son. He doesn't come here.
We didn't let him come in. Elfie weird.
Well,
Elfie's.
then he's gonna be like,
our Elfie's at his house.
Oh, okay.
So look, we were trying to figure out like how can we get rid of one of the Elfies? Well, the other one is called, I think, Ellis. That's what we named the new one, Ellis. We're trying to figure out how we get rid of them, and like they're supposed to do good things. So we're trying to figure out like maybe the new one we could set it up where he's like Draymond Green choking the other one out.
No, that's not okay.
Say, hey,
that's
he's
not
gotta
okay.
Go. He's a bad elf.
I think
he's got to go.
That's fair.
Well, your son likes the Warriors though, so he might not have a problem with the. He might not have a problem with the Elfie in a chokehold.
There's a train of thought going around the house that he's playing us, that he knows all this stuff, and he just wants to see us squirm.
Why don't you just do the footsteps out the door with a note that said, "Sorry, I needed to go to Matt George's house."
Well, hold on.
Just like I mean, I don't know. This isn't my bag. It's not anything I got to worry about.
My wife's family. My wife's family already has a bad tradition that I have to deal with. My wife's family, the kids sleep by the fireplace and by the tree to try to catch Santa on Christmas night.
Now
that's their tradition. I'm clumsy as hell. I'm either gonna kick a kid, trip on a kid, or I'm gonna spoil Santa like next year.
Well, no, we got to stop that tradition. You can't sleep there.
Nothing I can say.
Those are pushovers. Like, no, you can't sleep there.
Get in your bed. Get in your bed. Go in the room.
Santa doesn't come if you sleep by the tree.
That's always the one.
Santa won't be here. Santa will see you and he's wrong house, my bad. And
change the 40-year tradition this year, Matt. Do it.
Has anybody ever established how Santa gets back up the chimney?
Magic.
Like, does he just like Spider-Man crawl up? Magic. Kind of like our first hour on KSFM. It's just magic. Like we're live on 2 stations at the same time. It's just magic. That's all it is. Hey. Speaking of case, hey, can we get Young Zell up here real quick? Y'all make some noise for our man Young Zell. Hey, that boy. I feel like we should have some theme music for our boy right here, Young Zell.
Yes, sir.
What's going on?
Hey,
people?
can y'all make some noise for our man right here, man, Zell?
Give it up.
Man, you have brought us so much joy with your music and with Light the Beam and oh man, I'm so thankful for you, bro. I love you. I know you just dropped a EP a couple of days ago. Wanted to get something else out in 2023. But man, your year starting with Light the Beam has just been phenomenal, man. Absolutely phenomenal.
No, I appreciate that. Couldn't do without y'all support. You know, y'all always looking out and stuff like that. So it's fun. I love it, man. Everybody lighting the beam. I love it.
Man, what's up with the man? I need a video cameo, man. Come on, man.
It's good.
Just getting that just cameo. You know how like sometimes we do a cameo and the guy's just sitting there like that need to be me. I ain't dancing or nothing like that.
You want the little slow-mo shot?
Yeah, just
it's good. It's good. I got you. I'm gonna tap in. It's good.
So as you start to set up, we talked about the new EP dropping, which you could get on Spotify, Apple, pretty much anywhere you get music from, man. Make sure. And when I tell you, if all you know Zell from is the Open or Light the Beam, Zell can go. Like go. Not like, oh, our guy, that's our guy, Sacramento. No, I mean like hip hop, Zell can go.
Straight up.
If you have not peeped out his work, man, you need to. But I know you're going to be at it's Harlow's, right?
Yes, sir.
In January?
Yes, sir. Yep, January 28th. Shout out to my boys, Drew V and Rockstar Rick. You know, they threw the alley-oop for me.
Yeah.
You know, they headlined and they said, we need you. We need you. So I'm coming through. So January 28th, we're going to turn up. It's going to be a great time. It's always a party when I perform. Man, you got to have a party. You got to have the vibes. I like to make it feel like we back in the 90s again.
Yeah, man. That's going to be a good time, man. You're an artist. I always like to check in with other artists about, you know, who they rocking with right now, though. So anybody, like from the local guy to Drake, who you feeling right now, man? Who you listening to outside of Young Zell?
First and foremost, Nipsey. Nipsey's always Nipsey, the man. The way he story tells. And right now, the other guy I'm wearing his shirt, La Russell. La Russell out there in Vallejo, man. You know, he so the way he put things together on an independent wave, showing people you don't need the big budget to do what you want to do. You can you want to throw your own shows, you can. He kind of inspired the whole mini mansion thing behind in the backyard and all that. So those two right now, they stay in the rotation.
That's what's up. Nipsey was in my top 3 on the little Apple Music thing. I didn't even realize it, man. He's top 3 listens this year.
Yeah, Nipsey's unbelievable, man. I probably listen to him about at least 3 times a day, morning, evening, and night.
Hey.
Matt, who do you listen to?
All 5 of my top 5 on Spotify were Moana songs this year. So
is that a shoe? Oh, that's a kid's thing.
Well, kinda.
Who songs?
Moana.
Oh yeah, Moana got a good soundtrack.
That's fire.
Definitely. For real.
Dwayne's was number 2. You're welcome. Number 2.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm surprised that wasn't in my top 5 somewhere, just because it's The Rock. Like, if you figure that'd creep up in there somewhere, but my top 5 was dominated by the Carters.
Oh,
It was Jay first by far. Beyonce was second. Third doesn't really matter. I can't remember who was 4th, but Janet, I think, was 5th.
You got the same 3rd as that one picture I showed?
Not that. No, I had Kanye. I didn't have the jailed R&B singer. I said, but to be fair, Kanye and Jay do a lot together. I'm not like Xing out the Kanye part of Jay and Kanye. Like, I listen to Jay-Z a lot, especially when I'm training.
Like I said, man, Kanye, you cut it off at Life of Pablo. Everything Life of Pablo before, still good.
Yeah. I got a question though for y'all, because I was thinking about it last night. Me and my wife, we was talking. What's your favorite Beyonce song? Or one that would be in your top 3? Because I just found out for me, Dangerously in Love 2 is mine.
Okay.
I was really listening to that, and I'm like,
is it her song or a feature?
You could do feature.
I mean, On the Run Part 2 is it's probably my favorite song they've ever done. I love Drunken Love too. So I like Partition. I like that whole album. The whole Beyonce album. That's probably my favorite album. My favorite Beyonce album.
I like the Freedom joint with Kendrick on the Lemonade album. And man, I love 1+1.
Oh yeah, 1+1.
Yeah, 1+.
Hold on.
I'm a ballad guy.
What am I talking about? Love on Top is my favorite Beyonce song.
Oh,
that's that too.
That's by far my favorite song.
Yeah.
Love on Top.
Make sure you cop Young Zell's new album wherever you get albums from, man. Thank you for the intro. Thank you for Light the Beam. It's an anthem. It's so fun when the Kings win. Seeing how many people tweet that, how many people retweet it, how many people calling for Young Zell and performances. Sac, KMB, if you're listening, why hasn't this man performed at halftime of a Sacramento Kings game yet?
We need that.
Why hasn't this man performed before a Sacramento Kings? Why hasn't this man been invited to the arena yet, man?
It's coming. It's coming, though. It's coming.
Make that happen.
It's gonna be undeniable, man. It's coming.
Sel, we appreciate you, my man. Thank you, brother, and congratulations on an amazing 2023. And I know 2024 is gonna be even better.
Thank you. Let's get it. Let's
Shout
get it,
out
y'all.
Young Zell, baby. Shout out Young Zell.
Some man Young
Appreciate
Zell
y'all.
right there. Some man Young Zell right there. All right, I guess we just get back into the conversation, man. We keep talking here. We keep talking Kings basketball. Or do you want to weigh in on the 49ers? Sometimes I talk to you like you just cover the Kings.
That's a fair assumption.
I mean, I guess because you do a great job with Locked On Kings, but sports anchor, ABC 10. What you weighing in on the 49ers?
I hate it because it's positional, but Christian McCaffrey should be the MVP. Christian McCaffrey's the best player in football right now. And I'm not using that as an excuse to undermine Brock Purdy because he's fantastic too. But nobody in the league is doing what Christian McCaffrey does. So to me, Christian McCaffrey should be the MVP. And I'm not just saying that because he's on my fantasy team.
Zell, who's your team, Zell?
Oh, I'm a Broncos fan. Broncos country.
Right.
You already know.
Oh,
you already know. Let's ride.
Hey.
Right? Let's ride.
Hey, shout out to now. Good job, Matt. You did it right this time. Hey, shout out to the Broncos. What they win like the 5 in a row before losing?
Yeah,
like
5 in a row.
we wrote them off. They was done.
Oh, don't worry. I wrote them off too.
They looked awful.
The only one that stayed around was me. I said at the beginning of the season.
No, don't do
Broncos
that.
was gonna make the playoffs.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Literally said
3 weeks into the season, you were done with them like everybody else.
I heard them.
Don't worry about that. Go with what I originally said. I said they were going to make the playoffs.
I'm going to start renaming this dude Revisionist History. That's KC's new name, Revisionist History.
Matt is taking your advice. And
he sold the bit, though. That's what you do. You get up and you walk off. Now, Matt does what he always does, and he takes it a little too far, but he did a good job. No, that's good. That's how you sell the bit.
There's a reason for selling the bit with a Broncos fan, okay? My wife is a Broncos fan.
Oh.
You know what? You make great decisions in life.
Now ask me the story about why my wife's a Broncos fan. Go ahead.
Why is your wife a Broncos fan?
Thank you, KC. Great question. My wife is a Broncos fan because her ex-boyfriend, also named Matt, was a Broncos fan. Also named Matt. Oh, I'm going to need that. I'm going to need that when I'm done. I'm going to need that after I'm done.
Hey, new allegiance, bro.
So
here, buddy.
Fan,
drink up. Drink up.
My wife is a Bronco fan because her ex-boyfriend, also named Matt, is a Bronco fan.
This ain't going well.
It's not. Matt, the kid's sleeping in front of the tree. Your wife being a Broncos fan. It ends now. Go home and tell her you're not a Broncos fan no more.
Hey, you're already married. You just got to live with it, bro. It's too late. It's too late.
Nothing I can do.
Yeah, there's nothing he can do now. They're already married.
I'm stuck.
Because when he goes home and says to Bray, hey, you're not a Broncos fan. What you going to do?
Yeah, well, it's a good point.
What you going to do?
Sorry, honey.
She looked right at you. Half now. Nah, you stuck. You should have dealt with all that before y'all got married. Now she's got ties to her ex-boyfriend forever. Wow, that is incredible.
I see that.
That is incredible.
Every time I see that dumb horse, I got to think of another dude named Matt.
Her other boyfriend's name was Matt?
It was Matt. She's had 2 long-term relationships.
What do we? At the streets of golf. No, we ain't go. Ain't no flag.
Hey, don't be jumping on me. I attached to the one thing I could attach to. She's the only one that would have said yes, so I got to do it.
So look, I want to ask both of you guys this.
Stupid ass horse.
Oh well, all right. Well, God. All right. Well, this is what I don't understand though. As a Raider fan and a Bronco fan, who is your guys' biggest rivalry? Because it seems like you guys hate each other equally between Raiders, Broncos, Chiefs. Who's the Raiders' biggest rival?
Mark Davis.
Mark Davis, he built you a beautiful stadium in Las Vegas, but it's a beautiful
He fired Josh McDaniels, more importantly.
About damn time he did it too.
Oh.
But here's the problem is Mark Davis has priced me out to the point that I don't even want to come to see my favorite team play, whoever, because 1, I'm going to a stadium that's filled with the other team's fans, and 2, I'm paying $2,500 to watch my team lose in a stadium full of the other team's fans.
$2,500? You in the club?
No, look at StubHub, homie.
Like $2,500 to get in that place.
That's true. KC doesn't know. He gets free tickets at the door.
Yeah, he's sitting on the 50-yard line.
Yeah, some of us actually have to pay for our tickets, KC.
I think they said the club is like 10 racks. I'll do that one time. Not by myself, obviously, but I'll do that one time.
10 racks.
To be in, what is that, Encore or something like that? Or Dreas in the end zone or something
It's the win, right? It's the win. It's the win joint.
I'll do that one time.
It's fire, though. It's fire. It is incredible.
I'm doing the club at Allegiant one day.
But to answer your question seriously, it's the Chargers.
The Chargers?
Yeah. Raider fan. We hated the Chargers.
Is that right?
Raider fans hated the Chargers growing up. I did because we had
the Broncos.
Yes, because of Phillip Rivers, LaDainian Tomlinson, Antonio Gates. Like we hated them for the longest time. Like a Charger fan that would show up to the Coliseum versus a Bronco fan that would show up to the Coliseum, the Chargers fan was likely to get the worst of it.
So what do you think?
I would say, honestly, until Patrick Mahomes got there, it was the Raiders. And then, until this year, we haven't beat Patrick Mahomes since he's been in the league. So he just do things that just make you so mad. It's fourth and 17. He still find a way to get a first down. So I think over time, and then, they're really great. So they just keep winning and winning. You get tired of it. So right now, I say for the Broncos, it's the Chiefs. But until then, it was the Raiders. It was definitely.
So that's the thing, though. Like the answer can evolve, right? Because who's the Kings' biggest rival?
Warriors.
Right, but that didn't used to be the answer, right?
Right.
The answer used to be the Lakers.
Right.
Oh yeah.
But now but the Kings ain't really had a rival in 20 years.
The 49ers and the Seahawks, that wasn't forever.
Yeah.
So it was an issue. I know the reason why I was surprised was you saying Chargers. That was like the last one, I would think. I know Raiders Broncos was real because Al hated Mike Shanahan.
Yeah.
And couldn't stand that he left. Or I don't know if he fired him and he went to Denver or whatever happened. They had to beef. And then I don't know why they always hated the Chiefs, but the Raiders always hated the Chiefs. They always hated each other. So that's what I always thought.
I got a fond memory of Raiders Chiefs though. Because
I know I've heard this one. This when you knew you were gonna marry your wife.
Yeah, because I took one of
say it again though.
One of our first dates, my wife, my Broncos fan wife, who left a man named Matt to date me. She went with me to the Raider game when the Raiders they hadn't won a game yet, and it was Derek Carr's first career start when they beat Alex Smith and the Chiefs on Thursday Night Football in the pouring rain. And we were in the upper bowl because we don't have Kenny Caraway hookups. We were in the upper bowl of the Coliseum getting drenched the entire game. And I turned to her during the third quarter and I said, "Hey, if you want to leave, like we can leave, go to the car, get the heater." And she turned to me and she said, "If you ever say that to me again," or she said, "Don't ever say that to me again. We're at the game. I'm staying for the whole thing." I almost popped the question right there. That was before I knew she was a Bronco fan, though.
Well, all right. There you go.
I proposed to her at Disneyland.
Keeper, like my man said.
Of course you did. Can you walk us through that? Because
it was classy. It was at Blue Bayou. Blue Bayou's the nice ass restaurant inside Pirates of the Caribbean ride. They're really nice. What?
Do you hear what you just said to me?
Yes, it's a nice Louisiana style restaurant
inside Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yes. The boats go by and you eat expensive ass food. I proposed. A dude on the ride said yay, and that was it.
Wait, you proposed at Disneyland?
Yeah, I proposed at Disneyland, yeah.
Me too.
Hey, see?
Where at Disneyland?
Right in front of the castle.
I'm surprised they didn't escort your ass off. I've seen that a number of different times. People try to propose up there, man. Security be on that quick.
Oh yeah,
because I think you got to pay for that.
I've never heard Kenny's propose.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh no. So propose in front of the council. I think you got to pay for it.
Yep.
And if they try to do it all willy nilly, security come out of nowhere. I done seen that like a handful of times, and like jazz.
I wonder what Disneyland charges to propose.
They didn't charge me nothing. I'm not paying. I just got on the knee quick.
Blue Bayou's where it's at, though.
Baby, you got to say yes quick. Yes or no. Yes or no. Yes or no.
No,
we got to go. Yes or no.
Blue Bayou's where it's at, though. You walk up the Blue Bayou.
No, I just need you to hear what you said to me.
What's wrong with anything I said?
A nice-ass restaurant in Pirates of the Caribbean.
What's wrong with what I said? The dope ride, dope food, dope question, okay ring.
All right.
That's great. But if you go up the Blue Bayou.
I'm just happy she said yes.
I was a little nervous. Not gonna lie. I was a little nervous. That's why I did it in front of people.
No, there you go.
Real quick before the segment ends, we can finish talking about the JV teams. Let's talk varsity like we started to. 49ers. You talking varsity?
See, I didn't like that.
We're talking varsity right now.
You say you're cool with Raider fans, but then you say stuff like that. I don't like that.
I didn't say
we just talk. We can acknowledge.
There's a Bronco fan
you were
here
talking about
too.
the Raiders. You were talking about the Raiders.
I mean, that's JV right now too. There's only one varsity. Regardless of what Philly try to say, there's only one varsity
that
right
was
now.
Unnecessary. I'm on your team, man. That was unnecessary.
Best team in football?
DLo, where you find this cat
The
at?
Niners are the best team in football.
Is it?
I've been consistent with that the entire year. Niners are the best team on both sides of the ball.
Do you think that Eagles game was just like a moment in time, or if they played each other again, would it go the same
I think
way?
that Eagles game was a showcase of what would have happened had Brock Purdy not gotten hit in the arm. The best team in football. They're the best team on both sides. You stop Christian McCaffrey, Debo's going to go for 3 touchdowns. You worry about Debo, George Kittle can go off at any given time. Brandon Ayuk is dope as well. Plus, Brock Purdy is slinging, and Christian McCaffrey can go for 200 yards if he wants.
I'm just checking.
I got a question.
I like the
Are you
Dolphins.
begging for flags again? Are you begging for a foul call? You see this guy over here?
He heard it. He heard it.
He's begging for a foul call over here.
So I got a question.
Luca Caraway just begging for a call.
What's wrong?
I missed it.
What'd I say?
Hey, it's DLo and KC live at 32 Broome Street inside Sky River Casino. Big shout out to our man Young Zell for hanging out with us. We're coming back. Matt George is staying with us. Much more ahead on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
I got to eat something.
I don't know. I'd be so devastated by not winning this year. Everything is about winning the Super Bowl this year. Everything. I don't know either. This is the year. This is the year. You out here, dog? Matt, no, look. Matt said, yeah, they can't stop Ayuk. They can't stop Kittle. You know what I'm saying?
What's wrong with that? I gotta get some food. I'm gonna drive home. I'm having fun. Let me find a bathroom. I'll be right back.
Nobody fake this, man. Nobody fake this, man.
Oh, we only got one. Well, for the streaming audience, Ramsey in the house. Well, that's what he do. That's what he do.
Man got the offensive rebound with 14 seconds to go. Shot a 30-foot three and bricked his front room.
Ramsey, we ain't gonna take up too much of your time. We just had to let you pull up real quick. You know what I'm saying? You guys see, this is Ramsey. Stream, this is Ramsey. If you don't know, Ramsey, one of the mods. What's going on, man?
Not too much. Not too much. Just here, enjoying.
What did you watch last night?
Last night last night I watched sports and I was out working.
Oh,
I
didn't know if you watched. Who was I watching?
No, I listened. I didn't watch. I listened to the Clippers game while I was out.
Okay.
I
thought you might say Sharks.
No. I was listening to the Clippers and Denver game late in the night.
Okay. I always got to check because Ramsey watched more sports than me. He watched hockey. He watched the soccer religiously. Anybody got a? No, I'll wait just a second. Just a second.
Don't ask that.
Ramsey's so perturbed by these dudes, man.
No.
Oh man, hey, that's who needs to run in. We need TC running in. Where he at though? Hey, TC came through right here. Y'all dap it up, right?
No.
You don't even know the man. Why would you say no?
No.
You don't even know the man.
Nope.
Y'all will dap it up, man. Reese,
Good.
Ramsey,
Okay.
I'm bringing you on real quick when we come back on, and you can go back to your seat. But
Yeah, no problem.
we just gotta make it official on the stream. On the I gotta see. Hold on.
I need to
what's
see
going
what.
on. That's what I'm saying.
They're probably fade.
That's what I'm saying.
Jesse. Ramsey to call police.
Oh, man,
I make my jokes, but Ramsey's done a hell of a job with that chat. Before we figured out some chat filters, Ramsey did a hell of a job keeping us
I tell Ramsey
keeping
all the
some of the
time.
bots out.
Ramsey was the I don't know if he was the first. I don't want to disparage anybody, but he was one of the first people. He's like, who's this guy with the Sun Devils logo that's in the chat? Who is this guy? So we always appreciate you, Ramsey.
No problem at all whatsoever.
Trying to figure out how to.
This game is.
I lost the chat. I don't know how to get it back. Oh, there
I got it.
There we go.
Ooh, this game is sloppy.
All right, hang tight, guys. We're coming back. Oh, we are back. We're back here with D. Ramsey. There's a couple people we got to acknowledge it. Wow.
There we go. There's the
Look
fade
at
sign.
Biggest pop of the night. Didn't crack a smile.
No, I got a smile now.
Didn't even crack a smile. Look at that. Hey, Ramsey was we think Ramsey was the very first Chatty House member. We're not 100% positive, but we think Ramsey was the first on YouTube. Bryce was the first on Twitch. Well, that's kind of true. That's kind of true that Bryce is still the only. There's a handful of people over there on Twitch. We appreciate all of you. But Ramsey is the regulated. Ramsey probably our first caller too.
Yeah, Ramsey.
I believe I was.
How'd you even find it? Like, you don't have social media? How did you even know this was happening?
There was, I think it was a week before when the show first started in 2020. My girlfriend Katrina and I, who's always in the chat, we were watching Channel 13 one night, and Damien was on, and they said the show was getting ready to start. So it all started from there.
That's my man Ramsey. And look, I wanted to make sure we did this on the show. I wanted to give everybody a chance right here, right now, in the audience to yell fade to Ramsey. 1, 2, 3. Ramsey, no, man, we appreciate you.
Yeah, we really do, Ramsey. Thank you. And while we're acknowledging people, where's Lazy? Lazy, come up here. Come up here, Lazy. Yeah, come on. Come on, man. Come up. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you. Thank you. Come here, man. Have a seat. Have a seat real quick. Lazy, hey. Lazy is one of them dudes. We talk about guys like Matt George and Kyle Madsen, guys who's just like put together content, get their name out there, make sure people know who they are. Man, that's what Lazy's been doing. Lazy was doing that. He would hit me up. He would shoot me videos that he was creating. He was putting up on YouTube. He was putting together shorts like before shorts were a big thing. Like he was learning to make reels. He was doing all of this stuff himself. Then he started pulling videos from our stream and making videos of ours. And so now we've got Lazy here every live broadcast. We've got Lazy at T-Pain and Flo Rida with us tomorrow filming content. Now he's got people from KSFM and 106.5 The End contacting him like, hey, Lazy, can you come through and do stuff? All because he'd take his camera out. He'd take his own time. He'd start filming stuff. He would teach himself how to edit. And he has done a tremendous job of carving himself out a niche in a world that he really wants to be a part of, man. And you do a terrific job, Lazy.
Appreciate you, DLo. Hey, in the words of Lizzo, it's about damn time. Hey, I always got my music.
In the words of Lizzo,
it's about damn time. What? Hey.
Come on,
no,
man.
It's good. Hey, no, real talk though.
So y'all know this isn't a bit. Like this is Lazy. Like this is really who he is. This is not a bit.
Yeah. No, real talk, DLo. I really appreciate you. It's funny. I've reached out to other people before in the past and wanted to work. Everybody said no to me, all types of stuff. I hit up DLo one time and said, "Can I work with you?" And he said yes. He takes me everywhere, concerts, special events like this. I really appreciate him. KC as well. Anytime I see KC, he always encourages me to keep working, keep trying. And Chatty House, this is for you.
Okay.
Cleveland, this is for you.
All right. You got to go. My God. That dude.
Chatty House, this is for you.
He is so cheesy. I swear to God. I love Lazy so much. And seriously, the best part about Lazy, that's really him. It's not a bit. Like Leezy is just, he's happy. He's like, he's gonna get his jokes off. He's gonna get his bits off, man. But most of all, you look at those reels, man. I was struggling with how to create this stuff. And then when we went to 102.5, like time was so limited, man. And he's just started, no, I put this together for you. No, it took me like 10 minutes. It would have taken me 4 days to do what Leezy did. And it would have looked a fraction of as good as what he did. He came out, he didn't even tell us. We was at the ice rink. And hey, there's Leezy. He got his camera in hand. Leezy starts grabbing people. Hey. What do you love about DLo and KC?
What?
Who are you?
No, just talking to. He starts interviewing. He literally just starts interviewing people on the street. Game ends. This was the night of the Warrior game, I think.
Yeah.
Game ends. I go back home. We're working on the show for the next day. Text from Leezy. He already got a video created. We put out that's got like close to 10,000 views on the KSFM IG channel, just because he was diligent with his work, man. And I love Leezy, man. Leezy does great stuff, man.
Leezy be grinding. He's in demand everywhere. You know what I mean? He working so hard, I can't even get my wedding video back yet. He's still working on it. I mean, he grinding. He gonna get it done. But I just love to see, you know, the hard work pay off. And now he's in demand with everybody, man. So shout out to that man, Leezy, man.
And that's one thing that I think is a constant with this show that I love so much is you talk about guys like Leezy. This dude right here. Matty
McQueen.
You know, he's working over at 1140. He's board opping, he's producing. He really wants an opportunity. Well, that's facts. But but part of the reason he pissed me off is because he had a vision and he had so much grind. He just wanted to execute it, right? And like Matt and I work together like right at the jump. So I'm trying to establish what we're doing. Matt's trying to find his footing in this whole thing. And he comes up with ideas like shows to host, pregame shows to host, postgame. He comes up with idea after idea after idea after idea. And they just, no. They keep shooting him down. Now he's getting married. Now he's got a kid. They offer him a full-time job doing something else. So he takes that job so he can continue to work in radio, continue to get kind of his show fixed. And then Locked On comes along. And he takes this Locked On Kings podcast, and now he's like, okay, this is mine. This is my baby. I'm going to make this something special. He takes that podcast and turns it into an anchor position on television. Like that's incredible. That's just incredible hard work and dedication. And it's a theme. It's a theme with the people we have on this show. Kyle Madsen, Niners Wire, loses Candlestick Chronicles, loses his job at 95.7. Walks in here like 4 days after being fired, walks into this building 4 days after being fired with every person who was in that meeting that fired him in this room, says hello, shakes all of their hands, comes up here, does the show with us. And now we got the insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen.
Yeah.
James Ham joined us a week after getting fired by NBC Sports California, launches the Kings Beat, and does those, started out as weekly hits, became 3 times a week. And again, now we got the insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen. And that's what I love so much about this show, man, is it's just people who are passionate about what they do. Not just the people you hear on the radio or see in front of the camera, but people like Leezy who do the work for us behind the scenes. Yeah, man, it's a blast.
But you missed something. You missed something.
Okay.
Because what's consistent about all the people and the you just listed out is they're all surrounding one show, which is this show, right? We're all attracted to this show. We're all a part of this show. We're all a part of what you do. We're all a part of what you do. And that's what I think is so important here. And that's why I think, like, to me, DLo and KC was destined to be a success no matter what. From the moment you guys got going, where Jesse was saying yesterday, you guys were celebrating 50 live viewers. to now every time you turn on, you got 350, 400 live viewers at any given time, and then it's a big sports day and it's damn near 1,000. Like, what you guys do, what DLo has meant to my career has been unbelievable. DLo has been challenging enough to tell me, look, that don't work or that does work. For KC, like I've told KC, I've told you this before, but for you to be the way that you are, like I had a professional jealousy for KC to go from where he came from to step on this show and to have the personality that KC has to make it as successful as it is. Like, the reason why I think Sacramento sports thrives is because we might be rivals or we might be competition, but we all work together or we all see each other and celebrate each other's success. Because if the Deuce and Mo podcast has De'Aaron Fox and Rasay Fox on, that's a win for the Locked On Kings podcast, even though Locked On Kings doesn't have it. If DLo and KC have Terrence Davis on, that's a win for all media because the Sacramento Kings are seeing good content out there that gets a player on that makes the player feel comfortable. So, like, to me, it's a no-brainer. And to go from where I came from, and you know it very well, where we came from and the work that we had to put in and the people that worked there that just told you, hey, is what it is, or it doesn't work here or whatever, and then to move on to do stuff better. Like, to me, that's what's so inspiring about DLo and KC. That's what makes me want to not just be on DLo and KC, which I'm lucky enough to do, but to be able to tune into DLo and KC every single day like I'm able to do. And then to have Jesse over there doing what I used to do and Jesse be amazing at it to the point where we have people here saying Jesse deserves his own show. Like, that's what it is. And you guys make that opportunity possible with what you do. So I think that's why people are so attracted to you like they are.
Thank you, man. It's awesome. I'm still living the dream, man. The funny thing is, and this is why I always talk to Leezy and always encourage him and make sure he keeps going, because 4 years ago, I was at my cubicle listening to both of you guys. You know what I'm saying? I don't have this long storied ride in sports media and stuff like that. I was working for the state, crack on, whoever's talking about what I want to hear that day. And, like, damn, man, all right, Matt George, I like him, man. Dane Barley, I like him, man. These guys is cool. And, now I'm up on stage, talking my talk, you know what I'm saying? Talking crazy to Eagles fans or whatever it is for that day. So I'm blessed. I'm blessed, and I'm excited every day to come to this.
Who would have guessed at this exact moment we're live on 2 radio stations. Our 102.5 show magically is about to start.
It's magic, man.
It's magic.
We're like Elf on a Shelf. It's magic.
I still want to know why I'm not on that show, though.
Well,
what you think about Sexy Red?
Who? Ski. That one?
Yeah.
Also, they play that beat in the Golden One Center every single game, and half of the Golden One Center says it every time, and Brendan Nunez and I pop every time.
Yeah, they go. They love the Sexy Red era. Is just something I need to end. I just be straight up with. And you know what the worst part about it is? When a new Sexy Red song comes out, I can't help it. Like, I go listen to it. Like, I have to go hear it. Like, I have to see what it is. You're listening to DLo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the Free Odyssey app.
I'm going to do one more thing from the Love Fest before we move on, too. I think what's so important about what all of us do is the fact that we work in Sacramento. And Sacramento, has people like this. Sacramento has Sacramento Kings fans. It doesn't matter, extensions of the Bay Area, 49ers fans, Raiders fans, Giants fans, A's fans, whatever it may be. Some of the most loyal fans and loyal listeners on the planet, too, which is why I didn't want to work for anybody else. And the fact that I can host a daily podcast for the Sacramento Kings that just now got good, but I've been hosting that podcast for the last 5 or 6 years to have the numbers. Y'all have been doing a radio show for 3 years or whatever. And this is the first year that the Sacramento Kings are truly established good, but they hear every single day to listen to you guys and your Kings takes or your Niners takes or whatever it may be. We're so blessed to work in Sacramento too, which is why I'm so excited that this city is starting to get the shine that it deserves with the Kings finally being good.
They're here for the wrestling references.
I'm in too. Why haven't we talked wrestling?
They're here for a breakdown of the Iron Man match at WrestleMania 12.
But seriously, thank y'all, all y'all, the chatty house, all y'all.
Yeah. Is that Jess? What's up, Jess?
Hey,
what up, though? Hey, two more things we got to do here real quick before we dive back into business. One, For those that are just getting here, for those that are on their way here, still plenty of time for you to go over to that 1320 table. Get the code word, get the number to text it to, and in about 45 minutes,
I'm winning.
We will announce the winner of that PS5 and that video game.
Matt George.
45 minutes from now, we will announce the winner of that PS5 and that video game. Big thanks to our man, Matt Graham. Big thanks to our people over at Jiffy Lube.
Yeah.
And most of all, thank you to Sky River Casino.
Yeah, shout out
Sky River
baby.
Casino is the most amazing partner. This is the 4th or 5th time between watch parties and live broadcasts that we've been here. And every time, it's amazing to me to see our logo and our station on those billboards over 99, our logo, our station on all of their billboards outside this building. That's an incredible feeling, and it's an incredible feeling to be partnered with such a great place like Sky River Casino, knowing in a couple of years, this is the place between concert venues, pools, hotels.
About to go
This
crazy.
is the place, and y'all in are on the ground level right now because this place is going all the way up in the next handful of years.
It's about to go crazy at Sky River Casino. This is going to be the premier place, probably in California. If I had to say, it's probably going to be the premier place in all of California for gaming, for concerts, for events. 32 Brew Street is one of the premier bar and restaurants already. SR Prime, come on, don't even get me started on SR
Oh, yeah,
Prime.
we eating there tonight.
Come on, don't even get me
Yeah,
started on
we
my
eating
people over
at
at SR Prime.
tonight.
So, yeah, man, shout out to Sky River, man. They knocked this out the park. Shout out Jesus. We affectionately call the Tribal Chief. Knocked it out the park, man.
Yeah.
Shout out to the bar and wait staff too. They've been doing an amazing job taking care of us. So thank you guys very much.
Yeah, I'm not counting. How many is that?
Don't worry about it.
It's amazing too. Like Matt gets drinks delivered to him, and
I need some
I'm
food
just
though,
up here
'cause
thirsty.
I got to drive home. So
Well, Matt had James Ham getting delivered beers last time. Yeah, and I love Sky River Casino. We're gonna have these hotels and pools and venues and all that stuff. Right about the time the Kings win a championship, it should work out
let's
perfectly.
go. Let's go.
Oh, man.
It should work out perfectly. It's 49-44, by the way, for those not following along. The Pacers are up. I think the Pacers might win this thing. I noticed something. I noticed something, and I'm curious. There is heavy, heavy theater lighting in the venue.
Yeah, you had to protect that. Yeah, you had to protect that if you're the NBA. That was already planned.
The theater lighting?
You had to.
You don't. Okay.
Yeah, you know you had to do it because you don't know what you're going.
You don't know how many people are going to be there?
Yeah,
Okay.
I had to do that.
That's what I was asking. Yeah. That's what I
Now,
thought.
the NBA, trying to think, the NBA for All-Star games, they typically do All-Star lighting anyway.
Okay.
I ain't theater lighting anyway.
Yeah.
So the rookie games, All-Star games,
Right.
That's usually their bag anyway. But yeah, you definitely have to protect the crowd.
Experiencing an all-star game in person last year, there's a reason they do it. Like
People are up and moving and
dead.
Yeah.
And everybody who's in the lower bowl is there because they were gifted those tickets by their business or whatever partner
Yep.
it is. Like experiencing it was a blast to go to Salt Lake City and experience All-Star in person because I've never done that before. I have no problem never doing it again. The best events were the events that were held at the University of Utah, which is where the actual fans could get in to watch like the two teams practicing and warming up. That's where the actual fans were at. But the actual game itself and the 3-point contest itself, it's just all business people, man.
You know
It's
what
dead.
else is really similar to that? The Final Four. The Final Four, you have like the two, school sections, and then it's just
dead
corporation people everywhere.
Randoms. What do you guys? What changes do you think they'll make to the in-season tournament? As a twofold question. What changes do you think they'll make? What changes should they make to the in-season tournament?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I've heard a rumor that there's going to be a certain name attached to the in-season tournament and that they were waiting to find out if the tournament
like
would be
the
a success or
Kia
not.
in-season tournament,
No,
like that.
I've heard a rumor. I have no confirmation of this at all, but I've heard a rumor that Kobe
Clip
might be
this.
attached to the tournament. Kobe's name might be attached to the
Kobe
tournament.
Bryant NBA Cup.
But they weren't
Oh.
sure if it was going to be successful or not, so they didn't want to attach him to it before it was success or not. I mean, I look forward. I just hope the groups change every year because I think it's been an absolute success. I would like to see it not be West versus East. Just put it all together. Because I would like if we get a two Western teams meeting in the. I mean, it's different from the NBA playoffs, so don't make it the NBA Finals. Let the Pacers meet the Bucks in the championship if that's who makes it. I don't care. So I'd like to see West and East mixed up.
I like that. I like that.
Yeah, I like that too. That's a cool idea.
You guys think that, especially after the rumors of what's going on right now, you think they'll leave Vegas? Say, for instance, that and go to an NBA city. Say, for instance, well, if you went to San Francisco, nobody care. But if you came to Sacramento, if the final Quattro was here in Sacramento, we're Kings fans, but even if the Kings aren't in it, we packing that thing out.
See, I like it being in Vegas until Vegas. If Vegas gets an expansion team, then move on from it. But Vegas is such a destination city that in December, in theory, it's a destination market for so many people to go to. I like that better than imagine if it was, let's say, Suns and Pistons. It's a ridiculous matchup, but Suns and Pistons in Sacramento on a Thursday afternoon. I'm sure there are some Sacramento Hoop fans that'll be there no matter what.
I think it'd be sold out.
You think so?
I think it'd be sold out.
I wouldn't be too interested.
Now,
you
you can't go everywhere and do that. I think a place like here in Sacramento will be sold out.
So at what point though, like, do we get to a point where like the in-season tournament tickets sell before you know who's in it? You know what I mean? Like WrestleMania sells out before you know who's there. Hey, in-season tournaments. So the tie into what Matt said, in-season tournament tickets go on sale for Madison Square Garden, or like it's Madison Square Garden in the Barclays Center. Tickets go on sale on this date. Like, could they sell out like that?
I don't think so.
I think in the right place, I think they could. I think the Garden, they could do that. I mean, the Garden.
Well, I think that's to Matt's point. Like, that's a destination city, like New York City, Las Vegas. It's a destination
it is
city.
what it is, and I mean they do that for UConn versus UNC. Like, they love basketball. So if you have the NBA Cup,
Yeah, but UConn, that's the northeastern market, though.
but Texas was there. Texas and or it was Florida Atlantic versus Illinois, and they was packed in the Garden enough. You know what I mean? Like that. But the whole point is they love basketball. They love basketball. So if you go to a place like New York, like Sacramento, I think we're being there. I think it'd do a good in a place like Portland. I think Portland would do a good job. If you find those places like that, I think you could move it around. And it would just sell just because it's the NBA Cup.
Are you a traveling
I love
fan?
Vegas.
Are you a traveling fan? Like, I'm very curious with fans, like where you would be willing to go to watch a sporting event that's not just your team. Like, I've experienced Vegas once. I experienced for Summer League. It was a blast. I loved it. But I don't know if I would pick up and choose to go to Las Vegas in December to watch whoever makes it to the championships. So it's like I would have to make a vacation out of it, not just the event. I'm not going for the event. I'm going for a vacation that the event is involved in.
Well,
I guess.
I hear what you're saying. Me personally, you know, it's the city. You know what I mean? It's, for instance, if it's in Vegas, yeah, I'll go. If it's in Indianapolis,
Which is where the All-Star game is this year, by the way.
Which is why you've never heard me talking about I got to go to the All-Star game this year. So, like, it depends on if it's in New York. Yeah, I'll check that out. If it's in
New Orleans?
I love New Orleans.
I'm in.
Go to New Orleans.
I feel like everyone loves New Orleans like more than New Orleans, like basketball. Like you could sell out, what is it, the Smoothie King?
Yeah.
With people who aren't in New Orleans.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
I've heard you want to work media at a New Orleans Pelicans game though, because they give you free smoothies.
They give you smoothies,
which is what I'm here for.
They bring them to the like if you're an announcer, like they'll bring Mark a smoothie during the game.
I mean,
Go to New Orleans. I'd go to.
I've never been to New Orleans.
I'd go to Houston. I'd go to LA. I'd go to Phoenix. I'd go to Phoenix.
Those are all fine cities, but those are all it will be interesting to see how the in-season tournament evolves. With the Pacers up 10 right now with 2 minutes left in the first half. It'll be interesting to see how this thing evolves. Whether it's a name, like you were insinuating with Kobe, attached to it, whether it's a sponsor, that's inevitable. And a TV partner, I think that's the most inevitable thing, because right now, Adam Silver's riding high. He knows everything he hoped to accomplish with this in-season tournament has worked to perfection in terms of putting it in front of Apple, Amazon, ESPN, TNT, CBS, ABC, whoever wants a part of it. Like, he has put this and he has got everything he needs to put in front of them what looks to be a really successful idea.
Do you think it could go international? Like if they put the Final Four essentially in England?
Oh, yeah. If you put it at the O2 Arena in London, I mean, you want to talk about sold out. I mean, that's also another situation where they don't get NBA basketball.
Yeah.
So if you just say NBA Cup,
that might be the route.
So, but here's the thing. Help me out. This game that's being played right now between the Pacers and the Bucks, this is a regular season game.
Correct.
The only one that's not is the championship.
Just the championship. Correct.
I feel like the international thing creates there's a lot to that.
NFL does it. I said NFL does it.
They have a week to prepare,
yeah, but there's that's a single game and you get the next week off.
Yeah.
Do you think we'd ever
you play in London or you play internationally, you get the week off. That's your bye week is next.
If they extended the season but went to an in-tournament break, like an in-tournament break for teams that only the Final Four were playing and everybody else was getting a rest in mid-December.
Man, I don't know.
I don't think it'd work.
I think you might be messing with people's hey, this was fun to wait a minute, now this is real life work. Like you talked about the All-Star game a minute ago. It's low key. Players do not like the All-Star game.
Yeah, players.
If you make that I made the All-Star team once, I'm good now. He probably means that because of how much work those guys have to do when they go to
that was
Utah.
De'Aaron.
Yeah,
that was De'Aaron. No, De'Aaron De'Aaron didn't score in the All-Star game and he could care less. And every time we asked him asked him a question afterwards, he was just like, yeah, I'm hopping back on a plane. I'm getting back to Sacramento because that's when the real work is beginning. Kevin Huerter wanted to win the 3-point contest, but y'all got to understand the NBA All-Star game is for media. That's what the NBA All-Star game is. And they have to sit at tables and watch a bunch of us crowd them at a table and ask them questions. And half the time they're dumb questions that are like, what's your favorite food or something that's what they have to deal with. The All-Star game is literally made. Yeah, exactly. The All-Star game is literally made for media and for business partners, not for the players.
We'll come back. We got to take our last commercial break, folks. Woo! We'll come back. We'll talk more with Matt George. We'll talk more Kings basketball. And we are going to give away this PS5. You still got time to get out here to 32 Bruce Street inside Sky River Casino. You still got time to go text that code word to the text number right there. We'll come back and we'll wrap this party up. It's DLo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yeah, I think the Pacers are winning this thing, man.
They might be.
I think the Pacers are winning this thing. And there's the MVP right there.
What's that, 60?
No, not Shavano. That's Tyrese.
MVP.
Thanks for hanging out, man. I appreciate it. It's fun. These shows are really hard, so you just spending time with us talking makes it a little bit easier. What's Tyrese doing? Tyrese got 11 and 6. Buddy's 2 of 6. Damn, Giannis got 20. Yeah, he's got 6 assists already.
Hey, Bryce, now's our chance. When are you bringing the WWE podcast back, DLo? Bryce and I were talking about it beforehand. We listened to every bit of that, man. I love those.
I
know it's a lot of work.
That was the most creatively satisfying podcast I ever did. and it was by far the hardest.
I
Like
love
the
them.
amount
I
of work,
listen to
because
everyone.
that podcast I actually wrote. Like there was a script to it because I didn't want to forget anything. So I wrote it all out and recorded it, and then would gather the clips. That would be the next step, and then put it together. That was the next step.
I'm very happy that DLo and KC happened, but Patreon DLo was one of my favorite eras of yours because you created some amazing content during Patreon days.
The funny thing about Patreon is it actually started to make money, like not KC money, but decent money.
KC money. Yeah, we know.
Right when we first got approached about ESPN. Right around the same time. So I had about two or 3 months where I made a decent amount with all of those podcasts that were going out. And then it had to take a back seat a little bit. Yeah, it's tough, like ciphering through observers and figuring out all right, this is the observer from 20 years ago. But what do we know now that doesn't exactly line up? That was really difficult too.
You could do some really good episodes now, though, like the Cody AEW to WWE.
The one I wrote that I wrote and never got released was the Kofi Mania one. Ooh. That I thought was that was a lot of. There was a lot. Yeah, there was a lot in there that I didn't even know until specifically researching, black wrestlers and champions and all of that. Like the Kofi Mania one was.
I love that moment for Xavier Woods specifically. Xavier's reaction to Kofi winning, how much it meant to him. I'm a big baller.
Is that who I think it is? Oh boy, Cheryl and El Grove is in the building.
Hey! What's up, Mom?
Shout out Cheryl and El Grove. I thought you were watching your granddaughter.
She's fine. She's at the slots.
She's old enough to take care of herself at this point. Oh, a Bloodline episode would be incredible. Because now you tell the story of the Thunderdome era.
Bloodline would be crazy.
Bryce, you sound like one of our bosses. You're trying to kill me here. Put squad together, huh? All right, we're coming back. Hang on.
San Francisco.
All right, we are back here for our final stretch at 32 Broome Street inside Sky River Casino. Big thanks to everybody who came through and hung out with us. Big thanks to everybody who came through and has entered to win that PS5. If you're on your way here, you got probably a little less than 20 minutes. They're going to, I think they put there's a name generator or something like that.
Are we giving that away on air?
The PS5, yeah, 345.
That's what I thought. Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, 345. We'll have Joe bring the PS5 and the game up. He'll give us the name and we'll announce the winner because one of the rules is you got to be here.
Hey, and Joe, yes, we have a PS5 here today. Yes, we're giving it away.
Poor Joe back there telling people what PS5. I don't know. Joe goes just about everywhere with us and he's learned quickly. DLo and KC, they kind of move a little bit different. They might be doing stuff that's not in my notes.
That's my man, Joe.
Just got to play along. So we'll be giving that away here in just a few minutes. We're watching the in-season tournament game here as I think they just headed to half. Pacers up quite a bit. Pacers up quite a bit already. Giannis already with 20 points. Tyrese playing well, doing what he does. But this is the Pacers style of basketball. It's hard to not look at the Pacers, Matt, and feel like this looks awfully familiar. These guys said to hell with defense and went out there and they're trying to score a bunch of points. And when you got guys like Buddy who enters the game thinking the hell with defense already, and you got Benedict Mathurin, he kind of cut of the same cloth.
Yeah, he's Buddy's little brother.
Yeah. And they're like, Rick Carlisle, shout out to him for some sort of coaching evolution because he's out there all right, I'll lean into it. Go score. You see they got 63 up right now against the Milwaukee Bucks.
That's what's interesting, the evolution of the head coach to where Rick Carlisle can look at Buddy Hield, Tyrese Halliburton, Benedict Mathurin and go, all right.
Yeah.
Like, all right. Because Rick Carlisle, I mean, he ran a tight ship to where guys like Ricky Rubio, Rajon Rondo did not fly. If you remember the Rajon Rondo era in Dallas, and Rajon Rondo do his thing, and that entire team basically said, nah, we ain't doing that here. So, like, Rick Carlisle, I think he's making the right decision, putting the trust in Tyrese Halliburton. And I can say it once and for all, like, I'm at the point where I can separate Tyrese playing from Domantas Sabonis in the trade and everything like that, and just appreciate Tyrese for the man that he is. Because the reality is the Sacramento Kings reluctantly made that trade. Like, Monty loves Tyrese. Think about it. Tyrese is the first ever draft pick that Monty McNair made as a general manager. You think he's willing to happily get rid of that unless he's not 100% sure that, or he believes 100% in the move that he's making? He's been proved right with what Domantas Sabonis has done. The Indiana Pacers have been proved right with how Tyrese Halliburton is playing in Indiana. So it's easy to say, just let bygones be bygones and let both teams do what they're doing, especially on a night where the Pacers win and the Kings lose in an in-season tournament.
Yeah.
But I can just watch Tyrese Halliburton play and say, man, congratulations to Indiana. They got a good one. But I'll take Tyrese balling in Indiana and the Sacramento Kings being out of a 16-year playoff drought any day of the week.
Well, and that's well said. And when it comes down to Rick Carlisle, I think you mentioned the biggest thing is that he's got somebody that he trusts ultimately, and Tyrese Halliburton, who's always going to make the right decision for the game, for the team, doesn't turn the ball over. So when you got a guy like that at the point guard position, Rick Carlisle, he can loosen the reins a little bit and say, hey, I don't have to coach every single moment of this game because I have the ultimate coach at point guard in Tyrese Halliburton.
Well, see, here's what's interesting is when the Kings were deciding between Fox and Halliburton, because that was a decision, they were thinking also not just who's more tradable, which was Tyrese because of his contract and his situation, but also like, what can I pair with the guy left over? Who can I pair with Fox to make this team as good as possible? So thinking from the Indiana Pacers perspective, like this is the Pacers year of look how fun we are offensively. What do we think the Pacers ceiling is? A first or second round exit, right? They make it, they're going to make some noise, but if they run into the Celtics or run into the Bucks in a best of 7 series, I think we all expect the Pacers to lose, right? So my question is just thinking about it from a Tyrese Halliburton perspective is what type of player or who is the player that I'm going out and trying to get to pair with Tyrese to say, now I got a championship contender? I don't know who that player is.
Domantas Sabonis? Right. I mean, we're talking about a big, right? Like, wouldn't that be perfect? Like, a big would work. Like,
what you're thinking of, and we always talk about this guy, thinking of like a Paul George, a guy
wing
that can defend on the perimeter. No shade, because Tyrese isn't a great defender. So it's almost the same conundrum that Sacramento was in, except I don't think it's that De'Aaron can't defend. It's guys like me. I don't want him to guard the best perimeter guy all the time. Well, there's a difference there. De'Aaron, if need be, all right, he's going to be a two-way player. I don't think Tyrese has that in him to be a two-way player.
And right there is why I think De'Aaron Fox is the easier player to build around. Because Tyrese gets his teammates involved at an unbelievable level, right? Tyrese could put up 16 assists on the board, and now it's normal at this point. De'Aaron put up 16 assists the other night, and for some reason, nobody wrote about it, even though every time Tyrese passes 14, they write about it. But regardless, Fox can put up 30 points any night that he wants to. He can get his teammates involved, but on the other end of the floor, and De'Aaron is the one to point this out. And here's what I love about the evolution of De'Aaron Fox is Fox talks smack on the floor. Mm-hmm. He's not someone that's going to take to the podium and talk his talk. The furthest that Fox will go, and I love this from him last year, he said this multiple times. De'Aaron said, look, I'm the guy that's guarding Steph Curry in the fourth quarter. Steph isn't guarding me. I'm the guy that's guarding Russell Westbrook in the fourth quarter. Russ isn't guarding me. That's who De'Aaron Fox is. We don't need to break down if Monty make the right decision choosing Fox over Halliburton. At this point, it's a moot point. All you can look at is what Monty has. And Monty has a superstar guard, who can put up 30 or even 40 points if he wants to, who can now shoot the three at a respectable clip, who can get to the rim whenever he wants to, who can get his teammates involved, and you can put on the best team's opposing guard in the fourth quarter. What more could you possibly want out of number 5?
Nothing.
Yeah, I don't know what.
I don't think you can.
Get back to that, because he was hitting his free throws at a high clip last year and earlier this year, and now
he hit a stretch where it got tough.
Yeah.
And his free throw shooting could be better, but how about also he gets to the free throw volume that other stars in this league are getting to?
100%.
Because De'Aaron Fox, and I like one of the biggest issues that I have. I typically stray away from blaming officiating and stuff like that. I know the Kings' history and things like that, but that incident that we had in the Pelicans game where De'Aaron Fox can get hit in the lip, his lip is bleeding, and he's called for the offensive foul. I don't know what it is about a player turns on or wears a Sacramento Kings jersey, draws blood, and it's their fault. I don't know why that's a consistent thing in this league, but I mean, De'Aaron's the type of guy.
It's the Kings slogan, heritage, history. That's what it is.
Yeah, I mean, De'Aaron's the type of guy, though. He'll put his body on the line if he has to. And De'Aaron deserves to be going to the line far more. And to think, like, he's able to put up 30 to 40 points a game while going to the line 4 to 6 times. Imagine if he's going to the line 11 to 12 times like Luka Doncic goes to a night.
Yeah.
Dude's unstoppable.
He gets hit. He gets, bumped going through the lane and all that other stuff, and doesn't always get the benefit of the doubt. In that particular play, it's got to be fair. That wasn't where the foul was. The foul was on his screen. Now, do I think it was a foul? No, but I've seen that call.
If we had foul calls for every time 2 hands were put on a player, though, we'd have everybody fouling out.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think it was a call, but when you go up to the guy and you don't give him, you're supposed to give him a step,
sure,
so he can avoid it. That didn't happen, but it happens all the time.
Sure, I mean,
all the time without a call.
I'd have been okay with the no call and just let him play through it. Like, there was contact made from both sides. It didn't result in anything for the play. Let it go, type thing. But when you call it on one side and not the other, that's where I have issue. And the biggest issue that I have with officiating, guys, and it even happens in favor of the Sacramento Kings, but I think it's the worst call that you can make in NBA basketball, is the whistles after a shot is either made or missed.
Infuriating. Yeah.
Like, let me wait. De'Aaron Fox goes up, he's hit on the arm. Let me wait to see if the shot goes in to decide to blow the whistle or not.
I feel like that's happening a lot more than it used to.
Way
It
more.
used to happen. Now I feel like it's happening a lot. Either that or they've just gotten really, really slow with blowing a whistle.
I don't have the worst problem with it. I'll tell you why. Because you're in a game where fouls can eliminate a player. If he makes the shot and it's minimal, it's contact, but it's minimal contact. If he can make the shot without you calling a foul and potentially disqualifying that player, I understand it.
But it's either a foul or it's not.
Just let it go at that point for me. Like, even if it's in favor of the Kings, like if it's enough of a 50-50 to be like, he could still finish a shot, let it go. Just let it play.
I mean, I understand. I think it's a different dynamic when the foul call can dramatically affect the game, right? The guy, maybe that's his 3rd foul. He's out for the rest of the half or something like that. If he makes a shot, this is what we always say, right? We're here to see the players, not the referees make calls. If he makes the shot, all right, you can stay in the game, something like that. But I understand the frustration as well.
Can we all agree, though, and everybody agree that the flopping rule is nonsense?
Who they get? They got somebody last night. Oh, they called pods on it last night.
They did, yeah.
They gave him a technical.
What's the point?
Well, how did Draymond not get one for being dead at the Golden? Draymond Green died at the Golden One Center and didn't get a flopping fine for it. I was just waiting for the $2,000 flopping fine to come through, and he didn't get it.
I'm okay with it because that night, Draymond Green was the MVP of the Sacramento Kings that night.
Well, that's facts.
I appreciate him for that.
He was definitely with us.
But he still died.
He did die. He
did die. Right there on the floor, jumped up, ran back on defense, appeared to be okay, stopped selling the face or the throat or the head or whatever happened to him. And I'm like, he's going to get fined for that. No, I don't think they know. I don't think they fully know what they're doing with this.
They're just they're incompetent. That's really
well. If it's up to referee discretion too, referees are going to call it against some players more than they're going to call it against others because of star bias or
that
personality bias. And what's the worst part is, and I've had an NBA official, a former NBA official, on Locked On Kings before, and I've asked him straight up, "Is there a star bias?" And they'll tell me to my face, "No." But I mean, we can just admit it for what it is. Like, I have no, like, look, if James Harden gets more calls than Sasha Vezenkov, I get it. Like, I get it.
Sasha's a star in Europe, though.
He is a star in Europe, but just own it. Like, if that's what it is, if that's how your game is called, that's how your game is called.
I was watching the game last night. I don't know if you picked up on it. In the fourth quarter, Chauncey was pissed because Steph was driving on the sideline, got bumped a little bit, called the foul. 2 plays later, same thing happens to Anthony Simons. Play on, no foul. Like little stuff like that adds up, right? Like, because not only, I think the guy, I forgot who it was, he fouled out on that play from Steph, but not only that puts you in the bonus. It gets a guy like Steph Curry at the line, all this other. And Steph and these guys, they know I don't even have to make an honest effort going to the basket. All I got to do is find contact, and they'll give me the call. Those are the things that I don't know.
I've never heard your guys' thoughts on this, and I'm very curious, and you might have talked about it before. One of the evolutions of De'Aaron Fox's game is that De'Aaron Fox has no problem talking to officials when he needs to talk to officials, even if it results in a technical foul. But De'Aaron has been caught by my camera and by multiple cameras now plenty of times mocking floppers to their face. Yeah. What do you guys think of that? I loved it when he did it against Jordan Poole in the playoffs. He's done it against Chris Paul twice to the point where he did it and got in his face during the preseason. De'Aaron Fox mocking floppers to me might be his best trait.
I love it. I mean, I wish the mocking the floppers is one thing. I know I would go to the ref. I'd be like, man, I'd tell him straight out, that's embarrassing that you're getting played like this. That's what I tell these refs all the time. How you gonna let him play you like that? Look at the monitor. There was no contact, but yet you got played. You got to look like a sucker, and you called the foul. How are you letting this happen? Might give me a T, but that's the questions I'd ask. Well, you're getting played.
Yeah, I love it. That's just like the evolution in De'Aaron's attitude. We always talk about the evolution in De'Aaron Fox's game. Having an evolution in your attitude, in your approach, that's a win for me too.
Yep.
Because part of being a superstar is acting like a superstar, right? And that's what he's doing, at least in my book, because he's acting like a superstar. He's not meaning like mocking someone as acting like a superstar, but he's establishing, yo, you missed this. He's not doing exactly what KC just laid out right there, but he's kind of doing it in a different way. Yo, you fell for that? He's flailing all over the place. Y'all fell for that?
Right.
That's De'Aaron like further establishing himself, and I love that.
I think De'Aaron is in also real time. He's developing and establishing himself as a player that I think in a best-of-7 series is going to start to infuriate people. Mm-hmm. And what I mean by that is he's a pesty enough defender to where like you're so damn quick, get away from me, get off me. When you choose to be, De'Aaron is that aggressive. But De'Aaron is the kind of guy that will do something amazing, hit a shot in your face or blow by you and hit a ridiculous layup over a center, and then just shrug, cocky smile, and run up the other floor. Yeah. I think De'Aaron's going to start to get to the point where as the Kings get deeper and deeper into the playoffs, he's going to start pissing people off by how nonchalant he is. It's easy. I'm going to do whatever. I can do whatever I want. I can get whatever I want. Stop me. That's where he's going.
That's how Matt described my Laughing McQueen video. Like, I'm not loud. I just kind of chuckle. And it pisses Matt off.
It does.
The often mimicked.
It does. It does.
The
it's
often
so arrogant.
replicated McQueen in the Violet Fog video. We'll be giving away that PS5 in about 10 minutes. If you haven't entered yet, head over to that table. Do that. We'll have that name for that winner coming up in about 10 minutes. Kings play Phoenix for the first time tomorrow night. What are you looking for in that one?
I want to see how
KD
much,
out, by the way.
Yeah.
Kevin Durant is out.
KD out is a big thing. Keegan Murray probably going to be listed as questionable, I would imagine, but he participated in practice today.
Yeah.
So that's good news. I'm very interested in seeing how much De'Aaron guards Booker. Do you save it for the fourth quarter, or do you have De'Aaron on Booker for a lot of the game? Because Devin Booker has been a Kings killer. Even before Devin Booker was what he is now, Like Devin Booker's been a Kings killer. Devin's hit a couple of game winners inside the Golden One Center before the Suns and the Kings were good. So especially if Bradley Beal's out, we know this. Kevin Durant's out. Like Devin Booker's looking up and going, I got to go for 40 tonight. Like who are the Kings throwing at him? And if Keegan plays, do you have De'Aaron take 3 quarters off and put Keegan on Devin? I'm really interested to see what Mike decides to do with that.
Yeah, Devin Booker. I'm sure I'll be saying something about him watching that game. I'm not going to repeat it.
What will you say about him?
I'm not going to repeat
Remember,
it.
your mother's here.
Oh, where do you think I learned it from?
Well,
where do you think I learned that kind of language from? Watching, it was really, I was a young Kenny Caraway. She just hated the Celtics. Anybody the Celtics went up against, they'd get the business.
I think Cheryl in Elk Grove is just here to tell me what she wants for Christmas. That's what I think
just
she's here
remind you
for.
what it is.
I got you, Cheryl. I got you. Look, she's perusing the site right now. She's like, I'm going to screenshot this and send it to him. I see you, Cheryl.
Well, better that than the picture she sent to the coach.
Well, there is that. She was once, she like early in the show, I get I didn't even have her phone number yet. I get a picture from an unrecognized number, and it's of Luke Walton. Very close-up picture of Luke Walton, by the way. And the caption says, "This idiot." That's all it said. And I'm like, oh, my God, who's this? And then I put it together. This idiot, really, really close. Oh, Cheryl's at the game with Kenny. She took a picture of Luke Walton and sent it to me.
It's uncalled for. Don't need. What did Luke do to anybody?
Luke Walton's biggest fan.
What did
is
Luke
in the
do
building.
to anybody but try to be successful?
She tried to fire him on our show so many times. So many times she tried to fire that man.
But yeah, Devin Booker, he's a problem. He's a problem. And then he's a guy that gets on my nerves and that I really, really like at the same time.
See, I liked Luke Walton while he was here, just interacting with Luke. I thought he was a pretty nice dude and just pretty,
I'm sure he's a fine human
overall
being.
fine guy. But then Mike Brown comes in the building. You're like, okay, this is what an NBA head coach is.
I think Luke was a little insecure. I don't think Luke was quite sure. He's still a young coach. Like 4th season, 5th season with the Sacramento Kings. Like as a coach, it was his 4th and 5th season, I think, as a coach, because he was with the Lakers. And then,
yeah.
I mean, I guess if you want to count the Warriors, you could throw that in there too. Like he was the head coach for like half a year. But I'm sure he was probably a little bit insecure, and there's always noise around this franchise, like that stuff. I wish Luke no ill will. I just don't think he's a very good coach. Mike is a championship level coach.
I think Luke Walton was a lame duck
opinion.
head coach the second that he lost the Buddy Hield battle, which is he chose to bench Buddy. Buddy was pissed about it. The Kings essentially sided with Buddy, and that from that point, Luke gave Buddy the green light and said, I don't care. You can do whatever you want. You can shoot as much as you want. The second Buddy Hield had full freedom to do whatever he wanted on Luke Walton's team, Luke had lost.
Yeah.
Poor Luke.
Poor Luke.
What's the score going on right now?
Meanwhile, Tyrese is cold, man. He
Nice
is
floater.
cold. What do we got here? Oh, so okay. 67-61.
Damn.
Pacers up 6 early
I
in the
need
3rd.
glasses.
If you,
It's sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, Kenny, if you played Tyrese one-on-one, how many points are you scoring?
I mean, I don't know. I'm 40 years old. This man is in the prime of his life. I don't know what that's looking like, but I'm getting some buckets. I like to think that. Now if we were playing and I was, what is he, 24? When I was 24, I'd get some buckets. Now he's nice. He gonna get some buckets on me. He gonna get a lot of buckets. On me, he's got the size advantage, all this other stuff. But oh no, I'm getting mine too. I'm getting to the bucket, doing what I do.
Yeah, I'm not scoring against any
Me
NBA player.
neither.
I forget. Like it felt like the Dame Milwaukee thing was like so loud. Now I don't even really think about it. I don't know why. Like I watch them, I see them regularly. Maybe that's just the cycle of news. Yikes, that was a tough fall. Maybe that's just the cycle of news and the cycle of the NBA, but it doesn't really feel like that big of a deal anymore to me.
I think it's going to pick up steam again when we get closer to the playoffs.
I just realized this. This was brought up like 2 hours ago, and I think Kyle just kind of casually was mentioning teams in the Western Conference, and he mentioned Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City is like up there.
Love them.
A little bit higher, honestly, than I expected them to be.
Love them.
I expected them to be better than last year. Not quite where they are right now. Is that who they are?
The Thunder?
Yeah.
I think they're for real. I think they're for
like
real.
That for real? Like up there. I think they're the 2 spot right now.
I think they're
3, maybe.
I think they're 4 through 6. I think they'll come back down to earth a little bit, 4 through 6. But I think the Thunder are legit. They have an absolute superstar in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. They have great pieces in Dort and Giddey and Chet Holmgren. Like, they got good pieces right now. And on top of that, they got a treasure trove of draft picks to add that big name when they're ready to add that big name. So, I mean, if there's a team that's in the driver's position more than OKC is right now, I don't know who that team is. I just think they're primed for current excitement and future success.
And it all centers around SGA.
SGA, all NBA, one of the top 7 players in the league probably right now, top 10 for sure. He's right there with him and De'Aaron are right there. You know, a lot of people will say SGA because he already had the first team All-NBA. I think they're right there. These are 2 premier NBA players, NBA point guards in this league right now.
I agree. I think they're almost 50-50.
Yeah, how Chet develops will be an interesting thing to follow with that
Chet's
team.
gonna win Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, sure.
He was Rookie of the Month this month in November.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's gonna win Rookie of the Year. And a lot of I wouldn't have bet against Wemby going into the season. And it's not like he's having a bad season, but Chet's been that good.
Yeah. Well, that was always the thing. Like, if Victor doesn't win it, who does? And I don't want to say it was unanimous. Some people certainly said Scoot, but it sure felt like a lot of people were talking about Chet Holmgren. And then he has that, I guess, advantage. I don't know if that's the proper word to use, but he's been in an NBA system now for a year.
Yeah.
Didn't step on the floor in a regular season game last year, but he was around the team, right? He was in the weight room. He was around their coaches. He was around their nutritionists. He was around his teammates. That type of stuff goes a really long way.
And it does. And to be fair to the conversation, Wemby was playing pro last year.
Mm-hmm.
He was in weight rooms and all that other stuff. It's not the NBA, but it's still pro basketball. And he's not going to school. And
I wasn't trying to paint it as an advantage or a disadvantage.
I was just saying both of these guys have had that experience, so they go into their rookie years, you know, a little bit ahead of a college guy.
And that's probably a little bit what the G League is like, right? That's probably one of the benefits of being with the Ignite is you're in a pro system.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you get a lot of benefits of being in a pro system versus, you know, even though high-level college is high-level college, it's still not the NBA.
Yeah, there's
Still
no
gotta go to class.
Yeah, there's no asterisk next to Chet for me, especially if this team, if OKC continues to perform at the level that they're at. If OKC finishes the playoff team and Chet is an essential piece of that, that speaks more volumes to me than stats. It's the same way with like Mike Brown's whole argument for Keegan Murray last year. That was Paolo Banchero's award, and we all knew that was Paolo Banchero's award as Tyrese drains the three and is talking his talk. Like, we all knew Rookie of the Year was going to Paolo Banchero last year, but there was only one rookie that was contributing big numbers and big minutes and important minutes as a starter on a playoff team, and that was Keegan Murray.
Talk that talk.
I loved Keegan.
Talk that talk. I didn't know.
Big fan.
No, I'm saying I didn't know.
No, you didn't know?
I didn't know he was that. More specifically, I didn't know what he was. I didn't know that he is what he's been this year.
I agree. The defense has caught me completely off guard. I thought Keegan could turn into a solid defender. You can make the argument that Keegan is the best defender on this Kings team, or has been the best defender on this Kings team right now, which probably doesn't make you feel good.
See, but I don't think that's a bad thing.
No,
like, I don't. And I get your point in saying, oh, maybe that doesn't give you the warmest fuzzies right there. I don't think that's a bad thing, because I think he's played that well. That's part of the conversation. How well he's played it on the defensive end.
I agree. And the question I asked earlier was, do we want him to be the guy that guards Brandon Ingram every time he's in the game? And I don't know. It depends, because if we're asking him in his second year to average 17, 18 points a game and say guard the best perimeter guy all game long, seems like a lot.
I agree. If you were to guarantee, I mean, this is impossible to do, but if the numbers told the story, and you were to tell me that you were going to put Keegan Murray on the best wing for all 4 quarters, but Keegan was going to drop from a 40% three-point shooter to a mid to low 30s. It's not worth it. It's not worth it for a team like Sacramento whose bread and butter is spacing the floor, because Keegan hitting threes makes De'Aaron's job easier, makes DeMontis' job easier. It's not just Keegan getting his, it's the entire offense getting theirs.
I agree.
Hey, Joe, you want to bring that PS5 up here? Yeah, Joe.
Oh,
is
boy.
that is Mrs. Zell making a late entry?
Yeah, one last entry.
Wow, always someone late to the party, but that's all right. Got in just in the nick of time.
If she wins, it's so.
Joe,
Here it comes.
that'd be amazing.
Looking like the NBA
Yeah,
Cup. Here it comes.
Here we go. Where's your white gloves, man? We got to get you white gloves. Come on, y'all make some noise for my man Joe.
Yeah,
my man Joe.
Once again, shout out Jiffy Lube, shout out Sky River Casino,
Yeah.
shout out 32 Bruce Street.
Right on,
Big ups.
Joe.
Is Joe announcing?
We drew the winner. Okay, do we got the name? You got the name already? Okay, y'all.
Who's calling it? Joe's calling it?
Joe's calling the winner? Oh, all right. All right, here we go. The winner of the PS5 and the game, courtesy of our friends over at Jiffy Lube, is
Kiana. Congratulations.
Kiana.
Let's go.
Wait a minute, gotta be present. Is Kiana here?
She's over there. Yep.
You called her over because she won.
Entry.
Hey. Oh, I thought she was entering to win. You called her over because she won.
Correct.
All
Yep.
right. Hey.
It's over.
Hey, Kiana. No one told you this, but you got to come up here on camera to get the PS5.
That's right.
So you fill out the paperwork. You go finish what you're doing. She's like, oh, whatever. Come on, Kiana. Come on up here again. Big thanks to our man Matt Graham over at Jiffy Lube. And shout out to Kiana. No, got to come all the way over to the camera. Shout out to Kiana. Congratulations.
Winner of the PS5 and the game.
Yeah.
Let's go.
There it is. You know what the best part about that is? She's going to find like it's a pot or something inside. Like Joe brought the wrong box and it's like a stainless steel pot or something. We love you. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Enjoy that. We'll see if we can get that hooked up on that. I want to get that PS5 hooked up to that screen right there. So we'll see if we can get a little action jumping off,
Who's trying to get
man.
smacked up in some Madden? Who's trying to get smacked up in some Madden? You know what I do. I took a tough loss last night, though. I wasn't happy about that. Wasn't happy.
Devastating.
Brock
See,
threw
that's
three-
why. See,
Brock
that's
threw
why.
three
I don't
picks.
want to. See, that's why. That's why I'm not getting back in there. I don't want to be that emotionally invested in game. I don't want to come to work upset. Hey, what's wrong with DLo? Oh, he lost. Playing Bryce at NBA 2K last night. I ain't gonna do that. How am I gonna show my face losing to the Chatty House?
Well,
See,
Chatty
no,
House,
I'd rather
they got
just cheer
people
y'all
that
on.
play.
No.
Even the best players, they got 100 losses or something
No.
like that. It happens.
No.
It happens.
You're going to be emotionally invested in the WWE GM mode, though.
See, that'd be fun though.
You're going to be
That'd
emotionally
fun
invested.
though. I have fun with
There are going
that.
to be hands thrown during the draft.
Man, Milwaukee stormed back.
Yeah.
Milwaukee up 4 right now.
That's
With
my
still a
pick.
lot of time left
That's
in the
my pick
third.
to win it all. Milwaukee.
Milwaukee?
Yeah.
I might go the winner of this wins the whole thing.
LeBron really wants it, though.
I'm sure he does.
LeBron
Yeah.
really wants this thing.
I'm
man.
sure he does.
LeBron, now that I don't know if he always was locked in on it, but once he okay, we're in the knockout round and I got the 1 seed and I can add this to my basketball reference. I could be the first. Oh, LeBron won it.
Oh, yeah.
LeBron
Shocking
won it.
that Kenny defended the Lakers immediately without issue.
Y'all
Shocking.
caught that.
I'm talking about
Yeah,
LeBron.
y'all caught that.
Lakers or Pelicans? Who you rooting for?
I ain't rooting for nobody.
Oh.
I don't like them. They just beat the Kings. I don't like them. I ain't rooting for them.
So you
I'm
immediately
going for Milwaukee.
you immediately talked about the Pelicans that you're not going to root for them, but you're not going to root for the Lakers.
I'm going for Milwaukee.
Going for Milwaukee
I'm going for Milwaukee.
Okay.
That's who I want to win.
until the Lakers make it to the final. We'll see.
Yeah, I think you bring up a great point about LeBron. LeBron loves this stuff. I don't blame him for it. Like if it's a competition and it's an accolade, yeah, I want
trying
it.
to win.
I want
I
it.
want to be number one.
The dude
period.
who's played in the NBA for 300 years is not going to be excited to play for something new.
So right, exactly.
It's new.
Yeah,
I'm in.
hey, look, LeBron playing at the level he's playing is just absolutely. That's probably one of the more under discussed. We take that. LeBron turns 39. Man, that's crazy.
Well, and that's the thing about watching.
Absolutely nuts what he's doing. No one has ever approached what he's doing right now.
Every time people ask me, like, who do I want to see in person? My number one answer is immediately Giannis, because watching Giannis play in person is a freak of nature. He
Yeah.
can literally get up the floor in 5 steps and dunk if he wants to. He's
Yeah.
just a freak. But watching LeBron play in person is unbelievable. And Kenny, I know you've seen this too. Because LeBron, the reason why he's playing as long as he's playing is he plays at 60% basically the entire game. And that's not a diss to him. It's not that he's taking plays off. It's because 60% of LeBron is still 30 points a game. And then when he decides to turn it up to 100, good luck.
He plays like driving a car in different gears. Sometimes he's in third gear. Sometimes he goes to fifth. And I had to pull up 24.7 points per game, 7.6 rebounds, 6.6 assists on the season. Come on, man. You say about some 39? Is he a New Year's Eve baby? Isn't that what it was? LeBron?
December. I feel like it's December. I don't know if it's December. I don't know if it's New Year's Eve.
Because it's him and Tiger, ain't it?
Maybe.
The
30th. Oh, it's the 30th. Okay.
Yeah. About to turn 39.
That's insane. And what's he averaging? Like he's got to be what, late 20s or like 28, 29? LeBron.
The 24.7.
24.7?
7.5 rebounds, 6.5 assists.
Nuts.
Absolutely insane.
But Giannis is winning it this time, buddy.
Yeah, he might. He
Shout out
might.
Giannis.
Is Milwaukee under the radar in terms of like title talks?
No.
I think so. I do think so. I think they are, because a lot of people tried to dismiss the Dame Lillard acquisition and say
The defense is
you
going to
don't play
suffer.
defense,
Yeah.
They're gonna have some big problems. You don't just lose to Drew Holiday. I said, no, Dame Lillard, one of the greatest players of all time.
It's just a completely different player. It's with an incredible skill set that's just so different than Drew Holiday's skill set.
Look, when you have Brook Lopez at the 5, you can afford to lose a Drew Holiday and replace it with a better player. Like that's the thing, is you replace Drew Holiday with a better player and you have a defensive centric center who can space the floor and shoot threes. I think Milwaukee is one of the most perfectly built teams in the league.
That's one like NBA story most people will never care about. Brook wasn't re-signing with Milwaukee. Like Brook was going to Houston. But something happened, something changed, and he went back to Milwaukee. And I'd love to know how like all of that unfolded.
I genuinely hope when Brook Lopez retires that his career is celebrated the way it should be, because he is the epitome of going from old-fashioned center to new center. I mean, when he was with New Jersey, when he first started, he was one of the most dominant post players in the league. And now he is a lights out floor spacing center who protects the rim. Like Brook has completely transformed his game. That's why he's playing and still winning.
Didn't he go from like in 2 years shooting 4 threes in a season to like 120 or something?
Yeah.
He's unbelievable. He's unbelievable. I would have killed to have Brook Lopez in Sacramento. I would have loved to have Brook Lopez in Sacramento.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, big thanks to Matt George for spending almost the entire show with us. Thanks to Kyle Madsen, Jake Gayden. Thanks to Young Zell and Ramsey. Most of all, man, thanks to you guys for coming out on a Thursday and spending the afternoon here with us at 32 Bruce Street inside Sky River Casino. Thanks to Jiffy Lube. Thank you to our amazing promotional staff. My man Rich Ripley at Odyssey.com is in the house. Kimberly and Aaron, the only.
There goes the tribal chief right there.
Only the tribal chief. Everyone, one up. Acknowledge the tribal chief, everybody. Acknowledge the tribal. Like he's not even watching. You are so lame for not paying attention to what's happening right now. He doesn't know what any of that means. And most of all, thank you to Sky River Casino, Chatty House. We love y'all. We'll be back in studio tomorrow to get you ready for the Sacramento Kings and the Phoenix Suns. Stay locked in here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Bucks. No, sir.
Hey,
not me.
Before we shut down and let Matt go eat, because I think he's dying. Do y'all want to do a quick Q&A? You want to grab the mic? Y'all want to do that or no? Do y'all got questions? All right. What other questions? All right, never mind. Forget it. I swear to God,
That's a good idea.
I should know better than to ask y'all
You guys
anything.
got 10 minutes.
I swear to
You guys
I
got
can't
10
ask
minutes.
y'all. Y'all can't be serious for nothing. All right, you can end that broadcast. Hey, Chatty House, we love y'all, man. We appreciate y'all. And we love y'all, man. Thank you.